Chapter 673, Grinding a Boss. Before Kola and the other MTs could reach the frost giant, the Grand Lord raised its iron fists and smashed the frozen ground heavily. Ice thorns. As if the frosty ground had transformed into water, waves rocked the surroundings. Every wave rolled the ground. Amidst these waves, ordinary players would struggle to stay on their feet. Although Kola and the others were experts, even they could barely advance. Following which, glistening ice spikes exploded from the ground, one after another. Even the slightest touch dealt nearly -3,000 damage to Kola and the other MTs. This attack was obviously much stronger than the Great Lord-ranked frost giants. Everyone's chests tightened at this situation. Could they really defeat this frost giant? Damage dealers on the sides can attack freely. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Violet, focus on damage. Shurfeng leisurely commanded. Got it. Although Blackie was curious as to why Shurfeng wanted him to use Guardian of Light on Kola so soon, he did not question the command. Immediately he cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Initially, Kola lost nearly 5,000 HP with each hit from the Grand Lord. However, with Guardian of Light, the Frost Giant's attacks dealt less than -1,000 damage to the Guardian Knight. In addition, Guardian of Light healed Kola for roughly 600 HP every second. Against the Frost Giant's damage, Kola could survive quite a while without the healer's assistance. However, shortly after Guardian of Light activated, the Frost Giant abruptly stomped its foot, dealing massive damage to all enemies within 10 yards. Naturally, Kola could not avoid the attack as the giant's foot slammed him to the ground, a damage of over -3,000 points appearing above his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was simply too frightening. Shurfeng, however, was not surprised. This move was an instant kill move unique to the Hell Mode Frost Giant. The Frost Giant would first use Fatal Blow against one enemy. If that enemy failed to withstand the attack and died, the nearest person would receive damage as well. However, as long as a player withstood the attack, the Frost Giant would not immediately repeat the attack on a new target. Good. Next, focus on dodging the icicles from above. Seeing as there were no major issues, Shurfeng activated the Aura of Space and dashed towards the Frost Giant. He had no intentions of saving his stamina. The Frost Domain was a control spell. As long as he activated the Aura of Space, he would be immune to all control effects. In other words, the Frost Domain would not affect him and he could fight without worrying about his stamina depleting too quickly. With Kola holding the boss's aggro, the other DPS began their relentless assault. Spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant. Meanwhile, the melee classes desperately attacked the Grand Lord's joints, thereby disturbing its attack rhythm. The members of Zero Wing's main force wore excellent equipment, and practically all of their skills could deal over -1,000 damage to the Frost Giant. Among the team members, Fire Dance and Rampant Blade were the strongest. The majority of Fire Dance's equipped Tier 3 gemstones were Straith attributed. Every one of her normal attacks could deal over -1,000 damage. When she used Absolute Strike, she dealt nearly -6,000 damage or over -10,000 damage with a critical hit. As for Rampant Blade, he possessed the Blue Fire double-edged sword. Each swing dealt over -1,500 damage to the Grand Lord. With a 20% critical rate, he could occasionally deal over -3,000 damage. From time to time he would also trigger Blue Fire Dance, dealing nearly -5,000 damage. His damage output was only second to Fire Dance's. Following them were Blackie and Violet Cloud. As the Frost Giant was an elemental being, it possessed some magic resistance. Hence, magic attacks were not as effective as physical attacks against the Grand Lord. Meanwhile, activating Silent Steps, Shurfeng appeared directly above the Frost Giant. He sent a thunder flame explosion descending on the Grand Lord's head. -10,436. The effects are better than I expected. Shurfeng glanced at the system notification panel, seeing a 98% skill completion rate. After he had consumed the 100-berry wine, he noticed that drink had been more effective than usual. Normally, he could only achieve a 96% completion rate with Thunder Flame Explosion, even with the help of the 100-berry wine. Following which, Shurfeng executed Chop. His motions were as smooth as flowing water. In the next moment, The 3 slashes he sent out intertwined into a single silver light, which tore everything in its path as it struck a single point. -12,846. This time his chop achieved a 99% completion rate. He was only a thread away from reaching 100%. Shifeng's astonishing damage shocked his fellow teammates. Chop was one of a swordsman's basic skills, yet when Shifeng executed his Tier 1 chop, his display was far different from other swordsmen's. Instead of dealing 3 damages, the skill only dealt 1. The skill's overall damage was even more frightening. In the absence of a critical hit, Shifeng had dealt over -10,000 damage with his chop. His damage was on the same level as Fire Dance's and Rampant Blade's critical hits with their most powerful skills. This was simply inconceivable. Immediately after, Shifeng used Flame Burst, launching 15 attacks in quick succession. Every hit forced the Frost Giant to take half a step back. Moreover, each hit dealt over -16,000 damage and over -32,000 damage if it were a critical hit. The sight floored the other Zero Wing members into a momentary standstill. Don't focus on dealing more damage to the boss. Think about how you can improve your skill completion rates. It isn't often that you get to experience a mental suppression like this. Shifeng finally understood why the 100-berry wine was more effective than usual. The 100-berry wine had a side effect of blurring a player's 5 senses, dulling their perception. However, the Grand Lord's aura could negate much of this side effect, allowing players to maintain a clear state of mind even with the alcoholic effects. With this, players could execute their skills more efficiently. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone became aware of their own conditions. Previously, when they had drunk the 100-berry wine, they had not been able to maintain a clear state of mind. If they could practice their skills while sober, it would definitely help to improve their skill completion rates. Excitement gripped the team. They were no longer afraid of the Grand Lord. On the contrary, they stared at the Frost Giant as if he were nothing more than a mountain of gold, desire gripping their hearts. Using a Grand Lord as target practice was simply unbelievable, yet Zero Wings members did just that. The rapid rise of everyone's skill completion rates allowed them to understand more about their respective skills. At the same time, this improvement also allowed them to reduce many of their excess motions, thereby reducing their stamina consumption rate significantly. A short moment later, the Frost Giant's HP fell to the 20% threshold. However, none of these players were satisfied. During this short period, everyone's skill completion rates had improved significantly. For example, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to raise their skill completion rates by a stable 2%. Everyone else managed to raise theirs by a stable 1%. Originally, when raiding the hard mode Frost Giant, the team would have less than 70 people capable of fighting at this point. Now, however, every member of the team was still up and ready to fight. On the contrary, it was the Frost Giant who looked pitiful right now. You actually dare stand before me, the King of Frost? I will show you a power that you have never seen before. The Frost Giant bellowed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Cold air began to gather and condense in the Frost Giant's hand. In the dark cavern, it seemed like the Frost Giant held a bright moon that dispelled the darkness. Why haven't we seen this move in hard mode before? A bad feeling started to creep up on Fire Dance. Before the Frost Giant attacked, everyone could feel a bone-chilling cold wrap around their bodies. In the next moment they began losing 500 HP every second. If the Frost Giant released its attack, it would likely obliterate the entire team instantly. When the Frost Giant held up the hill-sized ball of ice, which it had formed from the condensed cold air, Shifeng made his move. Absolute Time. When activated, Absolute Time prevented enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. In this case, however, although the skill did affect the boss, it would only last 3 to 5 seconds at most. Even so, that was more than enough. Suddenly, the massive ice ball cracked and shattered. Meanwhile, the Frost Giant had weakened significantly following the interruption. Go, Zweek. Activate your berserk skills. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Suddenly, everyone activated the power of darkness, their attributes increasing significantly. In a fraction of a second, spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant, forcing constant painful screams from the Great Lord. following which the frost giant's HP rapidly decreased, and even its hard exterior began to burst. In the end, the frost giant was reduced to a clear puddle of water, leaving behind a massive resplendent gemstone and a mountain of loot. Chapter 674. Evolution of the Abyssal Blade. Star Moon City. Currently, due to the Stoneclaw Mountains, a large number of players had gathered in Star Moon City. Even White River City during its peak could not compete with the capital city's current crowd. The players gathered in the city were not limited to the elites and experts of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also players that had come from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. The city's population increased by the minute. Players filled the city streets and even crowded Star Moon City's normally desolate areas. Star Moon City really is a great place. With so many elites and experts here, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit any players into our guild. Flame Blood could not help his envy of Daybreak Fog when he saw that the majority of the players wandering the streets were level 29. Many players had even reached level 30 already. Heaven's Burial's elite members were currently level 28 or 29. Very few had managed to reach level 30. Yet in Star Moon City there were so many high-level players. Daybreak Fog would have a much easier time nurturing her branch's members than he would. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, not only had its fame spread throughout Star Moon City, but the players in the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms also knew about Heaven's Burial's success. If Heaven's Burial recruited members in Star Moon City now, it could easily obtain a large number of elite members. In a few short days, the guild could easily form an army to explore the Stoneclaw Mountains. This is only natural. Why else did you think guild leader chose this place? Daybreak Fog smiled. She then pointed towards Ouroboros's guild residence, saying, "As long as we help guild leader complete his quest, both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will live in fear of our shadow." Just as the members of Heaven's Burial chatted while waiting to receive orders from their guild leader, the sound of a system announcement suddenly rang near everyone's ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 9 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of a random attribute, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 10 million EXP, 5 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 20 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 15 million EXP, 10 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 200 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 30 humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 5 times. For a moment, every player in Star Moon Kingdom fell silent. Inside the Frost Prison. Success. The Frost Giant is dead. Everyone suddenly shouted with joy. They had obtained the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. None of them had ever dreamed of accomplishing this feat. The majority of these players had never been experts of the virtual gaming world. They were merely ordinary players who had followed Shurfeng's lead. This was one of the most difficult Hell mode team dungeons in God's Domain. Even super guilds did not dare to take on 100-man Hell mode team dungeons right now. They had simply claimed the first clear of hard mode and immediately prepared to raid the next high-level team dungeon. But Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, not a single player on the team had died. It was simply inconceivable. There was a fundamental difference between obtaining the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon and the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. By obtaining the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, their names would be recorded on the God's Domain glory list. If they claimed the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon at most, their names would be recorded on the glory list outside of the dungeon for future players to see. However, by claiming the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, Not only would they have their names on the dungeon's glory list, but they would also have their names on the God's Domain glory list, which could be found in the Glory Temple in the various major cities throughout the continent. Players throughout God's Domain would see their names, and their fame would soar instantly. How could anyone not grow excited at obtaining such an honor? Of course, everyone understood that this achievement had only been possible due to Shifeng's leadership and guidance. Otherwise, they would never have had such an opportunity. Shifeng did not stop his teammates from celebrating, as, inwardly, he was also excited. This was also his first time his name had ever been recorded on the God's Domain glory list. In his previous life he was only able to gaze with envy at the other names in the Glory Temple. Now, however, he had become one of those people. Even though he tried to maintain his calm, he could not suppress the wild elation in his heart. After a moment, Shifeng managed to calm himself. He then slowly walked up to the Frost Giant's remains and began to collect the loot. Right before finishing off the Frost Giant, Shifeng had activated Divine Providence, allowing his luck to soar. In addition to the first clear bonus, the number of items the Frost Giant dropped was extraordinary. At a glance, there were over 100 items scattered across the ground. Of course, the majority of them consisted of rare materials. What a harvest! From this single raid, 1/3 of the materials I need for the stables have dropped. After a few more, I'll be able to start the construction, Shifeng muttered as he casually glanced at the items. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he exclaimed, "An epic item." There were 0 chances for an epic item to drop in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon. For hell mode, though, there was a very small chance of one dropping. Hence, even in the past, epic items were extremely rare. Unless they were extremely lucky, ordinary players had no hope of getting their hands on one. Only large guilds would have quite a few epic items. However, those required the efforts of the entire guild. What's this? Shifeng quickly discovered a faintly glowing golden crystal. Having never seen this item before, he unconsciously used omniscient eyes to examine it. Mana crystal. Contains a frightening level of mana. Rumor has it that this is the best material for forging magic weapons. The best material for forging magic weapons? Shifeng's jaw hit the floor. Magic weapons were far rarer than epic items. Every magic weapon possessed an extraordinary history. The Abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands was one such example. The master smith Ulysses had personally forged the magnificent weapon. The materials used would not have been one bit inferior to that of legendary items. The value of a material that could be used to forge a magic weapon would most likely rival that of an epic item, or even surpass it, because a magic weapon's strength depended on the skills of the forger. System. Abyssal blade has discovered an evolution item. Would you like the Abyssal blade to absorb the item and evolve? Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. This is an evolution item? Shifeng gazed at the faintly glowing golden crystal in his hand in amazement. Aside from leveling up, the Abyssal blade could evolve. Only, the system had never revealed the conditions for its evolution. Moreover, Shifeng had only managed to learn very little information regarding magic weapons in the past, so he was not sure how to evolve a magic weapon. Unexpectedly, he had actually obtained the evolution item required after obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Should I evolve it or not? Shifeng knew that the stronger a magic weapon became, the stronger the backlash would be when it occurred. After giving it some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and agreed to evolve the Abyssal blade. On the path of experts, if one did not move forward, they would be left behind. Since he aimed to reach the peak of God's domain, he would encounter countless experts and monstrous players. If he could not even control a single magic weapon, how was he supposed to face those monsters? Chapter 675. Bountiful Loot. After Shifeng clicked to evolve the Abyssal blade, the golden crystal in his hand suddenly atomized, transforming into a stream of golden mist that flowed into the Abyssal blade. Suddenly, the Abyssal blade began to tremble and emit a flickering golden light. A short moment later, the Abyssal blade's exterior also began to transform. The silver sword darkened to pitch black once more. This time, however, eye-catching bright red runes covered the sword's blade. This is an evolution. Shifeng was stunned. He could clearly feel that the Abyssal blade had changed massively. His compatibility rate with the magic weapon had particularly increased. It felt as if the weapon had been tailored for him. However, unlike the Abyssal blade's usual commotion when it leveled up, the weapon had not changed beyond its appearance. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, Shifeng investigated the Abyssal blade's attributes. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 655. All attributes plus 45. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage. 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 35. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1. Phantom Kill Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2. Abyssal Bind Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds. Additional Skill 3. 9 Dragons Slash Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4. Abyssal Curse Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. The Master Smith Olaces personally created the Abyssal blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. So this is what an evolution looks like. Shifeng finally understood what was going on. The Abyssal blade's evolution had only provided minor improvements in terms of attributes. However, it had increased the tiers of the magic weapon's additional skills, upgrading them from Tier 0 to Tier 1 skills. It was similar to how players upgraded their skills. Only while players required skill proficiency to upgrade their skills, the Abyssal blade required mana crystals. Although the additional skills had not improved much after the evolution, the skills would now be more effective on high-tiered monsters. But this mana crystal was not easy to obtain. It only drops from 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons and its drop rate is really low. Shifeng smiled bitterly. It was not easy to raid 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not to mention there was only a chance for a mana crystal to drop from each raid. If one did not have the support of a powerful guild, it was practically impossible to evolve their magic weapon. Although the Abyssal blade's evolution had been an unexpected windfall for Shifeng, the Frost Giant's other loot was extremely bountiful as well. Shifeng spent over a dozen minutes organizing the loot. In total they had obtained 26 weapons and equipment pieces in this raid. Aside from 1 epic weapon, 2 tier 1 weapons, 8 dark gold set pieces, and 7 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped. The remaining non-material items were fine gold set pieces. The harvest this time really is massive. Not only did an epic item drop, but we also obtained 2 tier 1 weapons. Shifeng immediately began appraising the epic item and tier 1 weapons. Among the many weapons and equipment pieces that dropped, the epic item definitely ranked first in terms of value. The tier 1 weapons followed closely behind. Aside from epic weapons, a tier 1 weapon was the best weapon available for a tier 1 class. Although tier 1 weapons were only slightly superior to dark gold weapons in terms of attributes, they specifically catered to a single class. Hence these weapons allowed players to exert more of their strength in combat. Divine Frost Armor, Plate Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment Requirement: Strength 240, Agility 150. Attributes adjust according to the user's level. HP increased by 20%. Defense increased by 30%. Evasion plus 20. Ice resistance plus 30. Defend plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frost Domain. Reduce the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a range of 20 yards by 20%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Frost Shield. When attacked, there is a fixed chance to generate a frost shield that reduces damage received by 50%. Additional active skill dash. Freezing Air. Increases defense by 100% and reduces magic damage received by 80% for 15 seconds. Reduces enemies' movement speed within 15 yards by 40% each second. After being slowed for 3 seconds, they will be frozen for 7 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Tempest Breath, Two-Handed Saber, Tier 1 Weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class Requirement: Berserker. Attack Power plus 748, currently Level 30. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 45, Endurance plus 40. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Ignore levels plus 10. All Berserker skills plus 1 level. Durability 160/160. Attacks have 15% chance to trigger Whirlwind / passive, dealing 180% weapon damage to surrounding enemies. 20% chance to trigger Fatal Blow, dealing 220% weapon damage to target and inflict bleed, reducing target's HP by 20% over 6 seconds. Windchaser, Longbow, Tier 1 Weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class Requirement: Ranger. Attack Power plus 708, currently Level 30. Strength plus 43, Agility plus 55, Endurance plus 42. Attack Speed plus 3. Accuracy plus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All Ranger skills plus 1 level. Durability 140/140. Attacks have 10% chance to trigger Wind's Protection, increasing arrow speed by 60% and inflicting 170% weapon damage. 20% chance to trigger Quadruple Stars, transforming 1 arrow into 4, each dealing 90% weapon damage. When Shifeng shared these weapons and equipment pieces statistics, the team forgot about their joy of claiming the first clear of Hell mode completely. This epic plate armor is insane. This is perfect for dealing with agility-focused bosses and players. Cola stared at the armor mesmerized. MT classes were not particularly agile. With the Frost Domain, however, MTs could make up for this weakness, their strength reaching a whole new level. Now that you've seen the items for yourselves, let's start the team auction, Shifeng announced. Chapter 676, Famous. White River City. Before Heaven's Burial's popularity could reach its peak, White River City's players had turned away from the guild, leaving it in the cold. Zero Wing was the only thing on everyone's minds. As expected of the #1 guild of our city, Zero Wing has actually claimed the first clear of the Hell mode Frost Prison so quickly. That's right. I heard that, even until now, there has yet to be a single guild that has successfully raided a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon in the entire game. Even those super guilds don't have the courage to challenge them. Yet Zero Wing dared to, and they succeeded. The strength of Zero Wing's main force definitely ranks at the peak of God's domain. It really makes you wonder just how the guild has managed to find so many experts. Find? You have the wrong idea. My friend is a member of Zero Wing's main force and I am very familiar with his strength. When we started playing God's Domain he was even slightly weaker than I was. However, ever since he joined Zero Wing his strength has improved at a rate beyond the imagination. At this point he has even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor, becoming one of the few experts in White River City. That's not possible, right? What's not possible? I've been regretting my decision to join my current guild ever since. Although we are both core members of our respective guilds, I'm just a noob compared to my friend. As the sun began to drop below the horizon, the number of players who wandered into the Blue Moon Bar increased. When speaking about Zero Wing many could not help but sigh with regret. Initially Zero Wing had merely been a small and insignificant guild. Now however not only had it become White River City's unquestioned overlord, but it had also become the focal point of God's Domain. Many guild players wallowed in their regret. Had they only chosen to join Zero Wing, they would have enjoyed extraordinary status and fame by now. Many guilds' elites even swore a silent oath to leave their current guilds and join Zero Wing, even if they had to compensate their guilds for the loss. It was much better than remaining a nobody for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile in Starmoon City, the news of Zero Wing's first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon caused a massive sensation to sweep through the city. This sudden development had changed many players, who had intended to join Heaven's Burial mines, opting to join Zero Wing instead. Just how did Zero Wing manage it? We're talking about Hell Mode. Flame Blood utterly refused to believe the news. Although their guild had never dived into a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon before, they had obtained a lot of information from super guilds. Not only were the dungeon's monsters stronger in terms of attributes, but the final boss was also capable of mental suppression. When fighting the final boss, players could not display their usual strength. Even a team of 5th floor experts would lose as much as 2/3 of their strength. Hence, the various super guilds had given up on raiding Hell Mode, focusing on raiding other 100-man dungeons to earn guild reputation instead. Yet Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing's achievement instantly shattered the momentum that Heaven's Burial had gained after many difficulties. Sure enough, Black Flame is not as simple as he looks. He has hidden his strength so deeply, Daybreak Fog muttered as she absorbed the information with great interest. The files she read were all about Black Flame. Although Heaven's Burial's information network is not as extensive as those super guilds, it is still significantly more thorough than other first-rate guilds. However, we have close to no information regarding Black Flame's background. It is as if he just appeared out of thin air one day. However, we don't have to pay too much attention to this matter right now. We've already recruited quite a number of elite players. Now we need to improve everyone's levels and equipment quickly and prepare to complete the task Guild Leader has assigned to us. When Guild Leader completes his quest, Heaven's Burial will become Starmoon City's overlord. At that time, Zero Wing will no longer be an obstacle. No ordinary NPC city could compete with Starmoon City. In games, players competed with each other via resources. Meanwhile, the resources available in God's Domain's various regions were limited. As the capital city of a kingdom, Starmoon City naturally offered more resources than any other city in the kingdom. The city also offered a more convenient transportation system. Visiting players from other kingdoms and empires who wished to explore Starmoon Kingdom could only teleport to one city, Starmoon City. Only after teleporting to Starmoon City could they teleport to the other cities in Starmoon Kingdom. This alone was enough to allow Starmoon City to stand above its competitors in the kingdom. Not to mention, Starmoon City had far more high-level maps and dungeons within its region. Aside from Starmoon Kingdom, the various large guilds across God's Domain began to turn their attention to Zero Wing, particularly first-rate guilds and super guilds. Zero Wing? Isn't that the upstart guild that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to annihilate? If it can claim the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon, some major corporation must be funding it in secret. It seems we'll have to investigate. Meanwhile, inside Twilight Echo's guild residence. Despite being a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo was in a turmoil. Initially they had not particularly cared about Zero Wing. After all, it was simply a farce Aqua Rose had concocted. Now however the situation had changed. The Zero Wing that Aqua Rose currently occupied had claimed the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Even super guilds lacked this achievement. This went to show that Zero Wing's strength was extraordinary. At the very least, the standard of the guild's main force must rank at the very peak of God's domain. However, nobody among Twilight Echo upper echelon believed that Black Flame was the one responsible for such a powerful team. After all, before God's domain, nobody in the virtual gaming world had ever heard of him. The only possibility was that Aqua Rose was responsible for the team's creation. I told you that Aqua Rose possessed immense potential, yet you were adamant about chasing her out of Twilight Echo. If Aqua Rose were still with us, given the guild's background, we would have become the next super first-rate guild by now. Tell me then, what should we do now? A middle-aged man with a righteous air huffed angrily. Elder True Marshal, there is no need to get so agitated. We were left with no other choice. After all, her parents made the decision. It wouldn't be right to meddle with their family affairs, a lady nearing her 40s assuaged. However, now that everyone has seen what that child is capable of, I believe that everyone present understands what this means. This farce has gone on for long enough. It's time that we bring that child back to us. At the Twilight Echo's elder meeting, Brilliant War God was livid. He had never expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually managed to develop a small guild into a large guild that even Twilight Echo could not ignore. Listening to the elder's intentions, he realized that he could never coerce Aqua Rose in the future. Guild leader Glorious, what is your will? Elder True Marshal asked coldly as he turned to Glorious Echo, who sat comfortably on the guild leader's throne. Back then, Glorious Echo had strongly advocated stripping Aqua Rose of her position as an honorary elder. Now, however, Aqua Rose's strength was clear for all to see. Twilight Echo was not a one-man guild. If Glorious Echo continued to hinder Aqua Rose's return to the guild, he would make an enemy of every elder in the guild. Glorious Echo, who had held his silence through the meeting, smiled and responded indifferently, "Since everyone has decided, I will not object. However..." Chapter 677, Solomon's Sword. Inside the Frost Prison, after Shi Feng announced the start of the auction, a heated competition began between every member of the team. They even fought fiercely over the dark gold set pieces, much less the epic ranked Divine Frost armor. The bids continuously increased by 1,000 GCP increments. Zero Wing's GCP was not cheap. Each point was roughly the equivalent of 30 copper. In other words, 1,000 GCPs were worth roughly 3 gold. To the majority of independent players, 3 gold coins was an astronomical price. Normally, these players would only have several silver coins in their pockets, maybe 10 or 20 silver if they were slightly stronger. However, in the hands of Zero Wing's main force members, that amount of money was practically nothing. After a brief moment of bidding, the price for the Tier 1 two-handed saber Tempest's Breath had reached 50,000 GCPs. If converted to coins, that would be 150 gold. However, the true value of a Tier 1 weapon was far more than 150 gold, as it could last until level 50. It would only start to lose its value after players attained their Tier 2 class. Meanwhile, among the Berserker's current weapons, Rampant Blade's Bluefire double-edged sword was the strongest. However, it was slightly weaker than the Tier 1 Tempest's Breath. Hence, the Berserkers desperately fought to outbid each other. Some even sought to loan GCPs from their friends. Rampant, you lost out big time this time. After spending nearly all of your GCPs on the Bluefire double-edged sword, you couldn't compete for the Tempest's Breath even if you wanted to. Turtledove could not help but tease the Berserker as she smiled at the anxious Rampant Blade. What are you gloating for? If not for Big Brother Cola and Boss Wumian having Tier 1 sets, Guild Leader would not have given you the Divine Frost armor. Rampant Blade rolled his eyes at the female Guardian Knight. Although the effects of a complete Tier 1 set equipment were frightening, the attributes on the Divine Frost armor were simply too good. It was only slightly inferior to a Tier 1 set equipment. In terms of combat, the Divine Frost armor might even be better. Ignoring Rampant Blade's words, Turtledove hugged the Divine Frost armor to her chest, smiling gleefully. Although she owed the guild a large number of contribution points after obtaining the frost armor, with it she could earn GCPs much faster than before. Moreover, with the frost armor her combat power instantly rose to the same level Cola and Yi Wumian, making her one of the top 3 MTs in the guild. While Turtledove joyfully celebrated her prize, Shadow Sword spent 85,000 GCPs to gain the Tempest's Breath. Minor Wind, one of the 5 demon generals, purchased the Tier 1 weapon Windchaser for 92,000 GCPs. Both Shadow Sword and Minor Wind were Zero Wings core combatants. Although they were not as strong as Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they had still passed the 5th floor of the Trial Tower, making them both experts who had reached the 6th floor. Now that they both had a Tier 1 weapon, their combat power had improved significantly. After the auction was over, seeing as it was relatively late in God's domain, everyone logged out to rest. Only a few people such as Shadow Sword and Minor Wind continued to play. They intended to test out their new weapons. Hence they all went to the Divine Colosseum to train. Just as Shurfeng was about to leave the Frost Prison, the sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System. There is a strange image engraved on the elemental core left behind after the Frost Giant's death. Do you wish to investigate it? Strange image. Shurfeng turned to the massive, resplendent gemstone that he had previously ignored. The blue gemstone was as tall as he was. If not for the system notification, he would not have noticed the palm-sized image engraved on the gemstone's exterior. Why haven't I encountered this notification in the past? Shurfeng walked up to the gemstone and inspected the image carefully. He discovered that it was an extraordinarily complex magic array. It was by far one of the most complex magic arrays he had ever seen. It was as intricate as an electronic instrument. When Shurfeng touched the image, the elemental core suddenly began to shrink. From the size of an adult human, the massive gemstone shrank to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. System. Quest Solomon's Treasure, activated. Quest details. An immensely powerful magic array has been carved into the elemental core along with Solomon's symbol. You might gain an unexpected bounty if you take this elemental core to a great mage. Quest rewards. Unknown. Is this a bonus quest for obtaining the first clear of hell mode? Shurfeng involuntarily shuddered when he heard the name Solomon. There were countless weapons in God's domain. However, while epic weapons were exceedingly rare, legendary weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Among the 10 most famous legendary weapons in the past, one of them had been Solomon's sword. Although Shurfeng did not know how Solomon's treasure and Solomon's sword were related, even the faintest of connections was amazing. It was enough to make every melee class in God's domain mad with greed. Legendary items were powerful enough to allow a person to challenge opponents of a higher tier. The 10 great legendary weapons, however, stood out from the crowd. Shurfeng had heard many deeds involving the 10 great legendary weapons in the past. To put it in another way, not a single player in God's domain would ignore one of these weapons. One of the most sensational occurrences had been a Tier 3 player's provocation of a Tier 5 player. In the end, the two fought each other with everything they had. However, when everyone had believed that the Tier 3 player was finished, that Tier 3 player had actually managed to escape their opponent. In God's domain, the difference between tiers was massive. A Tier 5 player could massacre a group of Tier 3 players effortlessly. Hence, it was practically a miracle that the Tier 3 player had managed to escape. The incident had shocked God's domain as that person had broken one of the game's iron rules. Afterward, that Tier 3 player reached Tier 4, and when he encountered the Tier 5 player again, he only took a few seconds to finish his opponent off. After the incident, the various large guilds investigated the mysterious player, hoping to find the cause for such an upheaval. In the end, they discovered that the Tier 3 player's weapon had been one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Afterward, that person went on to become a Tier 6 God-ranked player. He had also been a member of the famous Midnight Tea Party, known as the Mage God Gaia. Although Gaia had only begun playing God's domain during the middle stage of the game, both his talent and luck were far beyond that of the ordinary person. He quickly became a Tier 6 God-ranked player, becoming a massive headache for super guilds. Now that he had a clue that could possibly lead towards one of the 10 great legendary weapons, even Shurfeng was shocked senseless. Although he currently had the Abyssal Blade, at the end of the day a magic weapon was only a magic weapon. It was significantly inferior to a legendary weapon, not to mention one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Such an item was almost a myth, even in God's domain. Shifeng carefully stored the elemental core and with trembling hands, took out a return scroll. Calm down. Calm down. Shifeng told himself repeatedly. However, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering towards Solomon's sword. I should meet with Weissman for now. Although there were quite a number of Tier 3 great mages in White River City, there was only one Tier 4 great wizard, Weissman. Shifeng did not believe that ordinary great mages would know much about Solomon. Only those old fellows who had lived for over 100 years would have detailed information. Ordinary players had no chance of gaining an audience with Weissman. Fortunately, Shifeng was a count of White River City. He was a true major noble. Even Weissman would not dismiss him casually. Furthermore, the two were familiar with each other. Chapter 678, Top of the World. As the sky darkened, the magic lamps lining the streets of White River City lit up, brightly illuminating the entire city. Quite a number of merchant players crowded the streets, purchasing equipment and materials. At this time, many combat players were returning to the city after a day of hard work. These combat players usually sold their unwanted materials as well as spent a portion of the day's earnings on some delicacies and alcohol. By now, everyone had already adapted to their new lives in the world of God's domain. The players on the streets of White River City were currently chatting merrily with each other, the hot topics either relating to Zero Wing or the currently popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After returning to the city, Shifeng reverted his appearance to that of Yifeng's. When he walked through the city streets, he immediately became the center of attention. Look, that guy's a member of Zero Wing. His equipment looks awesome. He must be an elite member of Zero Wing at the very least. It would be great if we could get him to carry us. Zero Wing really is amazing. Even a random member of the guild is level 30 and has such enviable equipment. It's a pity I failed to get through their test today. I'll definitely have another go at it in a few days. The six-winged emblem was something extremely familiar to the players of White River City. Unfortunately, the number of players who could sport this six-winged emblem was quite low. From time to time, female players would send flirtatious glances at Shifeng, causing some male players to look at him with disdain. Tisty. What's so good about him? Isn't he just some lucky bastard basking in Zero Wing's limelight? If I got into Zero Wing, I'd definitely have much better achievements than him. A level 25 male summoner snorted in discontentment. If you have the ability, you can go take Zero Wing's test. If you manage to become an elite member of Zero Wing, I'll come fawn over you as well, a beautiful short-haired woman said to the male summoner, giggling. Only, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The crowd near the male summoner broke into laughter. Nowadays, Zero Wing was very famous. Countless players were trying to join the guild. Plenty of elite members of other guilds had also withdrawn from their guilds to transfer to Zero Wing. But despite so many players applying to Zero Wing, the guild's member count did not increase by much. One could just imagine how difficult it was to enter the guild. Zero Wing's entrance examination was rigorous and had very high requirements. The guild had always put quality before quantity. However, anyone who passed the test would only be an ordinary guild member. Those who wished to become an elite member would have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs to qualify for the elite test to become an elite member. In short, Zero Wing's requirements were far more stringent than other guilds. Hence, it was incredibly difficult to become an elite member of Zero Wing. Any person who managed to become an elite member of Zero Wing was already an expert in the eyes of ordinary players. Shifeng simply smiled at the gossiping of the crowd. Shaking his head, he donned a black cloak and quickly made his way to the city hall. A female receptionist dressed in neat office attire came up to Shifeng and asked, "Good day, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" "I wish to meet with Lord Weissman." Shifeng showed his count emblem. "Lord Count, please follow me." Upon seeing the count emblem, the receptionist immediately led Shifeng to the inner sanctum of the building. After waiting for several minutes, Shifeng was then shown into Weissman's office. "Young man, what brings you to this old man today?" Weissman asked warmly as he stroked his white beard. Lord Weissman, please take a look at this. Shifeng retrieved the elemental core from his bag. The instant Shifeng took out the elemental core, Weissman squinted his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his face. Young man, you really are something. Weissman felt a little surprised as he carefully inspected the elemental core. Logically speaking, this thing should not exist in this world anymore, yet you've actually managed to obtain it. Your luck truly is extraordinary. It's no wonder that little girl Charlene says that you have heaven-defying luck. Lord Weissman, do you know what this item is? Shifeng asked hurriedly. Judging from Weissman's reaction, he could tell that there was more to this item than met the eye. After inspecting the magic array engraved on the elemental core, Weissman could only shake his head and say, "It is still too early for you to come into contact with this thing. If you wish to challenge this, I advise you to do so only after you become stronger." Lord Weissman, may I know how strong I need to be? Shifeng asked. Reach Tier 3. Weissman immediately provided Shifeng with a definite answer. Tier 3. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Is it really impossible for me right now? Although he knew that the quest would not be simple, he had not thought that the difficulty would be so excessive. He was still a long way from obtaining his Tier 2 class, not to mention the level 100 Tier 3 class. In the past, even after a decade had passed, Tier 3 players were still considered peerless experts as the majority of the player population failed to attain their Tier 3 classes at all. For Solomon's treasure to be a quest that required him to have a Tier 3 class to complete it, its difficulty was simply ridiculous. However, this revelation also further convinced Shifeng that Solomon's treasure might be somehow related to Solomon's sword. It's not exactly impossible. The problem is, with your current strength, you won't be able to reach that place. Weissman laughed. Won't be able to reach? Shifeng came to a realization. He did not lack the strength to complete the quest but only the strength to arrive at the quest location. Lord Weissman, can you tell me where that place is? The top of the world, Mount Sogar. Weissman did not try to withhold the answer from Shifeng. On the contrary, he sincerely explained, the magical array carved onto this elemental core is not only a map but also a key. Meanwhile, the location indicated in the map is Mount Sogar. Setting aside how far that place is from Starmoon Kingdom, on your way there, you will have to pass through places with powerful monsters. Having a Tier 3 class is already the minimum. If you wish to arrive safely at Mount Sogar, you should reach my standard at the very least. Hence you had best give up on that place for now. It won't be too late to go there once your strength reaches a sufficient level. You are still young. What you have is time. The top of the world? Shifeng smiled. Shifeng knew of this place. Although he had never personally been to Mount Sogar before, its fame as the top of the world was most likely known throughout God's domain. And indeed, just like Weissman had said, a Tier 3 class would be no different from food to the monsters one would encounter on the way to Mount Sogar. Even if he were still a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King right now, he would barely manage to reach Mount Sogar. He would also have to spend a long time traveling to get there, as the teleportation point nearest to Mount Sogar was 10 days away. Moreover, that was assuming that he could continue running for 10 days straight and did not encounter any powerful monsters throughout the entire journey. Although he could shorten the travel time by using a mount, even then it would still take a long time. However, Shifeng had the position teleportation scroll, a Tier 4 scroll that allowed him to teleport to any location in God's domain, except for a few special spaces. Mount Sogar was not one of these exceptions. In other words, he could teleport there directly. Shortly after, Shifeng bade farewell to Weissman and immediately ran back to the candlelight trading firm. As its moniker suggested, Mount Sogar was the tallest location in the entire God's domain. At the same time, it was also a domain that humans did not willingly enter, as a multitude of powerful monsters lived there. Even the human empires were powerless against the monsters there. In the past, there had been many players who had tried challenging that place. Although Shifeng could head to Mount Sogar right now, he still needed to make a lot of preparations. After he returned to his forging room, he immediately contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, send the top-ranking alchemist and engineer within the trading firm to my forging room, please. Chapter 679. The Weapon That Ended an Era. Inside an advanced forging room of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Under Melancholic Smile's instructions, the Candlelight Trading Firm's most skilled alchemist and engineer immediately made their way to Shifeng's forging room. Take a look at these for now and tell me how confident you are at manufacturing these items, Shifeng said. He then passed two separate designs to the alchemist Nine Coasts and the engineer Ocean Smile. The two people hurriedly nodded in response, not daring to act sloppily at all before Shifeng. Nine Coasts was the only intermediate alchemist of the Candlelight Trading Firm, whereas Ocean Smile was the only intermediate engineer of the trading firm. In the past, both these people had boasted great achievements and had managed to set foot into the realm of masters. Back then even Shifeng, the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had to treat them with great respect. Yet now these two people were very nervous while conversing with him. There was no hint of the arrogance they usually displayed when dealing with other lifestyle players within the firm. They were just like two obedient little kittens as they earnestly studied the designs Shifeng had passed to them. However, this reaction of theirs was unavoidable. Black Flame was simply too preeminent. In the entire Starmoon Kingdom, not a single person did not know about Black Flame. He was a great character standing at the peak of Starmoon Kingdom. But at this very moment such a great character was actually standing right before them and was asking the both of them to perform a task for him. How could they not get flustered? After the two nervously studied the designs, surprise surfaced in their eyes. The designs Shifeng had passed to them were just too frightening. Guild leader, with how complicated this alchemy array is, even I have only around a 10% certainty of manufacturing it. If I can advance to an advanced alchemist, I might be able to raise the success rate to 20%? Nine Coasts said anxiously. What about you? Shifeng turned to look at the engineer Ocean Smile. Ocean Smile stuttered, 5%. 5% is it? Shifeng frowned slightly. When Ocean Smile saw such a reaction from Shifeng, he nearly collapsed on the spot. After some pondering, Shifeng still gritted his teeth and said, all right then. From now on I'll permit you two to use the special forging rooms continuously, so focus all your attention on producing these items. The designs he had taken out were actually parts of the magic device design that he had obtained from the Dark Shrine. As the weapon that ended the era of demons and gods, the difficulty of manufacturing it was extraordinary. Normally, even master-level characters had low success rates in fabricating the components of the magic device. What more of individuals who were not masters? Meanwhile, he was responsible for producing the magic device's core component. However, with his current standard as an intermediate forger, manufacturing it was still beyond him. I need to raise my proficiency. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he looked at the design, which comprised over 20 pages. Sure enough, a magic device isn't that easy to produce. However, without a magic device he did not dare to travel to the top of the world. The outer area of the Stoneclaw Mountains. In a forested valley surrounded by mountains, lights from spells, sparks and light stones were visible in the vicinity. Ever since Stone Forest Town opened to the public, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the hunting grounds of expert teams. Even in the dead of night, the number of teams passionately grinding in the regional dungeon did not decrease in the slightest. The various teams were grinding for magic crystals and equipment day in and day out. Magic crystal was the standard currency used at the Divine Colosseum. Since the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon, the equipment that the monsters inside dropped naturally ranged between level 30 to level 45. Moreover, the quality of the equipment dropped at the Stoneclaw Mountains was just slightly inferior to those dropped in large-scale team dungeons. Only, the amount of equipment that a boss inside the Stoneclaw Mountains dropped each time was very small. Now that Zero Wing had claimed the fame of clearing a level 30 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon, there was no longer any point in guilds competing over the first clears of other level 30, 100-man team dungeons. Shifting their attention to competing over team dungeons that were over level 30 was more beneficial. After all, reaching level 30 was only a small milestone for players, and Zero Wing had merely gained a little advantage from this achievement. There were still milestones at level 40 and level 50. Hundreds of levels awaited them. The competition over level 30 large-scale team dungeons was just the beginning. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains was the best location for training and preparing to compete for the first clears of future large-scale team dungeons. Not only could they level up quickly at this place, but they could also gain a hefty amount of magic crystals. Most importantly, they could obtain a lot of high-level equipment here in short order. Setting aside the fact that team dungeons in the outside world had cooldown times, which greatly restricted the production volume of top-tier equipment, players also took time to adjust when switching from one team dungeon to another. Players would waste a lot of time when going through this transition. However, regional dungeons were different. These had no cooldown time for entry. As long as one had sufficient strength, they could come here to grind for level 30 or above top-tier equipment at any time. It was very efficient. Guilds could build up a massive advantage for raiding 50-man and 100-man team dungeons in the future. Precisely because of this reason, various large guilds had frantically dispatched their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains. "Boss, this lord dropped something," the Star Alliance assassin responsible for picking up the loot said excitedly. Meanwhile, the lord lying beside this assassin was a level 35 half-orc over 3 meters tall. Scattered around this half-orc were many elite half-orc and special elite half-orc corpses, their total number exceeding 100. When Red Feather, who was resting underneath a large tree, heard the assassin's words, joy surfaced on his face. "Bring it here and let me take a look at it," Red Feather said hurriedly. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains would drop plenty of level 30 and above equipment, most of these were level 30 common equipment. "Boss, this is a level 35 fine gold longbow." The assassin passed the weapon to Red Feather excitedly. "It's a really good bow. It's slightly better than a level 30 dark gold longbow. Willow has lucked out this time. As long as she reaches level 35, she can immediately replace her current weapon," Red Feather said enviously after appraising the attributes of the longbow. He and his team had been grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for quite some time now. However, the loot of the bosses they killed was far from ideal. The majority of the bosses dropped only level 30 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. Very rarely would they drop level 35 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, we wasted a lot of time on this battle. If not for the majority of our team's weapons being fine gold rank, fighting these monsters might even have been dangerous. Red Feather still felt somewhat fearful when he thought back to the battle just now. The monsters of the Stoneclaw Mountains were generally stronger than the monsters found outside. The chieftains were only somewhat weaker than the lords of the outside world. The lords here were even more powerful. In terms of combat power, they could rival even the high lords of the outside world. Only their HPs were at normal standards. As for the level 35 lord-ranked half-orc their team faced just now, most of their melee weapons failed to even scratch the lord. Only fine gold weapons or above could cut through the tough skin of the half-orc lord and chip away at its combat power. In fact, Red Feather's team wasn't the only one experiencing such headaches. Any team that came to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains found themselves facing similar problems. Every battle in the regional dungeon would greatly exhaust a team. Players who used secret silver weapons were even forced to use whetstones to recover their weapons' durability after fighting just one battle. Otherwise, their weapons were sure to break in the next engagement. As a result, the teams in the Stoneclaw Mountains could not fight continuously over long periods of time. Boss Red, Elder Purple Eye's team has encountered 1 lord and 6 chieftains. They are in urgent need of backup right now. Purple Eye's team is too unlucky to have actually encountered so many monsters. Everyone follow me immediately. Shortly after Red Feather's team began resting, Purple Eye, who was also one of the Star Alliance's top combatants, sent a request for help. Red Feather had no choice but to respond. Even if the standard of Purple Eye's team was very high, there was no way her 100-man team could take on the equivalent of 1 High Lord and 6 lords of the outside world simultaneously. Not to mention there should also be plenty of elite and special elite monsters. However, the problem plaguing the various teams was actually making the Candlelight trading firm in Stone Forest Town a fortune. Whether it was whetstones or advanced whetstones, none of the guilds had initially planned to purchase these items from the Candlelight trading firm. However, the consumption of these items was simply too voracious. Their own production was insufficient. Hence, the guilds had no choice but to purchase these items from the candlelight trading firm. Due to this reason, the entire candlelight trading firm was extremely busy since several hundred whetstones might sell at any given minute. Meanwhile, during the time the various guilds were scrambling over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng cooped himself up inside a special forging room, frantically producing intermediate mana armor kits and continuously increasing his forging proficiency. For 4 whole days Shifeng did not sleep or rest, spending all that time madly raising his proficiency. He only stopped when the sound of a system notification entered his ears. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had also increased rapidly during this period. At this moment he had already reached level 32. His leveling speed simply left one speechless. Chapter 680 Advanced Forger. System. Congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an Advanced Forger. Rewarding 10 magical gold and 20 million EXP. The system notification repeated 3 times. Upon the arrival of this system notification, Shifeng finally stopped producing intermediate mana armor kits. He had required a total of 24,000 proficiency points to advance from an intermediate forger to an advanced forger. That was double the amount necessary for the promotion from a basic forger to an intermediate forger. It really is tough work. Shifeng abruptly collapsed into a chair, breathing out a sigh of relief. With this standard, I should be able to manufacture the core component of the magic device. Even if he was producing intermediate mana armor kits, it normally should not have been possible to gain 24,000 proficiency points in just 4 days. However, he had the forging talent, forging genius, that every forger dreamed of obtaining. With each successful forging he had a fixed chance to receive an additional 2 proficiency points, equivalent to successfully producing 1 more high-level item. The luck from Icarus's heart also helped increase his chances of triggering the effects of forging genius. Only with the combination of all these effects did he manage to become an advanced forger. Nevertheless, his success rate at producing the core component of the magic device would still be very low, even though he was now an advanced forger, roughly 10% at most. If he became a master forger, though, his success rate could be as much as 30%. However, time waited for no man. Moreover, even if Shifeng had the Book of Forging, the Black Steel Insignia, and forging talent, advancing from an advanced forger to a master forger would still be extremely difficult. That promotion was no longer a problem of proficiency or success rate. One of the requirements for a player to become a master forger was the creation of their own weapons and equipment without relying on readily available forging designs. Doing so would not take days but rather months or years instead. Hence, even after a decade had passed, remarkably few players had managed to reach the level of master. Setting aside the fact that Shifeng needed to advance to his Tier 2 class within a short period, just the test for the Tier 2 class was already quite challenging. The test for one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies could only be more so. If he wanted to clear the test quickly, it was naturally better for him to be stronger. Solomon's treasure might allow him to improve his strength further. Needless to say, he had to complete the quest as soon as possible. During these 4 days, many things had also occurred in the vast god's domain. The most popular matter had to be the activation of the Divine Battlefield at the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Battlefield was a place for players to wage war against each other. Players could obtain points for killing other players in the Divine Battlefield, which they could then use to exchange for rewards. A wide selection of rewards was available, although the most attractive rewards were still weapons and equipment. The best reward players could trade for was dark gold set equipment. However, the number of points required to do so was immense. Moreover, the weapons and equipment received were non-tradable and were usable for only the person who exchanged for them. Hence, even if the items dropped upon the owner's death, other people could not avail of said items, though they could sell them to NPCs, at dismal prices. To exchange for dark gold set equipment, players were first required to reach the highest-ranking battlefield. The Divine Battlefield was divided into multiple ranks: Soldier's Battlefield, General's Battlefield, Marshal's Battlefield, King's Battlefield, and Hero's Battlefield, with each succeeding rank having increasingly higher entry requirements. Only after reaching the Hero's Battlefield could players collect points to exchange for dark gold set equipment. However, this was also a good way for experts to upgrade their equipment. After all, even guilds had a hard time obtaining dark gold weapons and equipment. Hence, everyone's passion for the divine battlefield deepened. When Fire Dance and her team participated in the divine battlefield, they would occasionally get slaughtered as well. The players visiting the divine battlefield did not come from just a single kingdom or empire. Instead, the entire god's domain shared a single divine battlefield. Against monstrous experts or the encirclement of 3 or 4 top-tier experts, even Fire Dance and the other Zero Wing Corps members could only accept fate. This experience also allowed her and the others to realize that, no matter how strong they had become, there was always someone stronger than they were. Even if they ranked at the top of a weak little kingdom like Starmoon Kingdom, they were still insignificant beings in the vast world of God's domain. Meanwhile, the situation at the Stoneclaw Mountains was also heating up. Many teams had already begun clearing the monsters wandering in between the outer and inner areas of the dungeon, and upgrading their equipment very quickly as a result. Zero Wing was also sending large numbers of members to the regional dungeon to grind and level up. For a time, competition within the Stoneclaw Mountains rapidly intensified, and quite often friction and fighting would break out between players in the dungeon. With the passage of time and the continuous improvement of the system, many more experts would emerge in God's domain. Hence, Shifeng was in a hurry to improve himself further. Guild leader, here are the items you've asked for. The alchemist 9 Coast stacked a pile of components on top of the stone platform. Respectfully, he said, these are all the components we've managed to make during these past few days. There are 70 sets here. After striving for 4 days, he and Ocean Smile had managed to manufacture only 70 sets of components. Despite receiving an endless amount of materials, their success rates were far lower than their initial estimates. They had spent a full 1,000 gold on manufacturing a mere 70 sets of components. If converted to credits, that amount of coins would be worth several million. At this point, they just wished they could crawl into a hole and die. After all, the materials required to manufacture each component cost roughly 30 silver. With over 1,000 gold, they could have produced over 3,000 individual components. Yet the both of them combined had only managed to make 140. Their success rate did not even reach 5%. Okay, you can go back and continue making the components. Shifeng nodded. He was not surprised whatsoever by this abysmal success rate. All things considered, those were components required to manufacture a magic device. Their failure to achieve a 5% success rate was entirely within his expectations. After 9 coasts left, Shifeng sorted his mood out and began producing the core component of the magic device. The core component required only a few materials. However, they were all rare materials. Even after the guild's combined efforts as well as purchases through Gentle Snow's connections, he had managed to collect only 100 sets of materials. The cost of one set was roughly 10 gold, so 100 sets cost about 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng's success rate was only around 10%. Even the Star Alliance and Ouroboros would not be willing to take such a gamble. Fortunately, I'm earning quite a lot of money through Stone Forest Town and the Candlelight Trading Firm. Otherwise, even I wouldn't dare to take this risk, Shifeng muttered, smiling bitterly as he looked at the materials in his hands. The core component he was going to produce was a ball-shaped object. Just refining the metals required was already a difficult task. However, by relying on the ice blue devil flame, the metal he refined had relatively good color. What came next was molding the metal into the desired shape. If he was off by even a single millimeter, then the final product would end up as a failure. As for the last step, he had to engrave runes onto the metal ball. Time crept past. Shifeng went through 70 attempts in one go. In the end, only 3 out of the 70 attempts had succeeded. The difficulty of producing the core component was much higher than his initial expectations. I'm generally familiar with the process already. I should start using the magical gold now. Shifeng considered the materials he had left, feeling that he already had sufficient practice. The magical gold rewarded by the system was an extremely rare material. Not only could it increase his forging success rate, but it could also evolve an item at a fixed chance. Its market value was no less than 100 gold per piece. Initially, Shifeng had taken 50 tries to produce one core component. Afterwards, however, he had managed to succeed twice out of 20. Without a doubt, his success rate had increased significantly, which was all due to his continuous experimentation using the simulation device. If he did not possess the simulation device of the special forging room, he would have most likely failed all 70 attempts. Chapter 681, Dual Abilities. With only 30 sets of materials remaining, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. A magic device was an assembly of different components. The core component was merely one of 3 parts. If he failed the final assembly, the product would be a failure as well and the components would have to be scrapped. Shifeng had seen a master forger assemble magic devices in the past. Back then, said master forger only had a success rate of 30%. Even so, a massive number of players eagerly searched out this master forger to help assemble their magic devices for them because other master forgers had less than a 20% success rate. 5 sets of components were required just to assemble a single magic device. Furthermore, each component set, which consisted of 3 individual components, required roughly 10 sets of materials to manufacture. In other words, at least 50 sets of materials were required to produce a magic device. If one were unlucky, they might actually require more than 100 sets. Even an expert player would have to spend a long time to gather 100 sets of raw materials. The coins involved could also put an expert player into debt. This was precisely why magic devices had been extremely rare in God's domain in the past. The players capable of obtaining one were generally either experts or wealthy tycoons. After Shifeng had gone so much trouble to obtain 100 sets of materials, he had only managed to produce 3 core components after expending 70 sets. It was not enough to assemble a magic device. At the very least, he needed to prepare 10 core components to have a higher chance of manufacturing a magic device. After all, he was only an advanced forger, not a master forger. Time crawled by. Shifeng's first attempt to produce the core component with the magical gold failed. The second attempt failed as well. After 4 consecutive failures, Shifeng had no choice but to give up on using the magical gold. Magical gold was one of the best support tools for forging dark gold and epic items. Even Shifeng felt a sting after failing 4 times in a row. On his 9th attempt, Shifeng finally succeeded. Sure enough, engraving the runes is the most difficult stage. Shifeng could tell that his previous successes had not been due to luck because he had felt as if his entire being had melted into the metal while he had focused on engraving the runes on this last core. He had felt something similar during his previous successes. This feeling of melding with the core component? Shifeng stopped his work for a moment and pondered the sensation. It feels somewhat like improving my skill completion rate. To improve my skill completion rate, I had to integrate myself with the environment. Suddenly, Shifeng retrieved a bottle of 100-berry wine from his bag and began to manufacture the core component once again. This time he used a bar of magical gold. The 100-berry wine was a tool that could increase one's compatibility rate. Since the theory behind engraving runes was somewhat similar to improving skill completion rates, the 100-berry wine should help him reach a higher success rate with the engraving the core component's runes. This time, Shifeng completed the core component's refinement much faster than before. In just 5 minutes, Shifeng finished refining and molding the metals. He also completed engraving the runes in a single breath. As the core component felt like an extension of himself, Shifeng's control over the rune engraving process was quite high. System. Core component has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 50,000 EXP. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Excitement bubbled in Shifeng's chest as he heard the sound of the notification. I never realized that the 100-berry wine could be used like this as well. Immediately, Shifeng used the remaining materials in one go. Of the remaining 20 sets of materials, he successfully produced 4 core components. Among them, magical gold had been incorporated into 3. His success rate had reached the level of a master forger. With this, he had managed to produce 9 core components with the 100 sets of materials. Among them, 4 had magical gold. He was only one core component from his goal of 10. Now all that was left was to assemble the magic device. If he succeeded, he would be the first player in God's domain to birth a magic device. As the weapon that had brought about the end of the era of demons and gods, one could just imagine how powerful a magic device was. A magic device's most valuable effect was its ability to strengthen weapons, allowing these weapons to inflict damage to demons and gods. To put it simply, magic devices had given humans the ability to resist demons and gods. Of course, the magic device Shi Feng had obtained was not that powerful as it was only bronze rank. Even so, a bronze magic device should not be underestimated. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, the monsters they encountered would grow stronger as well. At some point, even dark gold and epic weapons would not deal much damage. However, after one equipped a bronze magic device, even a secret silver weapon could cut through the tough hide and scales of monsters, not to mention fine gold and dark gold weapons. If players did not possess a magic device, however, the difficulty of defeating those powerful monsters would increase significantly. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds throughout God's domain had been extremely desperate to obtain magic devices. Even the design for a bronze magic device could incite a war between first-rate guilds. Now that Shi Feng had obtained a magic device forging design so early into the game, he could begin to manufacture them much sooner than anyone else. He would also be prepared when everyone began encountering monsters that could not be easily defeated with normal weapons. The first assembly failed. The second assembly failed. The third assembly was successful. System: bronze magic device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 100,000 EXP. Shi Feng was stunned when he heard the system notification. This can't be real, right? Success on the third try? Shi Feng muttered, astonishment filling his voice as he stared at the fist-sized metal ball in his hand. The black metal ball overflowed with light. The surging mana within was visible to the naked eye. I wonder what kind of attributes it possesses. After a magic device's successful assembly, it would gain a random ability. Although the bonus a magic device provided varied in strength, the magic device's basic function would not change. The layer of mana that covered the weapon or mana blade was invaluable. This mana blade could interfere with the mana that radiated off a monster's body, thereby weakening its defense significantly and allowing players to inflict damage. Otherwise, a monster's body with that protective layer of mana was tougher than diamond. Even scratching the monster would be extremely difficult, not to mention taking it out. Magic device, bronze rank. Strengthens a weapon, giving it the basic reduced weight effect and weaken target's mana body by 30%. What a pity. Although the weakening effect is quite powerful, the reduced weight effect isn't particularly useful to a one-handed weapon. It would be very useful towards a two-handed weapon though. Shi Feng inwardly felt disappointed. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow fit him perfectly right now. If they became any lighter, he might not be able to exert his full strength with them. Following which, Shi Feng returned to assembling magic devices. 3. As his stock of components dwindled, the sound of a system notification rang by his ears once more. System: bronze magic device has been successfully manufactured. Magical gold's effect triggered. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 100,000 EXP. When Shi Feng heard that the magical gold's effect had been triggered, his excitement stole his breath. Originally, he had only used the magical gold to increase the success rate of manufacturing the magic device's core component. Hence, he had not expected the magical gold's effect to trigger. Immediately, Shi Feng clicked to inspect the evolved magic device's statistics. Dual abilities. Isn't this a little too much? Shi Feng could not believe what he was seeing. A magic device could only strengthen a single attribute. Even the higher-ranked mysterious iron magic device was no exception to this rule. Only the strengthened effects were slightly better. However, the magic device in Shi Feng's hands actually offered 2 buffs. Chapter 682, Power of Magic Device. It really is a pity. It would be great if the magic device's rank were a little higher. Shifeng felt both joy and disappointment as he gazed down at the pale silver orb in his hand. The bronze magic device's debuff was average at best. Although it was more than enough against current monsters, it would grow increasingly weaker as the game progressed. Sooner or later the bronze magic device would have to be discarded for something better. And yet he had never heard of even a mysterious iron magic device possessing dual abilities. Purely in terms of combat power, the double-attributed bronze magic device was stronger than ordinary mysterious iron magic devices. Only mysterious iron magic devices posed more of a threat to a monster's mana body. Well, one can't have everything. I've already lucked out by manufacturing a double-attributed magic device. I can't get too greedy. Shifeng quickly shifted his focus, and the more he looked at the magic device in his hand, the more he fell in love with it. Magic device, bronze rank. Strengthens a weapon, giving it the basic vibration effect, basic polarizing effect, and weaken target's mana body by 27%. Both the vibration effect and the polarizing effect were considerably powerful additional abilities among magic devices. The previous device Shifeng manufactured only had the reduced weight effect. However, the vibration effect could allow a weapon to emit high-frequency vibrations, allowing it to display astonishing destructive power with each hit. Meanwhile, the polarizing effect could refract light off of weapons, making it difficult for enemies to predict the weapon's trajectory and dodge it effectively. Originally, among the many abilities available, these two were only intermediate abilities. However, when these two abilities were combined, the overall strength the magical device offered increased exponentially. Not only could the magic device make a weapon difficult to dodge, but it could also give the weapon immense destructive power. The combined effects of these two abilities was not the slightest bit inferior to an advanced ability. Magic devices of different ranks generated different abilities. Normally, bronze magic devices could only generate basic or intermediate abilities, with the former having a higher chance. Mysterious iron magic devices could only generate basic or intermediate abilities. Only, it had a higher chance of generating an intermediate ability. Only after reaching secret silver rank could a magic device generate an advanced ability. However, the probability was not very high. Currently, although his magic devices was only bronze rank, it rivaled a secret silver magic device with an advanced ability. How could he not grow excited? However, this was also the reason for Shifeng's disappointment. Advanced abilities were extremely rare. Even in the past, magic devices that possessed advanced abilities had been as rare as a phoenix's feather. The appearance of one usually triggered a rain of blood. I wonder what kind of effects it will have after it is equipped? Shifeng could no longer hold back as he impatiently equipped the magic device on the Abyssal Blade. The moment Shifeng placed the magic device on the Abyssal Blade, the pale silver orb transformed into a blob of liquid that seeped into the magic weapon. A small alchemy array then appeared on the sword's hilt. In the next moment, the alchemy array began to absorb a large amount of mana from the surroundings, assimilating it into the Abyssal Blade and increasing the magic weapon's power. When Shifeng swung the Abyssal Blade lightly, he saw the sword split into 3 identical blades. With just the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which sword was the real one. When the Abyssal Blade passed through a corner of the stone platform, the blade easily sliced through the dense stone, leaving behind a surface that was as smooth as a mirror. Amazing. If someone else equipped this magic device and used it against me, I think I would even struggle to block the attack. Looking at the stone platform with its missing a corner, Shifeng was very surprised. The special forging room's stone platform was not an ordinary stone platform. Normally, even a magic weapon could only leave a small scratch. Now, however, Shifeng had effortlessly sliced off the platform's edge. For a moment there, Shifeng had even wondered if he had missed, as he had not felt the slightest resistance when the Abyssal Blade passed through the stone. If his target had been a secret silver weapon or a piece of equipment, the item might have split in half effortlessly. Shifeng even doubted whether a fine gold weapon could withstand such a frightening, destructive power. Currently, expert players' mainstream weapons were only fine gold rank. If even fine gold weapons could not block his attacks, enemy experts with fine gold weapons would be tantamount to unarmed noobs. How are they supposed to face him? With this strength I should be able to try Mount Sogar. Although Shifeng had never been to Mount Sogar before, he was not unfamiliar with the top of the world. Now that he had dealt with the most dangerous part of the journey, all that was left was locating Solomon's treasure. Weissman had already given him the map, which had been engraved on the elemental core. However, the map was too simple and he had no idea where exactly Solomon's treasure was. Fortunately, the map did not lead to a high-leveled area on Mount Sogar. With his current strength he should be able to cope with the dangers there. Following which, Shifeng tidied up the room and took out the position teleportation scroll. He intended to head to the top of the world immediately. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears, indicating that Blackie had sent him a message. Guild leader, Aqua seems to be having trouble. Please head over to the residence in Stone Forest Town quickly. Shifeng froze, slightly surprised. Stone Forest Town had NPC guards to protect it. Unless they wanted to be banished, the various guilds would not stir up trouble. If a guild were banished from Stone Forest Town, they would no longer have a place to resupply or repair. As long as one had a brain, nobody would dare provoke Zero Wing right now. In fact, they should be afraid of the guild. Forget it. Let's see what's going on. Shifeng stored the position teleportation scroll and took out a guild transfer scroll. Currently, the teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town was still under construction. If players of Zero Wing wished to arrive at Stone Forest Town quickly, their only option was to use the guild transfer scroll. After using one, they would have to wait for an hour before they could use one again. It was far more inconvenient than a teleportation array. Moreover, the scrolls were not cheap. Ordinary guild members would not be willing to use it. Stone Forest Town, inside the reception room of Zero Wing's guild residence. At this moment, Aqua Rose wore a very ugly expression, flames of rage burning in her eyes. Meanwhile, the two people sitting across from Aqua Rose smiled. Aqua Rose's anger did not affect them in the slightest. Of these two people, one was an indifferent-looking middle-aged man, while the other was a beautiful woman wearing a glamorous purple robe that revealed a large portion of her cleavage. If Shifeng were here right now, he would certainly be surprised. The indifferent man was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. Guild leader Glorious, don't you think you're going overboard? Aqua Rose asked coldly. Overboard? How is this overboard? I am just offering a kind reminder, Glorious Echo laughed. Although you left Twilight Echo, do not forget that you have yet to dissolve your contract with the guild. If I sue you for breach of contract, can you afford the compensation? I've already clearly stated that I am only a vice leader of Zero Wing. I do not have the authority to allow Twilight Echo to construct a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. I have even less authority to give Twilight Echo half the town, Aqua Rose growled. She had wanted to dissolve her contract with Twilight Echo the moment she first left, but in the end she had abstained as her family sat on the board of directors of the guild. However, she never would have thought that now. Chapter 683, Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose had been trying to explain, Glorious Echo acted as if he had not heard a word. With an unsmiling expression, Glorious Echo said coldly, "The conditions I offered are quite generous. You should know that if not for your family, we would never offer the chance to become a guild elder. We also wouldn't offer triple the price to purchase your shares of Zero Wing in addition to some of Twilight Echo's shares. Or are you telling me that you can afford the severance fee?" As a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo had very few loopholes in its management. In the past, Aqua Rose had been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. With a considerably high position in the guild, it had only been natural to require her to sign a contract with the guild. She was no exception to this rule, even though her family sat on Twilight Echo's board of directors. Now that Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo and joined another guild, she was in severe violation of her contract. If it were Aqua Rose of the past, the severance fee would not have been an issue with her family's backing. Now, however, since Aqua Rose's family hoped that she would agree to Glorious Echo's conditions, they would not assist with the severance fee. Since the Divine Colosseum had launched, the price of magic crystals continued to climb by the day. In contrast, however, the increased availability was insignificant. As a regional dungeon that produced magic crystals, various guilds throughout God's domain targeted the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the travel costs for guilds outside of Starmoon Kingdom were ridiculously high. Moreover, without a foothold in the area, these guilds, at most, would be left with table scraps. As the nearest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, setting aside Stone Forest Town's geographical advantage, the coins and magic crystals it could earn each day was enough to make the various guilds drool. Only level 150 guards patrolled the town, protecting the guild that owned it. At the same time, there were also the NPC guards that Zero Wings members had recruited. Even a super guild had to stand by and watch, helpless against Zero Wings' defense. From Twilight Echo's perspective, Aqua Rose was the only reason Zero Wing had any power today. Otherwise, it was impossible for a guild without any background, financial strength, or nurturing methods to grow to such a scale within such a short amount of time. Aqua Rose had initially been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. She was well known in the virtual gaming world, yet she had suddenly joined a nameless and powerless guild. This guild must have offered a relatively high price to recruit her. In addition, with Aqua Rose's current importance to Zero Wing, she would undoubtedly wield a massive amount of authority. Even giving away 90% of the town's lands would be well within her authority, much less allowing Twilight Echo to establish a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. As long as Twilight Echo obtained Stone Forest Town, the guild would have the capital to rise in God's domain. A veteran first-rate guild had an abundance of manpower. Twilight Echo was no exception, with an army of elite players held in reserve. However, it was not easy to nurture a God's domain expert. This process required a large amount of magic crystals. If Twilight Echo could claim Stone Forest Town, then it could farm magic crystals, which would then allow them to nurture a large number of experts. At that time, Twilight Echo would have much higher chances of emerging victorious in the competition over the Storm Empire. Hence, it was a must for Twilight Echo to secure Stone Forest Town. Listening up to this point, Aqua Rose fell silent. She had already had enough when her family had forced a marriage upon her. She had joined Zero Wing and wholeheartedly focused on managing the guild, watching it grow slowly, because she wanted to prove her talents to her family and gain their approval. However, rather than gaining recognition, she was still treated like a tool. Glorious Echo, if you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. You are not welcome here. Aqua Rose no longer bothered addressing Glorious Echo as guild leader, but referred to him by his character name instead. She made sure they knew how furious she was. Since she had joined Zero Wing, she had been very happy. Her time here was completely different from her time in Twilight Echo. She had learned many things during her time in the guild. Counter to others' beliefs, it was Zero Wing that had made her stronger, not the other way around. And they want her to sell out Zero Wing? Not in this lifetime. Seeing Aqua Rose's determination, Glorious Echo's somber expression darkened. Right, I've forgotten to introduce this young lady beside me. Glorious Echo's expression suddenly changed. With a smile, he proceeded with the introduction. This is Miss Exemplary Willow. She represents Open Source Corporation and is responsible for the corporation's affairs relating to God's domain. Exemplary Willow, who wore a purple robe, only smiled in response. She did not bother to offer a single word. It was as if she looked down on Aqua Rose. Why is someone from Open Source Corporation here? Aqua Rose's shock was obvious. Open Source Corporation was a Global 500 company. Moreover, it ranked very close to the top. To the corporation, Twilight Echo was like an ant that it could squeeze to death at any given moment. They were from completely different worlds. You might not realize this, but Open Source Corporation has already invested in Twilight Echo, becoming the guild's largest shareholder. Although your parents were strongly opposed to the plan, their efforts were useless, Glorious Echo sneered. If our talks for cooperation fail today, I believe that Miss Willow will be quite disappointed. If Miss Willow is unhappy, Open Source Corporation might accidentally take everything from you and your family. So, I think you should consider your options carefully before you speak. So that's their game. Aqua Rose immediately came to a realization, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. It was no wonder why her family had not opposed the guild's decision. It would be child's play for Open Source Corporation to suppress her family's business. Facing such a monstrosity, her family would have no choice but to lower their heads. This is your best and only option. Why must you make life difficult for yourself? Glorious Echo advised softly. Besides, we're not just taking Stone Forest Town's land for granted. We are offering your guild leader a satisfactory price. If you can persuade him to hand over Stone Forest Town, then I assure you that not only will you become a director of Twilight Echo, but Black Flame will also receive shares of the guild and become a director with you. With OSC's investment, Zero Wing will quickly become the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Wouldn't this be a better result? Taking a deep breath, Aqua Rose said resolutely, Glorious Echo, stop dreaming. I will never agree to your offer. He would never betray the guild. Although she felt sorry for her family, she believed that by relying on her own abilities, even if her family's business went under, she could help her family flourish even more than before. Good, very good. Glorious Echo applauded. However, his expression while doing so was exceptionally grim. With a chilling tone, he said, Since you do not know what's good for you, I'll move this discussion to your guild leader. I believe he will be far more understanding. You better not regret your decision. No guild could ignore the temptation of receiving OSC's investments. As long as Black Flame was a reasonable man, he would beg to have Open Source Corporation become the major shareholder of Zero Wing. Are you looking for me? At this moment, Shifeng pushed open the doors, smirking wickedly as he slowly entered the room. Chapter 684. You are not qualified. Guild leader. Startled, Aqua Rose turned to Shifeng. Guilt and embarrassment were written across her face. Glorious Echo was also momentarily stunned. He had never expected Zero Wing's guild leader to actually appear. He quickly recovered, smiled, and introduced himself. Good day, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Twilight Echo's Guild Leader, Glorious Echo. This is Miss Exemplary Willow, Open Source Corporation's God's Domain representative. Having been unprepared for Shifeng's sudden appearances, Glorious Echo intended to use Exemplary Willow's identity to frighten Shifeng a little. Meanwhile, Exemplary Willow only glanced at Shifeng indifferently. It was obvious that she was not interested in a conversation between ants. Rather, her interest in Aqua Rose grew. Without much effort, one could predict this conversation's outcome. OSC was a major international corporation. It was also a giant in new energy trading. Its industries covered the entire world. Now that the corporation was moving on God's domain, there were countless people desperately trying to show off, vying for the corporation's attention. An upstart guild like Zero Wing would definitely react in the same way. Only, Aqua Rose's decision had surprised her slightly. Facing such pressure and temptation, Aqua Rose remained unmoved. Having an assistant like Aqua Rose by her side could be quite valuable. Meanwhile, Shifeng was unaffected by Glorious Echo's introduction. Calmly he asked, May I know what business guild leader Glorious has with me? Regarding OSC's financing of Twilight Echo, Shifeng had expected this due to his memories of his previous life. He was not at all surprised by this revelation. He even knew plenty of major secrets that OSC had yet to discover. Shifeng's cool reaction unsettled Glorious Echo a little. Upon hearing the name Open Source Corporation, any guild in God's domain would introduce themselves carefully to win Exemplary Willow's favor. Yet without offering a single greeting, Shifeng forged ahead and asked for the reason behind his visit. Does he not know about OSC? Glorious Echo was inwardly stunned. Immediately he said, Guild Leader Black Flame Open Source Corporation is a major international corporation. The corporation has both funding and connections in abundance. Currently, the corporation has taken a liking to Stone Forest Town and wishes to purchase it. Hence, we've sought out Aqua to discuss the conditions of the purchase. Since Guild Leader Black Flame has made a personal appearance, our negotiations will be much simpler. Guild Leader Black Flame, state your price. As long as it is appropriate, I believe that OSC will agree to your terms. Exemplary Willow nodded in conjunction with Glorious Echo's words. Although she had just come into contact with God's domain, she already had a relatively good understanding of Stone Forest Town's importance. She had to admit that it was surprising that a mere upstart guild had obtained such a town. I see, Shifeng laughed. He then looked at Glorious Echo saying, then Guild Leader Glorious, you may leave now. Huh. Glorious Echo was momentarily stunned. What do you mean, Guild Leader Black Flame? Isn't OSC looking for me to discuss Stone Forest Town? Shifeng countered with a question. Then why are you still here, Guild Leader Glorious? Glorious Echo sputtered, utterly speechless. From the side, Aqua Rose could not help but giggle. To her family, OSC was the largest source of pressure, not Glorious Echo. If she could settle a deal with the corporation, she could relieve that pressure on her family. Miss Willow has only recently been introduced to virtual reality games, and there are still many things she does not understand. As the leader of the guild under the corporation's management and someone who possesses a wealth of experience regarding the virtual gaming world, it is my responsibility to help Miss Willow with the negotiations, Glorious Echo explained coldly. Since that is the case, I'll just tell you my price for Stone Forest Town, Shifeng laughed. Raising his index finger, he said, I'll take a little loss on this trade and settle for 10% of Open Source Corporation's shares. As Shifeng's words fell, the room became utterly silent. Aqua Rose's little mouth hung open as she stared at Shifeng. His demand had gone beyond greedy. This was outright insane. Meanwhile, Glorious Echo as well had thought he had misheard for a moment. As for Exemplary Willow, she snapped her frosty gaze towards Shifeng. Guild Leader Black Flame, your joke is not funny at all, Glorious Echo said in a somber tone. Even 1% of Open Source Corporation's shares could purchase multiple Zero Wings, much less 10%. Why do you say that, Guild Leader Glorious? Pointing at Stone Forest Town through the window, Shifeng said earnestly, Stone Forest Town is the nearest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains is a dungeon rich with magic crystals. I don't believe I need to inform you of this item's importance. Since you wish to purchase Stone Forest Town, this would be equivalent to cutting off Zero Wing's path of development. I only want a few Open Source Corporation's shares, so how is that excessive? Since Guild Leader Glorious doesn't qualify to make this decision, please look for someone who does to speak with me. You should know that I am a very busy man. If I make an appointment with every random nobody to discuss business, I won't even have any time to rest. Insulted, Glorious Echo's vision went red as he even considered Shifeng's murder. Shifeng had actually dared to humiliate him publicly, calling him a random nobody. Even super guilds were not so bold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose could not hold back her laughter. The guild leader of the almighty Twilight Echo had actually been humiliated to the point where he could not offer even a word of retaliation. This was the first time Aqua Rose had seen such an ashen expression on Glorious Echo's face. This comic moment relieved much of her pent-up frustration. However, Aqua Rose realized that Shifeng was currently venting for her, and her heart could not help but warm at this sight. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you being serious? Finally, Exemplary Willow spoke. However, her tone was extraordinarily cold. She could not believe that the guild leader of such a tiny guild would actually dare to underestimate Wuxia. Although Exemplary Willow had not said anything threatening, the room's atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Even Aqua Rose struggled to breathe. This was the aura of someone who had always stood at the top of the world. Despite being unimaginably weak, she could still make a top-tier expert like Aqua Rose feel anxious. If Shifeng answered poorly, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Aqua Rose was somewhat regretful. She should have stopped Shifeng. At the very least, she could have prevented this. However, as if Shifeng was without a care in the world, he nodded leisurely and responded, "Of course. I am always a man of my word." Although Shifeng was not loud, everyone in the room could hear him clearly. Insane. This person was insane. Glorious Echo's previous anger vanished, replaced by shock. With astonished eyes, he stared at Shifeng. Shifeng had just intentionally provoked an international corporation just to help Aqua Rose get revenge. Just how ignorant must one be to carry out such an action? Very well. I will convey your price to my superior, Exemplary Willow said indifferently. She then turned to Glorious Echo commanding, "Let's go." Chapter 685, New Continent. After Exemplary Willow and Glorious Echo left, the tension in the room evaporated. However, Aqua Rose still wallowed in her guilt. Exemplary Willow's eyes as she departed had reflected her inner anger clearly. This matter definitely would not be resolved so easily. "Thank you," Aqua Rose muttered as she watched Shifeng, who maintained his usual calm with grateful eyes. She was no fool. Although Shifeng's actions had seemed foolish, she knew that he had been helping her. Initially, OSCs had focused on Aqua Rose, and it would not let her or her family off the hook for her refusal to cooperate. However, Shifeng had come forth and provoked OSC intentionally, shifting the corporation's hatred towards himself. This way the corporation would not bother targeting her and her family. If this were any other guild, none of them would willingly make an enemy of OSC for a single guild member. In response, Shifeng simply laughed and said, "Forget about managing the affairs of Stone Forest Town for now and focus on leveling up and improving yourself. I'll have Melancholic manage the town for the time being." He was not the slightest bit worried about what had just happened. But OSE. Aqua Rose understood that Shifeng was letting her distance herself from the dispute this time. This way she would not attract Open Source's attention. However, she was the main instigator of this issue. She couldn't just watch the situation play out from a safe distance. "Don't worry about it. Stone Forest Town is simply too valuable. Even without Twilight Echo and Open Source, there will be other guilds and corporations wanting a piece of the pie." Shifeng could see Aqua Rose's guild. However, things were not as simple as she thought. In Starmoon Kingdom, there has yet to be a single power capable of taking Stone Forest City from us. What do we have to fear? The intense competition in God's domain far surpassed every virtual reality game before it. Although Shifeng did not know the reason for God's domain's popularity, as someone who had experienced it before, he was fully aware of the dangers that came with taking over Stone Forest Town. And sooner or later these dangers would erupt. Hence, rather than sitting still and waiting for their deaths, they might as well take the initiative to land the first blow. Even so, he had not expected to start a war with the Open Source Corporation. Fortunately, Open Source's economic influence would have little effect on him. If the corporation wished to deal with him, they had to do so through God's domain. However, God's domain was his home ground. It would not be so easy for Open Source obtain victory. Both the guild and I need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Shifeng's hunger for obtaining Solomon's treasure increased. If Solomon's treasure was related to Solomon's sword, he might actually be able to get his hands on the legendary weapon. With his current strength, his effect in a massive war between guilds was limited. Against an alliance of multiple guilds he was insignificant. However, if he had Solomon's sword he could attempt to replicate Mage God Gaia's achievement of hunting and butchering the various large guilds. Following which, Shifeng passed on Stone Forest Town's management to Melancholic Smile and Blackie, while Aqua Rose led the Dark Gods Legion to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Shifeng retrieved a few magic scrolls and life-saving items from the guild warehouse. He then traveled to the top of the world to complete his quest. In reality, the top of the world was a new continent with a very high altitude. The map engraved on the elemental core showed that Solomon's treasure was hidden on Mount Sogar, one of this new continent's regions. Fortunately, Mount Sogar was not a very high-level region. It was only a level 40 to level 60 map. Although Shifeng was only level 32 with the top-tier equipment he had, it was not impossible to explore the place. In the snow-covered forest around Mount Sogar, space suddenly ruptured. In the next moment, a pitch-black figure jumped out of the spatial crack. Is this the top of the world? Shifeng took a deep breath as he observed his surroundings. The air was extremely thin here. Moreover, the gravitational pull was intense. The gravity here was at least 3G. The temperature was also below 20 degrees Celsius. The environment was harsh. After God's domain underwent its third evolution, the gravitational system was only one part of the system upgrade. Air density and temperature would also affect a player's combat power. The effect of temperature on players was not significant as players only needed to acquire some resistance to counteract the effects. As long as one had 20 points of ice resistance, they would not find the low temperature uncomfortable. If one could not withstand the cold, they also had the option of wearing some warm clothing. The thin air, however, would impact a player's combat power significantly. In a low-oxygen environment, the more players fought, the more rapidly they would burn through their stamina. Players without stamina had no combat capabilities at all. In other words, players would not be able to fight for a long time in a low-oxygen environment. It was highly possible that they would lose the ability to fight in the middle of a battle. Grau. The powerful sound waves immediately attracted the attention of the nearby wild beasts. A moment later, these wild beasts answered with their own deafening roars. Snow Lion Wild Beast Elite Rank. Level 42. HP 180, 000/180, 000. At this moment, a total of 5 white-furred snow lions appeared around Shifeng, surrounding him, their amber eyes radiating a fierce bloodlust. These monsters sure are powerful. Despite being only elite rank, their bloodlust is so strong. This place really isn't meant for ordinary players. Shifeng chuckled as he unsheathed the abyssal blade. If any other expert stood in his place right now, the snow lions would likely devour them. Fortunately, Shifeng was no ordinary expert. Grau. At the sound of a low roar, a snow lion dashed forward and bit down at Shifeng. Almost as if they had planned their attack, the other 4 lions took the opportunity to circle to Shifeng's back. Scram. Shifeng struck at the snow lion's head, the abyssal blade colliding with one of the monster's fangs. Dang. So tough. Shifeng felt his hand go numb when the abyssal blade stuck the snow lion's fang. However, the snow lion that attacked Shifeng had not fared any better than Shifeng as the impact sent it flying. Its ivory fang also sported a deep gash. The abyssal blade had nearly chopped off the snow lion's fang. However, the snow lion only suffered -424 damage from the attack. To its 180,000 HP, that damage was practically negligible. Shifeng then spun and sent a slash to his back, the black streak of light slashing at the 4 oncoming snow lions. The snow lions' hides were far more tender than their fangs. Very easily, the abyssal blade sliced through the lions' hides, leaving behind a bone-deep gash. However, the attack only dealt slightly more than -1,200 damage to each of the 4 lions. Why is their defense so high? Shifeng was surprised. Previously, seeing as his attack had landed on the snow lion's fang, he thought the low damage was reasonable. However, even after his blade bit into the monster's flesh, he had only managed to deal over -1,200 damage. These snow lions' defense was stronger than even a great lord. Do all monsters here have such high defense? Shifeng muttered, feeling a slight headache begin to brew. These snow lions were only elite monsters. If he encountered a chieftain or lord, how was he supposed to defeat them? He had already equipped the abyssal blade with a magic device. Without the device, his damage would most likely be much lower. After Shifeng managed to repel 4 snow lions with a single attack, the lions began to roar. Grau. The sound of their deafening roars was powerful enough to echo over 1,000 meters. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to scare me? Shifeng could not help but smirk at the roaring snow lions. None of them showed any signs of attacking at this moment. However, just as Shifeng intended to finish these monsters off, he detected movement in the surrounding forest. The ground began to tremble and soon he noticed the towering trees fall, one after another. Suddenly, a massive snow lion that stood over 5 meters tall emerged from the forest, a long, sharp horn protruding from his forehead. HP 4, 000/4, 000,000. Chapter 686, Tattered Old Treasure Chest. They summoned a companion? Shifeng frowned as he saw the Lord-ranked One-Horn Lion King. Monsters at the top of the world were already much stronger than monsters one normally found in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition to the environmental effects, dealing with these monsters would be quite challenging. In the current God's domain, there had yet to be a single player capable of soloing the level 45 Lord-ranked One-Horn Lion King. Even if Shifeng activated twofold Berserk, he would not have a shred of hope of defeating the level 45 Lord. Aside from its 4 million HP, Shifeng also had no information on the boss's skills. If it summoned another Lord, it would even be difficult to escape with his life. The One-Horn Lion King gave Shifeng no opportunity to consider his situation. Lifting one of its massive paws, the Lion King suddenly transformed into an afterimage as it dashed towards Shifeng like a gust of wind. Its speed could match Shifeng's when he had Windwalk activated. It took only an instant for the massive Lion King to cross more than 20 yards, its paws sending dirt and snow into the air. So much destructive power. Shifeng immediately used Abyssal Bind, not daring to be careless. After the Abyssal Blade had evolved, all of its skills had reached Tier 1. A Lord-ranked monster was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class. With only a difference of 1 tier, Abyssal Bind could exert a large fraction of its effects. Shio. 12 pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air, instantly binding the One-Horn Lion King's limbs, forcing the Lord to halt its charge. The Lion King bellowed in rage as it struggled against its bindings. If Shifeng had taken on this fight before the Abyssal Blade had evolved, the One-Horn Lion King would have easily freed itself from Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much strength it exerted, it could not move an inch. The most it managed was cause the chains to tremble slightly. Although the chains showed signs of breaking, it would still be some time before they would shatter. I can finally use Abyssal Bind again. Shifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome. The stronger the monster was, the weaker the effects of Abyssal Bind would become. Hence he rarely used Abyssal Bind in his fights anymore. Now that the skill had regained its usefulness, he would have another card against powerful monsters. However, Shifeng did not dare to tarry any longer as he activated Windwalk and fled. Initially, Abyssal Bind could prevent a target from moving for 4 seconds. Against the One-Horn Lion King, however, he'd be lucky if the skill lasted 2 seconds. If utilized properly, he could put quite some distance between himself and the Lord. Sure enough, 2 seconds after Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind, the One-Horn Lion King broke free from its restraints. Without hesitation, the Lion King chased after its prey. Like so, one man and one beast ran through the snowy forest. Although Shifeng had attracted the attention of several monsters during his escape, he easily threw them off with his speed. The only monster he could not shake off was the One-Horn Lion King. Fortunately, the Lion King was not a speed-type lord. After activating Windwalk, Shifeng's speed was roughly equal to the Lion King's. Hence, the Lion King could not close the distance he had created during his 2-second head start. It won't do to continue running like this. I haven't seen any flying-type monsters so far, so it should be fine to use Wind Rider. While Shifeng fled, he searched for any movement in the air. The ability to fly was a massive advantage against monsters. However, as players reached higher levels, many high-level maps would also contain flying-type monsters. If players encountered such a monster, escape would not be an option. They either defeated the flying monster chasing after them or said monster claimed their life. It would take a miracle to escape from a flying monster. The top of the world was known for being an area that only experts could challenge. One would find it difficult to survive even the low-level regions of this place. Fortunately, Shifeng also had the 7 Luminaries ring. He considered himself to be someone who was quite good at escaping. However, even Shifeng did not dare to use his skills at the top of the world casually, as a single misuse might get him killed. After confirming that he saw no threat above him, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the One-Horn Lion King could only roar in frustration as it watched its prey escape its clutches. Although Shifeng was only level 32, the 220% increase in movement speed that Wind Rider provided made him faster than even a level 45 lord. The location marked on the elemental core showed that Solomon's treasure was in Mount Sogar's core area. Taking advantage of Wind Rider's effects, Shifeng flew towards the map's core. As Wind Rider only had a duration of 24 seconds, but a cooldown of 2 minutes, Shifeng was forced to stop every once in a while during his flight. Feng did not have the courage to brave the path on foot. During his 24 seconds in the air, he had spotted at least 3 Lord-ranked monsters. In addition, there were also plenty of chieftains and elites roaming around the snowy forest. Even if he used an isolation scroll, he would not escape detection from so many powerful monsters. After more than an hour of flying and hiding, Feng arrived at the base of Mount Sogar's core area. Luckily I can fly. Otherwise, I really might not have made it here alive. Feng could not help but inwardly celebrate as he looked at the snowy forest at the foot of the mountain. On his way here, aside from lords, Feng had even spotted a level 50 Great Lord. With Feng's current standards, without flight he would never escape a Great Lord. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Feng refused to use Wind Rider to fly up the mountain itself. The top of the mountain was flying-type monsters' territory. If he accidentally caught the attention of one of these monsters, he would be in trouble big time. Following which, Feng used an isolation scroll and carefully proceeded along the stone steps up the mountain. After arriving at Mount Sogar's heart, the monsters he encountered were level 50 at the very minimum. Feng was merely level 32. With such a huge difference in levels, monsters could easily perceive his presence from a long distance away. Although he could reduce his presence with an isolation scroll, if he wanted to avoid detection he would still have to maintain a distance of roughly 80 yards from these monsters. Fortunately, that distance was still well within his range of sight, so he could easily hide. The path up Mount Sogar was very narrow and surrounded by steep cliffs. Not only was it very difficult to hike up the mountain, but there were also groups of stone apes patrolling the path. Unfortunately, there was only a single path up the mountain. Level 50. HP 300, 000/300, 000. By itself, the stone ape was no threat to Feng. In fact, he could easily handle 3 or 4 of these elite stone apes simultaneously. However, when a stone ape guard accompanied the group, the situation was largely different. Level 50. HP 2, 800, 000/2, 800, 000. On his way up the mountain, in order to avoid the patrolling stone apes, Feng hurriedly hid inside a small cave on the steep hillside. Oh! A secret silver treasure chest. A light shone in Feng's eyes. The small cave was only the size of a room. Meanwhile, a tattered treasure chest sat in the deepest part of the cave, giving off a faint silver glow from on top of a thorn and moss-covered stone platform. In God's domain, even common treasure chests were a rare sight, not to mention secret silver-ranked ones. The loot one could obtain from a secret silver treasure chest was much better than even the loot from a lord-ranked boss. He was truly lucky to stumble upon one by accident shortly after arriving at Mount Sogar. However, as a precautionary measure, Feng activated omniscient eyes to search for traps inside the cave. In the past, countless players had lost their lives by triggering a trap due to their momentary excitement of discovering a treasure chest. Under the probing of omniscient eyes, Feng noticed a magical fluctuation from beside the stone platform. Taking a closer look, he discovered a magic array carved into the cave wall. Only, the thorns and moss covering the wall had obscured the magic array. Fortunately, under the perception of omniscient eyes, these simple obstructions were no different than transparent glass. Sure enough, there's a magical trap. Feng laughed as he activated Phantom Kill. He then had his doppelganger stand at the cave's entrance while he ran towards the treasure chest. Chapter 687, Tier 3 Magic Scroll. There were many types of traps in God's domain, and any one of these traps could finish a player off easily. The simplest traps were the ordinary physical traps. Most players could resolve these traps. A slightly more advanced trap was a magical trap. Even experts could lose their lives to these traps if they were not careful. The most advanced traps were challenge traps. When triggered, challenge traps would seal players inside a barrier. Players were then required to undergo a challenge, and only after they cleared the challenge would they obtain the reward. Although challenge traps were the most advanced of the 3 types, the former 2 were the most fatal when triggered. After all, Players could simply choose to ignore the treasure if they did not wish to risk their lives, whereas the other two types would not offer players such a luxury. Hence, the physical and magical traps claimed the most lives. Meanwhile, classes like the assassin possessed skills to disarm traps. Hence, most solo assassins could get by just fine in God's domain. Although Shi Feng was a swordsman without any disarm skills, he had magic scrolls that could do the job. This item had a very low drop rate. Moreover, it was only capable of disarming magical traps and challenge traps. Even with 0 wing strength, the guild had only managed to obtain slightly over 20 scrolls. Before coming to Mount Zogar, Shi Feng packed 5 of these magic scrolls with him, although he had not expected to use one so soon. Walking up to the stone platform, Shi Feng did not hurry to open the treasure chest. Rather, he cleared away the thorns and moss covering the stone platform. He then took out a silvery gray scroll, unfurling it and chanting the incantation recorded within. This silver gray scroll was none other than a Tier 1 disarm scroll. It was capable of disarming all magical and challenge traps of fine gold rank and below treasure chests. However, the precondition was to locate the trap's activation array. Otherwise, the scroll would be useless. As the disarm scroll activated, gray smoke seeped into the trap's activation array. The mana within the activation array then began to corrode. Without any mana to power the activation array, the magical trap could no longer be triggered. I wonder what items I will find this time. Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the secret silver treasure chest once more. Exchanging a Tier 1 magic scroll for a secret silver treasure chest was a very profitable trade. Moreover, he was in one of the maps at the top of the world. This area was untouched by players thus far. In other words, the treasure chests throughout the top of the world had yet to be opened even once. Their loot would naturally be somewhat more abundant. This was a similar phenomenon to obtaining the first clear of the dungeon, whereby the end rewards would be slightly buffed. However, Shi Feng still did not hurry to open the treasure chest. He first activated Divine Providence. Immediately, his luck increased by an additional 32 points for 30 seconds. Only now did Shi Feng open the treasure chest. Following which, a loading bar appeared above the treasure chest, filling gradually. 20 seconds were required to open the secret silver treasure chest. The activation time for this one sure is abnormally long. Shi Feng was a little concerned when he saw the required activation time. A treasure chest's activation time usually ranged from 3 to 10 seconds. Even secret silver treasure chests didn't usually require as long as 20 seconds. The seconds ticked by slowly. After the long and arduous 20 seconds, the tattered old treasure chest audibly clicked before its lid gradually opened. In the next moment, an array of colors escaped the treasure chest, illuminating the entire cave. There are so many items inside. After the rainbow brilliance dissipated, the secret silver treasure chest's contents were on full display before Shi Feng. Items filled the entire chest. This was definitely the fullest treasure chest Shi Feng had ever seen in his life. He spotted more than 10 Tier 3 gemstones alone. There was also a large number of magic crystals and silver coins. There were even 3 weapons and equipment inside the chest. These items were all level 50. Level 50 was considered a major milestone in God's domain. Although part of the reason was that players could apply for their Tier 2 classes at this level, it was mainly due to the difference in equipment. Level 50 equipment was a lot stronger than level 45 equipment. Originally, the attributes on a piece of level 40 secret silver equipment was roughly the equivalent of a piece of level 45 mysterious iron equipment. Only the latter had slightly higher defense. However, the attributes on level 45 secret silver equipment were only the equivalent of level 50 bronze equipment. That was a difference of 2 ranks. Because of this, the attribute gap between players widened significantly. However, after reaching level 50, players would quickly discover that high-quality level 50 weapons and equipment would become far more difficult to obtain. Moreover, the number of weapons and equipment that dropped from dungeons would decrease significantly. Nowadays, ordinary players could collect a full set of bronze equipment so long as they put in the required effort. Many might even have a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment mixed into their sets. However, an ordinary level 50 player walking around in a full set of level 50 bronze equipment would be an impressive feat. Even level 50 mysterious iron equipment would be rarely seen on a guild's normal members. Only elite guild members could barely scrape together a full set of mysterious iron equipment. One could just imagine how difficult it was to obtain level 50 equipment of high quality. Currently, of the 3 pieces of level 50 equipment inside the treasure chest, 2 were secret silver rank and 1 was fine gold rank. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. However, the item that demanded Shifeng's attention was a pale gold scroll. Even though the scroll sat quietly inside the chest, the frightening amount of mana radiated distorted the surrounding mana. If the scroll were activated, who knew what kind of power it could display? This was an effect that only Tier 3 magic scrolls or above could display. Tier 4 magic scrolls were as rare as a phoenix's feather throughout God's domain. If sold, it could fetch for an astronomical price. However, nobody would be so foolish as to actually sell a Tier 4 magic scroll. Meanwhile, although Tier 3 magic scrolls could not compete with Tier 4 magic scrolls in terms of rarity, each scroll was still considered a strategic item to a guild. Outside of an emergency, guilds would never consider using their Tier 3 magic scrolls. I wonder what kind of Tier 3 spell it contains? Shifeng eagerly picked up the pale gold scroll and examined it. Forcibly upgrades the tier of a skill by 1 tier up to a maximum of Tier 3. Cooldown 1 hour. Uses remaining, 30. After reading the introduction, Shifeng was momentarily stunned. A magic amplification scroll was no less valuable than an epic item. To ordinary players, this scroll could forcibly improve their skills by a single tier. This scroll could provide a miraculous impact if used at a critical moment. For example, in a battle between 2 players who could both use only Tier 1 skills, if the losing player could suddenly amplify one of their skills to Tier 2, it could turn the tide of battle. When fighting bosses, the control effects of a Tier 1 skill was incredibly limited. However, the skill would display a marked difference at Tier 2. And yet, this was still not the magic amplification scroll's greatest function. Its true purpose lay in summoning. It was particularly useful to the summoner class. A Tier 1 summoner could at most summon a Tier 1 monster to fight for them. After using magic amplification on their skills, however, they could summon Tier 2 monsters. As for Tier 2 summoners, they could summon Tier 3 monsters. A Tier 3 monster was the equivalent of the Great Lord rank. Whether it was out in the fields, a dungeon, or a PvP battle, having a Great Lord ranked monster by one side would provide massive advantages. One such monster could easily decimate an army of 10,000 players. Although I'm not a summoner, I have the Bible of Darkness. I wonder if the magic amplification scroll will have any effect on it? When Shifeng thought about the possibility of summoning a Tier 3 demon, he could not help but grow excited. If he could summon a Tier 3 demon, he would have a much easier time searching for Solomon's treasure. With the assistance of a Tier 3 demon, he could easily defeat even a group of chieftain-ranked stone ape guards. Chapter 688, Tier 3 Overlord. Setting aside the Tier 3 magic scroll, Shifeng stored the remaining items from the treasure chest in his bag. He then carefully took out the Bible of Darkness. You must succeed. Shifeng was not absolutely confident in being able to summon a Tier 3 demon. After all, the Bible of Darkness was a fragmented legendary item. It was not an easy task to upgrade the skill of a fragmented legendary item. Even with a Tier 3 magic scroll, the likelihood of success was low. Unfurling the magic amplification scroll, Shifeng began to chant its incantation. Suddenly, the mana in the cave went berserk. An endless stream of mana surged into the cave from outside, increasing the density within the cave to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. The dense mana took the form of a multicolored haze that filled the cave, creating a beautiful sight. Such dense mana. Shifeng had become the heart of the cave as mana surged into his body, forming a massive vortex. Emerge, Demon Gate. Shifeng activated demon summoning. Rumble. Suddenly the cave began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a massive pair of gates suddenly appeared out of thin air. This gate was twice as large as those that appeared when he summoned Tier 2 demons. Shifeng even struggled to move under the intense pressure this gate emitted. Did I succeed? Shifeng could not help his growing excitement as he watched the demon gate. The combination of the magic amplification scroll and the Bible of Darkness. If he could put this combination to use in a guild war, it would definitely turn the tides of battle. Regardless of the time or location, a Great Lord-ranked monster was a massive threat to a player, not to mention a Great Lord that was under an enemy player's control. The threat level of such a Great Lord would be increased by at least tenfold. As the demon gate slowly opened, a humanoid demon wearing crimson scale armor and wielding a pitch-black war axe hovered out of the darkness. However, although the demon had the shape of a human, it was much larger. The demon stood over 3 meters tall and had a pair of blood-red wings that allowed it to hover above the ground. Such a weak little ant actually dares to summon me, the Purgatory Demon? The Purgatory Demon snarled, ridicule flashing its blood-red eyes as it looked down on Shifeng. With a single flap of its wings, the Purgatory Demon crossed the distance of 10 yards in an instant, its speed surpassing even that of a Great Lord. The demon then swung its war axe down towards Shifeng. Die! The pitch-black war axe suddenly emitted intense shockwaves, destabilizing the surrounding space. As the war axe descended, Shifeng suddenly discovered that he could not move. This is the Tier 3 taboo skill, Spatial Suppression. Shifeng was aghast. He had never imagined that the demon he summoned would be so powerful. There were many kinds of Tier 3 demons. Moreover, Tier 3 demons possessed very high intellect, so there was a small number who could learn Tier 3 taboo skills. Among Tier 3 demons, these individuals were warlord-level existences. Shifeng was only a Tier 1 class. He had no hope of breaking free from the suppression of the Tier 3 taboo skill. He could not even use a skill. He could only watch as the massive war axe descended on him. Boom! When the pitch-black war axe landed, the impact destroyed the entire cave. Haha! Such a weakling also dares to use the Bible of Darkness? With this, the Bible of Darkness now belongs to me. The hovering Purgatory Demon could not help but laugh. However, its laughter was short-lived as a serious expression suddenly appeared on the demon's face. Its gaze focused on the ruins before it. Why are you still alive? The Purgatory Demon stared in shock as it watched Shifeng slowly climb out of the rubble. Shifeng looked somewhat miserable as his entire body was covered in dust. However, his HP was still full. He had not received any damage from the Purgatory Demon's attack. As expected of a Tier 3 demon. If I hadn't used Phantom Kill as a precaution for the magical trap, that hit really would have killed me, Shifeng said, smiling as he turned to the hovering Purgatory Demon while dusting himself. The instant the Purgatory Demon had appeared, Shifeng had noticed that he could not control it completely. Hence, he had immediately activated the Replace skill, trading places with his doppelganger while he hid at the cave's entrance. However, the shockwaves from the demon's Tier 3 taboo skill had still affected him. Fortunately, he was able to activate Defensive Blade in time, blocking the incoming damage. Lucky ant. But you won't be so lucky the next time. The Purgatory Demon revealed a sinister expression as it swung its massive war axe at Shifeng once more. In response to the fast and destructive attack, Shifeng simply smiled as he said coldly, "There won't be a next time because your time is up." Time. Confusion flashed in the Purgatory Demon's eyes. Immediately, however, panic appeared on its face as it shifted its gaze towards the Bible of Darkness in Shifeng's hands. Countless blue chains suddenly emerged from the Bible of Darkness. Like a pack of hungry wolves, the chains shot towards the Purgatory Demon. Defiantly, the demon shouted, "No." The Purgatory Demon no longer bothered with its attack on Shifeng. Instead, it was now fled from Shifeng with all its might. However, even if the Purgatory Demon was fast, it could not outrun the blue chains. The blue chains instantly pierced through the demon and wrapped around its body, sealing its movements completely. It could only whimper and mourn painfully as it lay on the ground. After a few seconds of whining, the Purgatory Demon's spirited eyes dimmed. As if it had become a walking corpse, the demon slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Shifeng as if waiting for a command. The blue chains binding the demon began to fade. That was close. Luckily I used my doppelganger to buy some time. Shifeng finally released out a sigh of relief as he saw the Purgatory Demon's lifeless eyes. The Tier 3 demon was finally under his control. It was possible for a summoned creature to rebel. However, the chances of a rebellion were determined by the summoner's strength. Currently, Shifeng was merely a Tier 1 player. If he used a Tier 3 magic scroll to forcefully summon a Tier 3 demon, the chances of a rebellion were quite high. Meanwhile, when a summoned creature rebelled, its first target would be its summoner. Of course, there was also a method to end a rebellion. For example, the Bible of Darkness was capable of eliminating a summoned demon's consciousness. However, time was required to do so. After killing the summoned creature's will, it would become a puppet without any trace of autonomy. This would make it very difficult to control the summoned creature, sharply reducing its combat power. Normally, after a creature was summoned, the summoner only needed to transmit simple commands. The summoned creature would then carry out the commands automatically. However, after becoming a puppet, the summoner would have to split a portion of their consciousness to direct the summoned creature's every movement. This would, in turn, impact the summoner's own combat power. Most importantly, after a summoned creature lost its consciousness, players would face great difficulties when using the monster's skills. When a monster was self-aware, it could achieve 100% of its skills' effects. For players who had never used any of the summoned creature's skills before, in addition to splitting their focus on controlling the monster, it would be a miracle if they exerted 50% of the summoned creature's skills' effects. However, Shifeng couldn't care less right now. Compared to a turncoat Tier 3 demon, a puppet Tier 3 demon was far more useful. Although having to control the demon manually would greatly reduce its combat power, it was better than nothing at all. I wasn't able to check its attributes before because it wasn't under my control. I wonder just what kind of attributes the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon possesses. Shifeng was very curious about the Tier 3 demon's attributes. The fact that it could use a Tier 3 taboo skill showed that it was much stronger than ordinary Tier 3 demons. Chapter 689. Astonishing Leveling Speed. So many skills. Upon opening the Purgatory Demon's attribute panel, Shifeng discovered a list of tens of skills. Among them there were 3 Tier 3 skills, one being the Tier 3 taboo skill. The remaining skills were all Tier 2. The Purgatory Demon had more skills than an ordinary player. Moreover, the majority of its skills were AoE skills. The demon could play a huge role in a group battle. In addition, the Purgatory Demon's HP and level were similarly shocking. Purgatory Demon. Level 51. HP 13,000/13,000,000. Among level 50 Great Lords, its HP might not be considerable, but compared to other Tier 3 demons with high intellect and a large number of skills, the Purgatory Demon's HP was very high. Moreover, an ordinary Tier 3 demon's combat power was generally higher than a Great Lord of the same level. If it came down to a battle, the Tier 3 demon would emerge victorious. Its strength attribute is outrageous. It's several times higher than my strength. It should rival a Grand Lord of the same level. The more Shifeng examined the Purgatory Demon's attributes, the more shocked he became. Currently he was fully equipped with Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. He even wore the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. His strength was no weaker than a chieftain of the same level, yet even if he activated twofold Berserk, his strength would not reach even half of the Purgatory Demon's. With such a powerful summon, his exploration of Mount Sogar's core area would be much easier. At the very least, he would not have to run and hide from monsters constantly. Following which, Shifeng began controlling the Purgatory Demon to venture deeper into the heart of Mount Sogar. There were many groups of stone apes patrolling the trail up Mount Sogar. Not only did each patrol team have over 100 elite stone apes, but the teams were also led by one Lord-ranked stone ape guard. Shortly after exiting the cave, a stone ape guard discovered both Shifeng and the Purgatory Demon. The Lord released a roar and immediately, over 100 level 50 elite stone apes charged at the two intruders. You guys can serve as a test then. Feng smiled calmly as he focused the majority of his consciousness into the Purgatory Demon while he hid as far away as possible. However, the Purgatory Demon, which was over 3 meters tall, was like an immovable wall as it stood in the middle of the mountain trail. With its war axe held ready, the demon managed to block the entire trail by itself. When the stone apes arrived before the Purgatory Demon, the latter swept its massive two-handed war axe horizontally across the enemy group. Suddenly, the 6 leading stone apes flew through the air, slamming into the mountainsides bordering the trail. Some of the stone apes' rock bodies shattered when they met the massive war axe, damages of over -30,000 points appearing above their heads. If a player had received the Purgatory Demon's attack just now, they would have died instantly. Such fierce damage. Feng was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that the Purgatory Demon could deal such high damage. Compared to the Snow Lions, the Stone Ape's defense was much higher. Previously, he could deal around -1,200 damage to the Snow Lions with his normal attacks. Yet the Purgatory Demon dealt over -30,000 damage, destroying over 1/10 of the Stone Ape's HPs with one swing of its axe. Moreover, it even shattered the Stone Ape's rock bodies, wounding the elites heavily and significantly reducing their combat power. In the face of the Purgatory Demon's strength, the Stone Apes were no more than toys. They could not approach Feng, who hid behind the Purgatory Demon, at all. However, Feng was also struggling to control the Tier 3 demon. Feng was already not used moving in the demon's massive body. Attacking only increased the complexity of his task. He could not exert his desired effects at all. At the moment, he was exerting less than 1/3 of the Purgatory Demon's actual strength. Suddenly, the Stone Ape guard standing behind the group of Stone Apes jumped into the air and thrust its spear towards the Purgatory Demon. As if it were a venomous snake, the spear left behind 3 afterimages that struck the Tier 3 demon. With the Purgatory Demon's usual standards, it could have dodged the Lord's spear attack effortlessly. However, Feng was unable to exert the demon's full strength, so the demon received all 3 attacks. -2,742. -2,802. -2,784. 3 consecutive damages appeared above the Purgatory Demon's head. However, compared to the Purgatory Demon's 13 million HP, these damages were practically negligible. The demon's battle recovery alone regenerated 130,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if Feng allowed the Stone Ape Guard to attack as much as it wished, it would not kill the Purgatory Demon. I wonder how this move will fare. Feng did not want to waste any more time with these Stone Apes. He controlled the Purgatory Demon and activated the Tier 3 skill, Garuda's Flames. Garuda's Flames dealt flame damage within a cone to all enemies within 50 yards. At the same time, targets struck would be forced into a fainted state for 5 seconds. The Purgatory Demon swung its massive war axe and the Stone Apes before it drowned in a sea of fire. Even while standing behind the Purgatory Demon, Feng could feel the scorching heat of Garuda's Flames. Against such a wide-range attack, neither the Stone Ape Guard nor the elite Stone Apes could avoid it. The Purgatory Demon's attack swallowed every one of the Stone Apes. Suddenly, the 100+ Stone Apes lost their lives. Only the Lord-ranked Stone Ape Guard still lived. However, the Lord's body glowed bright red with heat, and of its original 2,800,000 HP, only around 2,100,000 remained. Garuda's Flames dealt nearly 700,000 damage to a level 50 Lord. Meanwhile, Feng had exerted less than 50% of the skill's effect. If the Purgatory Demon were still self-aware, Garuda's Flames would probably have devoured over half of the Stone Ape Guard's HP. It's a pity that this skill's cooldown is somewhat long. Otherwise, grinding with this skill would be exhilarating. Feng sighed as he glanced at his experience bar. Feng had been at 9% of level 32. Now his experience stopped at 20%. His experience bar had jumped by a full 11%. After players reached level 30, the amount of EXP they required to level up would increase tremendously. Even expert players had to grind for several days to gain a single level, not to mention someone like Feng, who required twice as much EXP as ordinary players. Any other player would have gained 22%. They would only have to defeat 5 Stone Ape Patrol teams to gain a level. However, part of this was also because the monsters at the top of the world provided much higher EXP than the monsters in Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, there was also the fact that the Stone Apes were elite monsters and were 18 levels higher than Shifeng, providing him with ample amounts of bonus EXP. For an ordinary player, a common monster that was 2 or 3 levels higher would be their limit, let alone an elite monster. Normally, a party of ordinary players was required to take down a single elite monster. After splitting the EXP 6 ways, each player would only receive a small amount. Meanwhile, Shifeng enjoyed the EXP from more than 100 Stone Apes by himself. His leveling speed would be as fast as flight. Following which, Shifeng directed the Purgatory Demon to attack the Stone Ape Guard with more skills. The Tier 3 skills cooldowns were simply too long. Shifeng intended to use them sparingly, so he only used Tier 2 skills to deal with the Stone Ape Guard. Even so, each Tier 2 skill dealt over -100,000 damage. In less than 30 seconds, the Stone Ape Guard lay at the Purgatory Demon's feet. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience bar had risen by an additional 6%. The Lord provided more EXP than half of the 100+ elite Stone Apes. Other than providing Shifeng with an abundance of EXP, these Stone Apes had also dropped a large number of items. Equipment and materials littered the mountain trail before the Purgatory Demon. The drop rate here was even better than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, this place was home to monsters that were level 50 and above. If Shifeng grinded in an ordinary high-level map in Starmoon Kingdom rather than at the top of the world, he would not enjoy such a lucrative drop rate. However, Mount Sogar possessed a large number of powerful monsters. This was one major difference between it and ordinary maps. Surviving here was already extremely difficult for level 50 players, not to mention grinding for levels and items. Moreover, Shifeng was only able to eliminate the powerful monsters here due to the Purgatory Demon. Chapter 690 Absurd EXP. The top of the world is pretty nice. It's no wonder why those experts in the past tried so hard to come here. Shifeng sighed contentedly after he finished organizing the loot. Among these drops, there were several dozen pieces of level 50 equipment, 2 of which were mysterious iron rank, 16 were bronze rank, and the remainder were common rank. After reaching level 50, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze equipment. Only chieftains would drop bronze equipment with a 100% certainty and had the chance to drop mysterious iron equipment. As a result, players would have a far more difficult time obtaining level 50 high-quality equipment. To make matters worse, the final bosses of level 50 hard mode party dungeons were only chieftains. Only hell mode had lord-ranked final bosses. However, how many ordinary parties were capable of conquering hell mode party dungeons? Moreover, bosses' drop rates declined sharply after level 50. A boss that would drop 6 or 7 items at lower levels would only drop 1 or 2 items after reaching level 50. Shifeng could vaguely remember the time he had fought and grinded frantically, only managing to reach level 50 after an arduous struggle. Yet what about level 50 equipment? After investing a ton of effort, he had only managed to obtain a full set of level 50 mysterious iron equipment by the time he reached level 50. If he had worn that quality equipment when he was level 45, he would have been considered as an ordinary veteran player at best. Even so, he had been the envy of Blackie and many of his fellow guild members. Back then, wearing several pieces of level 50 mysterious iron equipment into a 20-man team dungeon had been a luxury, not to mention a full set of mysterious iron equipment. After all, one obtained less than a handful of level 50 mysterious iron items after clearing a level 50 20-man hard mode team dungeon. This was also the reason behind Forger's suddenly popularity surge. Although it might be very difficult for players to forge top-tier equipment, they had a relatively high success rate for producing level 50 and above bronze and mysterious iron weapons and equipment. However, the required materials were not so easily obtained. On the other hand, after defeating a single wave of stone apes, Shifeng now had so many pieces of level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. It was mind-blowing. Feng continued to explore Mount Sogar's core area. During his journey he defeated any Stone Ape patrols that he encountered for EXP and equipment. Humans had yet to claim Mount Sogar, so there were many Stone Ape patrols wandering along the mountain trail. It did not take long before Feng encountered another patrol team. For Feng, this place was a leveling heaven. Against the Stone Ape patrols, the Purgatory Demon's strength was simply overwhelming. In less than 3 hours, Feng easily reached 74% of level 33. If he wanted to, he could place in the top 20 of Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Previously, to obtain the first clear of level 30 100-man team dungeons, the various guilds had intentionally held back their levels. Meanwhile, some powerful independent experts or workshop experts had not. Instead, they took the opportunity to level up rapidly, earning some fame for themselves. Hence, the current average level on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list was quite high, with the top 3 players at level 34. Meanwhile, the top 20 on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list were all level 33 and above. If not for the Purgatory Demon helping him grind on Mount Sogar, he might have struggled to catch up to the top 20 players. Mount Sogar was massive. It was almost 3 times as large as an ordinary leveling map of the same level. Hence, searching for Solomon's treasure was time-consuming. Feng also encountered many powerful monsters throughout his journey, which slowed his progress further. To explore Mount Sogar effectively, Feng had used the Bible of Darkness and Magic Amplification Scroll once more to summon a level 51 Tier 3 Curse Demon. Although the Curse Demon had similarly turned on him, Feng had directed the Purgatory Demon to incapacitate the Curse Demon, allowing him to force it into submission. Unlike the Purgatory Demon, however, the Curse Demon did not possess any Tier 3 taboo skills. It also only had 9,500,000 HP. However, as it was a magic-type demon, its AoE capabilities were much stronger than the Purgatory Demon. With 2 Tier 3 demons under his control, Feng could explore the area far more efficiently. He had no problems facing even 2 or 3 waves of Stone Ape patrols simultaneously. He no longer had to waste too much time hiding and killing monsters. The Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. Kula, be careful of that half-orc lord's skills. Lure it away from the team first. Everyone else, focus fire on the lord that Turtledove is tanking. Fire Dance fought while commanding her team to deal with 2 level 40 half-orc lords. Currently, players crowded the Stoneclaw Mountains. To secure more resources for themselves, Zero Wing's main force had no choice but to distance themselves from the crowd and push deeper into the mountains. They were lucky if they encountered a lord in the outer region. However, after reaching the inner region, the number of lords wandering about had increased significantly. From time to time, players would have to face 2 lords simultaneously. This was a huge challenge for teams. Hence, the various guild teams avoided this area. To Zero Wing's main force, however, this area was just difficult enough. Zero Wing's lead MT Kola wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the blue fire shield. He had no problems handling a single level 40 lord by himself. As for Turtledove, she had recently obtained the epic ranked Divine Frost armor, so she too could tank a lord without assistance. In addition, Yi Wumian similarly wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment for shield warriors. He was constantly ready to jump in when necessary. If the MTs had no issues, there was no need to mention the team's DPS. Whether it was Fire Dance, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, or Violet Cloud, every one of them possessed superb attack power. They also wore equipment that allowed them to ignore more than 10 of monsters' levels. Without any level suppression, their damage against level 40 lords would not be affected in the slightest. Hence, the team was more than capable of taking down 2 level 40 lords simultaneously. Currently, the members of Zero Wing's main force were all at level 32, leveling with impressive speed. There were a few reasons for their leveling rate. First, everyone's experience bars had been frozen around 90% of level 30 throughout their raid of the Frost Prison. After obtaining the first clear of the Hell Mode Frost Prison, everyone promptly turned their attention to grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They also managed to accumulate the double EXP buff by resting in the guild residence's private rooms while they had been offline. While they had focused on raiding the Frost Prison, they had accumulated more than one level's worth of the double EXP buff. Thus, the moment they returned to leveling, they rapidly climbed to level 32. In less than 20 minutes, the team had dealt with their latest half-orc enemies, resulting in everyone's experience bars rising significantly. Fire Dance, our guild members have been ambushed in the Stone Claw Mountains. Be careful. Aqua Rose suddenly contacted Fire Dance to warn her. Someone's ambushed our guild members? Fire Dance was slightly surprised. Which guild is it? Stone Forest Town was Zero Wings territory now. For someone to dare target Zero Wings members in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they were simply asking to be banned from the town. I don't think that it's a guild. The ambushed members reported that their attackers had not worn any guild emblems. After watching the videos they recorded, the ambushers didn't seem like any guild experts I've encountered. However, the enemy is moving in relatively large groups. The smaller groups have around a dozen or so players, while the largest one is a 50-man team. I've researched that team already. They do not belong to any guild. Rather, the team belongs to a workshop. Aqua Rose was similarly surprised when she received the report on these assailants. After all, every player currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains should know Zero Wings' reputation. Yet there were still people who dared to ambush their members. In any case, your team should be on the lookout as well. I'll try to learn more as soon as possible. If this really were the doing of a guild, then she would destroy that guild's foothold in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Alright, I'll make a note of it. Fire Dance nodded. There would not be any other players in the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. After all, the danger here was much higher than in the outer areas. Ordinary players could not set foot here and survive. However, as soon as Fire Dance disconnected the call, she heard Minor Wind's anxious voice through the team chat. A large group of players is approaching. Chapter 691, Red List. In God's domain, not only did rangers possess both melee and ranged combat capabilities, but their perception and scouting abilities were also superior to other classes. Particularly out in the dangerous fields, if a party had a ranger among its members, the party could avoid many potential dangers. As the number one ranger of Zero Wing, not only did Minor Wind wear excellent equipment, but he had also learned some rare skills thanks to Shifeng's guidance, particularly scouting and perception skills. Some of these skills could strengthen a player's five senses, even allowing them to see a blade of grass that was over 100 yards away. If they could detect a powerful monster approaching, they could avoid unnecessary battles. As a ranger expert, Minor Wind could reach even greater heights with these skills. If an enemy did not possess skills like the assassin's stealth, Minor Wind would easily discover them as they shifted through the grass, even from 150 yards away. Are they guild players? Fire Dance asked. This was the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. Not only were the monsters very high-leveled, but they were also much stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. Generally, only large guilds' main forces were capable of grinding here. No. None of them are wearing any guild emblems. Moreover, they all are red names, Minor Wind reported and shook his head after observing them carefully with eagle eyes. Based on how they're moving, it is clear that they are coming straight for us. They're charging at us? Koa could not help but laugh. Do these red names think that we are easy targets? The others also began laughing. With their team's skills and equipment, even an army of 1,000 elite players would not be a problem, much less a small team. Other players should celebrate their peaceful coexistence. Yet now an unknown group of players intentionally sought them out to cause trouble. These people did not understand the difference between life and death. Alright, enough. Everyone get ready, Fire Dance commanded. She felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. She then directed a question to Minor Wind, asking, roughly how many of them are there? There should be around 300 people. Among them there's one person I've seen before. He's an expert ranked on Star Moon Kingdom's red list. Minor Wind could not help his surprise after he could observe more details about the approaching enemies. The main god system had not comprised nor did it handle the red list. Rather, players had established it to keep a record of powerful red names. Star Moon Kingdom's red list only kept a record of the top 100 red names in the kingdom. Every one of these red names was an expert. Among these red list experts, there were even a few that guilds would not casually provoke. Fortunately, however, these experts also avoided provoking the various large guilds. Hence, the relationship between them had always been relatively peaceful, each minding their own businesses. Yet now an expert on the red list had actually come to challenge them. This was certainly unexpected. Since they want to target Zero Wing, make sure their visit is a one-way trip. Fire Dance glowered. She felt there was more to this than what appeared on the surface. Although she did not know what it was, dealing with the approaching red names took priority over all else. Immediately, Fire Dance led the team to welcome their aggressors. Big Brother Traceless Blood, it seems that we've been discovered. A sharp-faced male ranger in tight gray leather clothes hurriedly reported to the male assassin beside him. This assassin had eyes like a venomous snake, and he hid his face behind a black scarf. Although this male assassin had a thin body, among the nearly 300 red names present, not a single person dared to underestimate him. It was because this man was an expert ranked within the top 10 of Star Moon Kingdom's red list. Although there was more than one red list expert among the crowd, none of them could even hope to hold a candle to Traceless Blood. After all, Traceless Blood had once massacred a third-rate guild's main force. Moreover, even though said third-rate guild had attempted to corner Traceless Blood many times, they had never once successfully killed him. On the contrary, the assassin had claimed their guild leader's life multiple times. For a time that guild had been a laughingstock. From that moment on, no guild out there dared to underestimate Traceless Blood. Aside from guilds, Traceless Blood had also killed many of Star Moon Kingdom's experts. His most notable assassination attempt so far was his assassination of the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past. In the end, although he had failed to kill Galaxy Past, he had escaped the Star Alliance's many experts. This outcome had angered Galaxy Past greatly, and the man had even ordered a bounty on Traceless Blood, rewarding 50 gold each time someone manages to kill him. If converted to credits, 50 gold was the equivalent of more than 100,000 credits. This was sufficient to tempt many people. Unfortunately, until this day, not a single person had managed to kill Traceless Blood even once. On the contrary, Galaxy Past's bounty had only served to boost the assassin's fame, becoming an infamous red name on Star Moon Kingdom's bounty list. Good then. I've wanted to experience the skills of Zero Wing's experts for a while now. You guys should be careful. Although we have the numerical advantage, our coordination is definitely no match for theirs. Try to split their members up as much as possible, Traceless Blood commanded. He then activated stealth and vanished before the crowd. Everyone nodded in response. In truth, however, they all looked down on Zero Wing. They were all PvP experts. Hundreds, if not thousands, of players had died at each of these red names' hands. Particularly in field battles, the various large guilds' experts were no different from pampered flowers. These experts mainly focused on raiding dungeons. When it came to PvP in the field, such experts were nothing to them. I heard that the equipment of Zero Wing's main force is superb. We're going to make a fortune. Many red names drooled when thinking about Zero Wing's equipment. Someone's charging towards us, a red name ranger shouted. Immediately, every red name went on alert, focused on the group of players charging towards them. Haha. Sure enough, they're just a bunch of noobs that don't know what a real battle is. Rather than attacking from a distance first, they've decided to jump into their graves. Many of the ranged red names began to launch attacks at Zero Wing's 3 MTs. These three were none other than Kola, Yiwumian and Turtledove. Facing more than 100 ranged attacks, the 3 MTs immediately utilized the trees as cover, avoiding the oncoming attacks while advancing. Even when an attack landed, they only received a few hundred damage. All 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP, so this damage was barely a scratch. A single heal from the rear line healers was all they needed to recover. Such high defense in HP. However, do you really think you can win by relying on your equipment? A few melee red names could not help but curse disdainfully as they watched the 3 MTs. They then readied their weapons and charged to meet Zero Wing in battle. Equipment was only one of the many aspects of battle. Even if their HPs and defenses were higher, they could not live if they could not move. Suddenly, dozens of melee players surrounded the three MTs, halting their advance. Knowing that Cola and the others had superior equipment, these red names did not take them head-on. Instead, they used skills to restrict the trio, creating opportunities for the ranged players to chip away their HPs. Turtledove was only a guardian knight. Even if her dodging capabilities were more powerful against more than a dozen players, she was bound to be hit sooner or later. Red name's normal attacks usually dealt around -400 damage to her. If a powerful skill stuck her, she would receive more than -1000 damage. She would not last long even if she cast Protection Blessing on herself. I can finally test out this move. Turtledove smiled calmly as she activated Freezing Air. Chapter 692, A Corporation's Strength. Star Moon City, Star Moon Restaurant. Star Moon Restaurant was the only 5-star restaurant in Star Moon City. The building was 36 stories tall and stood at the heart of the city's central trade district. If one dined in the top floor rooms of the restaurant, they could couple their food with the beauty of Star Moon City. However, even expert players could not afford even a single meal in the top floor rooms. The minimum expenditure here was 30 gold. Normally, only NPC nobles came here for a meal. This was not a place for players. Today, however, a charming and sexy female player in luxurious purple robes enjoyed a meal in one of the VIP rooms on the top floor. Delicacies covered the table, each costing at least 2 gold. Each dish offered players a relatively top-tier piece of equipment. Suddenly, the room's doors opened. A burly, middle-aged man entered the room. "Miss Willow, I've arranged for the matter you requested. Both the red names and various workshops are quite satisfied with the remuneration that we have provided. Now all we need to do is watch as Zero Wing is slowly ground to dust," the burly man reported coldly as he approached the purple-robed female respectfully. This man was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. After Shurfeng had angered Exemplary Willow, the latter had ordered Glorious Echo to deal with Zero Wing. However, that was a challenge even for him. Star Moon Kingdom was not Twilight Echo's home ground. Moreover, even if it were, Twilight Echo couldn't do anything about Stone Forest Town. Hence, he had decided to hire the various workshops and red names in Star Moon Kingdom to deal with Zero Wing. A beggar doesn't fear going bankrupt. Unlike guilds, these players could afford to target Zero Wing as they had never particularly relied on Stone Forest Town or the Stoneclaw Mountains to strengthen themselves and level up. Even if Zero Wing tried to avenge their losses, locating these red names and workshops would not be easy. The resources and manpower required to do so would gradually wear Zero Wing down. It was especially true for those red names. Every one of them was an expert in field combat. It was easy for these red names to find an opportunity to kill a few of Zero Wing's core members. In addition, through repeated ambushes and harassment, they could restrict Zero Wing's activity. Moreover, Exemplary Willow was still arranging further punishment for Zero Wing. There was no need to worry about the guild surviving. "What did the Star Alliance and Ouroboros say about our offer?" Exemplary Willow asked softly. "The Star Alliance has agreed to our conditions. Ouroboros, unfortunately, does not know how to appreciate kindness when offered. However, I've contacted Ouroboros' original guild leader. If Miss Willow agrees to help him, he is confident that he can reclaim Ouroboros for himself." Glorious Echo had been shocked by Gentle Snow's rejection. Ouroboros was no longer as strong as it had been. After the mutiny, Ouroboros began to struggle. Several corporations that had originally supported Ouroboros had abandoned the guild. The fact that the guild remained standing was a miracle in and of itself. Theoretically, the guild should be in need of a large sum of money to turn things around. Yet, Gentle Snow had rejected the offer of Open Source Corporation's support. Exemplary Willow had offered no less than what she had given Twilight Echo. Moreover, as the guild leader of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow should hold a significant fraction of the guild's shares. If she had accepted the offer, those shares would have easily become over 10 times more valuable. Exemplary Willow wanted to obtain the Stoneclaw Mountains at all cost. If they could not obtain Starmoon City's 2 first-rate guilds, it would be nearly impossible to claim the regional dungeon for themselves. Hence Glorious Echo had sought out Ouroboros's original guild leader, Chao Qinghua. Chao Qinghua's influence was still entwined with Ouroboros. He was only helpless about his situation because Gentle Snow had gained the support of several important guild elders. If Chao Qinghua had the support of OSC, however, there was a large possibility that he could regain control over Ouroboros. Since that is the case, agree to his conditions. I don't want to waste too much of my time on Starmoon Kingdom. Exemplary Willow nodded indifferently. When she thought about Shifeng's previous arrogance, her lips unconsciously twisted into a cold sneer. Against a boorish fellow like Shifeng, she had decided to show him just what kind of beast he had provoked. Meanwhile, in the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region, the battle between Zero Wing's main force and the army of Red Names was in full swing. After Turtledove activated freezing air, the temperature within 15 yards of her fell sharply, cold air filling the area. The movement speeds of the dozen or so Red Names surrounding Turtledove instantly dropped by 40%. Meanwhile, the damage Turtledove received decreased to around -100 points. These Red Names were no fools. The moment they noticed the change to their movement speeds, they began to distance themselves from Turtledove. In the next second, however, their movement speeds decreased by another 40%. Even if they fast, they could not outrun the Guardian Knight. 3 seconds later, all of the melee Red Names surrounding Turtledove and the other 2 MTs were frozen. What kind of skill is this? Some of the melee players who had intended to charge at Turtledove slid to a halt, aghast as they watched their companions turn into ice sculptures. With such an AoE control skill and high defense, melee classes like themselves had no hope in close combat with Turtledove. They could only allow Turtledove move unhindered as she approached their team's rear line healers. However, as players who often participated in PvP battles, these Red Names were no weaklings. Every one of them possessed skills that allowed them to remove control effects. They immediately activated these skills to break free from their restraints. If they were frozen solid, they would be no more than practice targets. Zero Wing's ranged players would bombard them with vicious attacks. If comparing equipment quality, Zero Wing's main force was at least 2 levels above theirs. It was especially true for Minor Wind's attacks. As he possessed the Tier 1 weapon Windchaser, even MTs such as Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, who possessed damage reduction skills, received over -1000 from each of his normal attacks. If they sustained one of the Ranger's skills, they would receive nearly -3000 damage, nearly -6000 damage if it were a critical hit. Among these Red Name MTs, there were a few who had as much as 9000 HP, while some had as little as 8000 HP. A single critical hit from a skill was more than enough to destroy over half of their HPs. Even the Red Name healers could not keep up with Minor Wind's damage. Moreover, Minor Wind's attack speed was astonishing. Even expert players would have a hard time dodging his arrows. Furthermore, these Red Names had opponents in front of them to deal with. They could not afford to split their attention to dodging the Ranger's arrows. Only as soon as these players broke free from their frozen debuffs, they instantly discovered that something was amiss. Although they were no longer frozen, their movement speeds were still so low. They could not shake off Turtledove and could only suffer the Guardian Knight's repeated attacks. Each of Turtledove's attacks dealt over -600 damage to the melee players. Using Hammer of Sanctions, not only could she force her target into a fainted state, but she could also achieve a critical hit of over -3000 points. The half-HP level 31 Shield Warrior, who was Turtledove's current target, lost his remaining HP instantly, dropping 2 pieces of equipment as he fell to the ground. These Red Names all belonged to the forces of darkness. Even the penalty they received for being Red Names were light. They only lost slightly more EXP than the average player, roughly 1.5 to 2 levels worth of EXP. Meanwhile, Cola's and Yi Wumian's damage was even higher than Turtledove's. Each one of their skills dealt over -4000 damage with a critical hit. The unlucky half-HP melee Red Names died instantly. Damn it! Why is their damage so high? Many red names were dumbfounded. What these red names did not know, however, was that Kola and the others' skill completion rates far surpassed theirs. Hence, their skill damage was very high. 3 seconds later, the melee players who had broken free from the freezing effect froze solid once more. Against the ranged attacks of Zero Wing's main force, even with their healer's support, these red names could not escape death. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen melee red names fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the majority of Zero Wing's melee forces suddenly emerged from the forest, launching a pincer attack from the side. As the red names had focused all of their attention on the 3 MTs, they were momentarily caught off guard by the sudden pincer attack. Just as the melee red names tried desperately to defend against the sudden ambush, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and the other assassins of Zero Wing suddenly appeared behind the red name healers. Ambush. Backstab. Absolute Strike. With a chain of attacks, Fire Dance and the other assassins claimed the lives of multiple healers. Meanwhile, the red name assassins had similar thoughts. They had long since circled to Zero Wing's back, launching an ambush on the team's healers. Die. Traceless Blood had long since set his eyes on the cleric Violet Cloud. Using shadow steps, he appeared right behind Violet Cloud, his dagger plunging towards Violet Cloud's heart. Chapter 693, Magic Weapon Against Magic Weapon. Traceless Blood was extremely fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The assassin had not given Violet Cloud any opportunities to activate her skills. Traceless Blood had investigated Violet Cloud, so he knew the cleric was very strong. If he gave her even a breath of time, it was possible that his assassination attempt would fail. Hence, he had taken his time, slowly and carefully approaching Violet Cloud and using shadow steps at its maximum range. This way, by the time Violet Cloud's senses reacted, it would be too late. The dagger covered in engraved, black runes tore through the air, colliding with Violet Cloud's back. With his first strike landing successfully, Traceless Blood immediately used the most powerful skill of assassins, Absolute Strike, instead of a different skill like Backstab. Unlike Backstab, Absolute Strike did not require any specific attack motions, allowing for a faster strike. Suddenly, Traceless Blood transformed into a black light that pierced through Violet Cloud. After arriving in front of the cleric, Traceless Blood spun in midair, using his dagger's most powerful additional skill, Flowing Light, on the cleric. Flowing Light's single target damage was even higher than Absolute Strike. The skill was also much faster, the entire process ending in less than a heartbeat. Traceless Blood's eyes widened as he looked at his dagger in disbelief. No matter how much strength he put into his arm, his dagger could not pierce Violet Cloud's pale golden robes. It was as if her robes were made of adamantine. You're quite impressive. If I hadn't activated Absolute Space at the first sign of danger, I would have most likely been dead by now, Violet Cloud said as she looked at the dagger with black runes. Those black runes looked very familiar to her. They were very similar to the runes unique to magic weapons. If the dagger wounded her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since his attack had failed, although Traceless Blood was shocked, he immediately turned and fled. He abandoned the idea of attacking Violet Cloud as he knew that he could no longer inflict damage on the cleric. Moreover, he did not know the duration of the cleric's absolute space. While she had that protection, he was no more than a living target. His only options were to run and hide. You can't escape. Violet Cloud did not dare give Traceless Blood an opportunity to escape. Absolute Space had a relatively long cooldown. If she allowed the assassin to get away, she would not be able to fend him off should he come back to attack her again. Waving her finger, she used the Tier 1 skill, Star's Guidance. Immediately, a powerful gravitational force pulled at Traceless Blood, dragging him back towards Violet Cloud. What kind of skill is this? This was the first time Traceless Blood had seen such an unconventional skill. He felt like small threads had wrapped around him, zealously pulling him towards his enemy. As a last resort, Traceless Blood used his control removal skill, removing the effects of Star's Guidance. Sacred Seal. Seeing that her attack had failed, Violet Cloud used Sacred Seal, a marking skill of clerics. Suddenly, a sacred light appeared on Traceless Blood's forehead, preventing him from entering stealth. Damn it! She knows a skill like this as well. Traceless Blood began to panic. Not being able to enter stealth was extremely disadvantageous for him. With this, he would not be able to sneak up on Violet Cloud later in the battle. Shortly after Traceless Blood began to flee, a black figure dashed towards him. Don't even think of escaping. Shadow Sword lifted Tempest's breath and used charge at the assassin. Since Traceless Blood had already used his control removal skill, he had no choice but to use Wind Steps, utilizing the 1 second of invulnerability the skill provided to block Shadow Sword's charge. Turning around, Traceless Blood then flipped his dagger into a reverse grip and plunged the weapon into Shadow Sword's abdomen. Kidney Strike. As long as the skill forced the Berserker into a fainted state for 2 or 3 seconds, it would be enough for him to get away. Realizing that he could not block the incoming attack in time, Shadow Sword activated Whirlwind Slash, swinging Tempest's breath at Traceless Blood. Shadow Sword fully intended to trade hit for hit. Seeing this, Traceless Blood had no choice but to halt his attack and retreat immediately, evading Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash. He was merely an assassin. How could his normal attacks deal more damage than a Berserker? Moreover, he wore leather armor whereas Berserkers wore plate armor. Even if his weapon were a magic weapon, a head-on clash could end with mutual destruction. Moreover, he currently occupied the rear line of the enemy's formation. There were no healers to recover his HP. However, Shadow Sword was different. He had the assistance of a healer like Violet Cloud. The Berserker had no fear of a battle of attrition. Hence, when Shadow Sword attacked, there was no fear in his eyes at all. After evading Shadow Sword's attack, Traceless Blood immediately turned and fled, having no desire to continue his clash with the Berserker. His opponents included an expert cleric and an expert Berserker. He had very little confidence in defeating either one in a frontal assault, to begin with, not to mention fighting both simultaneously. However, Shadow Sword had no intentions of letting the assassin get away so easily. Immediately, he followed his failed attack with Break and Thunderclap. When the movement speed reduction effects of both skills were compounded, Traceless Blood lost any hope of escaping the Berserker. Traceless Blood had no choice but to enter a melee with Shadow Sword. Ping! When the two weapons collided, dazzling sparks scattered into the surroundings. The impact forced Traceless Blood to retreat by 3 steps, a grim expression appearing on his face when he noticed his opponent still standing steadily in his original location. Why does he have so much strength? Traceless Blood acknowledged that his own strength attribute was quite high, even slightly higher than an ordinary Berserker. Yet against Shadow Sword's attack, this Berserker's strength overwhelmed him. The magic weapon he wielded granted him a significant amount of strength. Even if Shadow Sword was superior in terms of strength, the Berserker's attack should not have been able to force him back by 3 steps. Even now, his hands still felt numb from the exchange. Zero Wing actually possesses so many top-tier experts. Smiling, Violet Cloud finished chanting her incantation. She then pointed her finger at Traceless Blood. Tier 1 spell Black Coffin. A pitch-black barrier suddenly wrapped around Traceless Blood. Having no other choice, Traceless Blood used Vanish. After activating Vanish, he would become invulnerable to all attacks momentarily. The skill would also place him in a forced invisibility state for 3 seconds, followed by a stealth state. Even Sacred Seal would not be effective during forced invisibility's 3 seconds. And these 3 seconds were more than enough to put a huge distance between himself and the 2 experts. Vanish. Shadow Sword had no counter for this skill either. This was the most powerful life-saving skill an assassin, one of the 12 major classes, possessed. Unless one had a silencing skill, it was extremely difficult to kill an expert assassin. 3 seconds later, Traceless Blood reappeared far from Shadow Sword. At this range, even the Berserker's charge would not reach him. Moreover, Assassin was an agility-focused class. In terms of movement speed, an Assassin was much faster than a Berserker. In addition, Traceless Blood also possessed equipment that enhanced his speed. There was no way that Shadow Sword could catch up to him at this point. This was also why Traceless Blood had been able to escape after his assassination attempt on Galaxy Past had failed. What's this? Traceless Blood suddenly noticed a black magic array beneath his feet. Although Traceless Blood struggled to get away, this black magic array was like a black hole. No matter how much he tried to struggle, he could not escape his fate of being devoured. In the next moment, the black magic array swallowed the assassin whole, his body vanishing without a trace. When Traceless Blood saw light again, he was shocked. How is this possible? He appeared a short distance from Violet Cloud once more. This time, however, he was surrounded by mana balls and barriers of light. The Berserker Shadow Sword also stood nearby. He had no options to flee the enclosement of the barriers of light. I already told you that you can't escape. Wielding a pitch-black key in her hand, Violet Cloud smiled at Traceless Blood and said calmly, "You have a magic weapon. I too have a magic weapon." To resolve a serious threat like Traceless Blood, Violet Cloud utilized her final trump card, Star's Reminiscence. The skill was also an Astromancer's main weapon. One of the skill's effects was Spatial Imprisonment. When activated, Star's Reminiscence would lock a target in the specified space indefinitely. If the target wished to escape their imprisonment, their only option was to shatter the spatial barrier or have the user dispel the skill. Meanwhile, the user's mana determined how much damage the spatial barrier could absorb. It was a skill with terrifying effects. However, the skill also had a very long cooldown of 2 hours. I'm actually going to die like this. Traceless Blood could not help but smile bitterly as he watched the mana balls that covered the sky and the berserker that eyed him like a fierce tiger. Chapter 694 Zero Wings Strength. Stoneclaw Mountains Outer Region. Currently, over 400 finely equipped red names pushed deeper into the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. However, as they approached the area, not only were the monsters they encountered stronger, but the number of monsters they encountered also increased. Moreover, the more players there were on the team, the easier it was for monsters to discover them. As a result, battles occurred quite frequently. Initially, the group only encountered 200 to 300 level 35 elite half-orcs and a few special elite and chieftain half-orcs. Now, however, the group frequently encountered groups of 400 to 500 level 38 elite half-orcs led by level 39 half-orc lords. The battles were twice as difficult now. Our luck is terrible. These half-orcs respawn so quickly. If we had known that their respawn rates were so fast, we would not have wasted so much time on recruiting more members and let Traceless Blood get ahead of us. Many team members envied Traceless Blood's team. To have better chances of defeating Zero Wings' main force, they had spent a lot of time trying to recruit more members. Yet now they had to deal with all of these half-orcs. It would still be some time before they would catch up with Zero Wings' main force. I heard that the battle has started already. I wonder if we can make it in time? We'd be more effective if we arrived late. After all, this is Zero Wings' main force we are talking about. If Traceless Blood cannot wipe them out completely, we can pick up the scraps. Hey, that's Traceless Blood you're talking about. With him on the offensive, do you really think many will get away? I guess that's true. Let's hurry then. Otherwise, this trip will have been pointless. Realizing this, the team began to fight with more fervor. In God's domain, dark players and light players rarely interacted as both sides looked down on each other. To dark players, light players were merely a group of players with little to no combat capabilities. They were only good at grinding dungeons. How could such players compare to their intense lifestyles of blood and blades? Hence, no matter how famous and powerful a guild expert was, in the eyes of red names, these experts were insignificant existences. Red names thought nothing of light guilds. There's a large group of players heading our way, a ranger suddenly reported. It can't be Zero Wings' main force, right? I didn't think that they would give up so quickly. It seems that Zero Wing only amounts to so much. Those rumors about how powerful the guild is are all just a bunch of lies. Many red names began to ridicule and mock the guild. Alright, enough. Get ready. Do not let a single player from Zero Wing escape. They were quickly approaching the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. Aside from Zero Wing and the ambushing red names, this area was empty of players. Since these players approached them from the inner region, they were, without a doubt, members of Zero Wing. Immediately, the 400-plus red names spread out and waited for Zero Wing to stumble right into their encirclement. Seconds ticked by. Very quickly, several dozen players emerged from the forest, each and every one of them looking miserable. These players panted heavily as they emerged. It was obvious that they had exhausted their stamina from running across a long distance. Just as the red names who lay in wait were about to rush forward and surround these exhausted players, they suddenly realized that something was amiss. Huh. Isn't that Berserker Three Knives the person ranking 91st on the red list? Aren't they members of Traceless Blood's team? Why do they look so miserable? A series of questions popped up in everyone's minds. However, they soon found their answers. Suddenly, dozens of arrows and spells burst from the forest. In the blink of an eye, several of the escaping red names fell to the ground and dropped several pieces of their equipment. Meanwhile, Three Knives, who ran at the forefront of the team, desperately blocked and dodged the incoming attacks. However, 2 arrows still found him, his HP instantly falling by nearly 3,000. You think you can get away with provoking Zero Wing? Minor Wind, who appeared at the tree-line, coldly demanded as he glared at Three Knives. Behind him, more of Zero Wing's members followed. Since I can't escape, I'll take you to the grave with me. Three Knives, who was exhausted from running, stopped as he resolved to fight to the death. The fight with Zero Wing's main force had been one-sided punishment. Even their strongest combatant, Traceless Blood, had been easily defeated, not to mention the rest of their team. Less than 5 minutes since their battle with Zero Wing began, they had lost over half their numbers. On the other hand, Zero Wing had not suffered a single death. It was simply inconceivable. At that point, each side's strength had been obvious. They were on completely different levels. Following which, he had issued a command to retreat immediately. When they started retreating, they still had more than 100 players. Now, however, only a dozen or so were alive. Minor Wind had claimed the majority of their members' lives himself. Not only were the Ranger's arrows extremely fast, but he also had ranged AoEs at his disposal. Even Three Knives, who ranked 91st on Starmoon Kingdom's red list, could not defend against all of Minor Wind's attacks, much less the members of his team. Mutual destruction? Minor Wind could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, you are not capable of such a thing. Although Three Knives was strong, superior to even a few members of Zero Wing's main force, the Berserker's skill completion rates were not high. After taking into account the difference in their equipment, Three Knives would rank roughly around 56th in Zero Wing's main force. Of course, this was not taking the power of darkness into consideration. As Minor Wind said so, he knocked his longbow and shot dozens of arrows in quick succession at the remaining red names. Although Three Knives and the other red names tried to approach Minor Wind, over 40 yards stretched them and the Ranger. There was not enough time for them to reach the Ranger. Moreover, of the dozen or so remaining red names, not a single one was a ranged class. Hence, the group had no choice but to weather the rain of arrows as they advanced. However, the Tier 1 weapon Windchaser was no trivial item. With it, Minor Wind could deal over -1,500 damage with his normal attacks alone. Three Knives and the others had, at most, a little over 7,000 HP. A few arrows were enough to finish them off. In addition, Minor Wind's arrows would occasionally trigger the quadruple stars effect. Before the dozen or so red names crossed 10 yards, only Three Knives remained alive. Though the Berserker only had a thread of HP left. The red names lying in ambush were all shocked. With just his bow, Minor Wind single-handedly defeated over a dozen red names before they came anywhere close to him. Even Three Knives was on his last breath. None of the red names lying in wait could believe their eyes. Am I dreaming? Why is that Ranger so powerful? Suddenly, everyone realized that their fellow red names who had gone ahead to ambush Zero Wing were all dead. Moreover, the only survivor had no more than a thread of HP remaining. The gap between the light players in their imaginations and the members of Zero Wing's main force was massive. Oh, You called for reinforcements? Minor Wind shifted his gaze towards the red names hiding in the bushes. With eagle eyes he noticed more than 400 players. Grinning, he said, "Since Big Sis Fire and the others are not around, let's use you guys to test out my true strength." When the red names heard Minor Wind's words, a sense of doom seeped into their hearts. Minor Wind's attack power was simply too high. Moreover, none of them were confident in escaping his rain of arrows and scathed. Three Knives was the best evidence for the assumption. Suddenly, the leading black-robed elementalist jumped up from his hiding spot and shouted, "W8! Chapter 695 Flower of Seven Sins. The black-robed elementalist was level 33. On Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list he would rank within the top 20. The majority of his equipment consisted of level 30 fine gold rank, while the rest was dark gold rank. Particularly his staff, which sported a spiral of flame-red runes, was no ordinary dark gold staff. Sunlight Dust. Three Knives was shocked when he saw the black-robed elementalist reveal himself. "What are you doing here?" Among the top 10 experts on Starmoon Kingdom's red list, Traceless Blood ranked 7th. Meanwhile, Sunlight Dust stood above Traceless Blood, ranking 3rd on the red list. The red list was different from the ranking list. Rather than ranking players by their levels, players on the red list were judged by their strength. It was a far more accurate estimation than the God's Domain experts list the secret pavilion had created. "So you're Sunlight Dust, the person who defeated Red Feather, the Star Alliance's apex expert." Minor Wind grew serious as he watched Sunlight Dust. Coldly he asked, "Are you targeting Zero Wing as well?" Red Feather was one of the strongest combatants in the Star Alliance and was an expert who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. The fact that Sunlight Dust could defeat an apex expert like Red Feather showed that the elementalist should also rank at the top of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, even he could not afford to be careless around Sunlight Dust. Even the slightest mistake could result in his death. "Initially I had only planned to earn a quick buck. Now, however, it seems that won't be possible," Sunlight Dust said as he turned to an empty area near Minor Wind. Shaking his head he said, "Zero Wing really has an abundance of experts. Its fame is not undeserved." Seeing Sunlight Dust's reaction, Three Knives was very confused. With Sunlight Dust's strength and that of his companions, they could make short work of Minor Wind, yet the expert elementalist chose to surrender. A figure suddenly appeared beside Minor Wind. This figure was none other than Flying Shadow, who had been in stealth all this time. "I'm impressed. He actually sensed me from so far away," Flying Shadow muttered in surprise. With his standards, aside from their guild leader, Black Flame, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud could detect him from such a long distance. One could just imagine how powerful Sunlight Dust was. "You can't expect this matter to end just because you revealed yourself, right?" Flying Shadow growled as he stared at Sunlight Dust. Sunlight Dust and his companions had aimed for Zero Wing from the very beginning. And yet, the instant the situation turned sour, they wanted to just up and leave. It was nothing more than disrespectful. "Of course not," Sunlight Dust said calmly. "I have very useful information for Zero Wing. Let us offer this as compensation. What do you think?" "What kind of information?" Flying Shadow asked. "Currently, only red names and small workshops are targeting Zero Wing. However, this is only the beginning. I've heard that our employer is in the process of hiring the Flower of Seven Sins as well," Sunlight Dust said slowly. At the mention of the name Flower of Seven Sins, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were many powers in the virtual gaming world. There were guilds, workshops, and special organizations such as the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was neither a workshop nor a guild. However, the organization's name shook the virtual gaming world. Their fame was so widespread was because the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization specializing in assassination work. They targeted gamers' characters specifically. As long as a virtual reality game possessed a PvP mechanism, the Flower of Seven Sins would be present. And as long as a player could afford their price, whether it was a monster-like gamer or the guild leader of a super guild, The Flower of Seven Sins could assassinate their target. Moreover, these statements were not without proof. In the past, someone had paid to have the guild leader of a super guild eliminated. In the end, the Flower of Seven Sins completed the task. Back then, the organization had greatly angered said super guild, causing said super guild to declare war against the organization. In the end, however, this super guild ceased to exist. The Flower of Seven Sins tore the guild apart thoroughly and removed its name from the virtual gaming world forever. However, the Flower of Seven Sins' asking price was extremely high. No ordinary person could afford it. Fire Dance suddenly appeared in between the two groups. In a grave tone she asked, "Are you telling us the truth?" Fire Dance's sudden appearance surprised even Sunlight Dust, causing the elementalist to feel an immense pressure. "I actually failed to detect her at such a close distance." Sunlight Dust wore a grave expression as he looked at Fire Dance. This was the first time anyone had come so close to him undetected. He possessed a special skill that granted him greater perception than ordinary players. Otherwise, he would not have so easily discovered Flying Shadow. If Fire Dance attacked him at such a close distance, he would likely die. Zero Wing really is scary. It's no wonder that person is hiring the Flower of Seven Sins. Sunlight Dust finally realized. He then turned to Fire Dance, smiling bitterly as he responded, "I guarantee that this information is true. However, as to what that person has requested the Flower of Seven Sins to do, even I have no clue. You may leave." Fire Dance dismissed them with a wave of her hand. Whether Sunlight Dust was lying to her or not, she doubted his words. Experts had their own pride to protect. It was especially true for an apex expert like Sunlight Dust. Following which, Sunlight Dust led his team away. As for Three Knives, he was not allowed to leave with his life. Flying Shadow immediately ended the Berserker's life as negotiations ended. As for Sunlight Dust, he did not particularly mind. Although he and Three Knives were both red names, they were not companions and he had no obligation to rescue Three Knives. "Big Sis Fire, what are we going to do now?" Flying Shadow asked worriedly as he sheathed his daggers. Every player's heart was familiar with the terror of the Flower of Seven Sins. Until today they had never once failed a job. Even super guilds did not dare to provoke the Flower of Seven Sins. Such an organization targeted Zero Wing. Even with Zero Wing's current strength, Flying Shadow doubted that they could fend off the Flower of Seven Sins. This matter is of utmost importance. Let's discuss it with Aqua and guild leader first. Fire Dance had no idea of what to do now. The Flower of Seven Sins' reputation was simply too immense. Anyone who had touched a virtual reality game knew about the organization. The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental existence among gamers. If the Flower of Seven Sins truly intended to annihilate Zero Wing, then this would be the greatest danger their guild had ever faced. The top of the world, Mount Sogar. With the aid of two Tier 3 demons, Shifeng finally managed to locate a pair of massive locked doors near the top of Mount Sogar. Engraved runes decorated the stone doors and black chains bound them, each chain giving off a faint pressure. This pressure was familiar to Shifeng. Divine might. Although the divine might the chains exuded was faint, no one who had encountered divine might would forget the sensation. Shifeng had already reached level 34. His level was high enough for him to rank within the top 3 of Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. On Mount Sogar, however, he was an insignificant existence. If he had not possessed two Tier 3 demons, he would not have made it up to this point. Shifeng had encountered multiple level 50 lords on his way up the mountain. With his strength alone, unless he activated the aura of Space's space movement, he would not have survived. Meanwhile, a gigantic beast stood guard beside the massive pair of stone doors. This quest is absurdly difficult on so many levels. Shifeng inwardly laughed bitterly as he watched the gigantic beast. Nine-headed magic snake, ferocious beast, great lord. Level 55. HP 90, 000/90, 000. Chapter 696, Ferocious Beast. Ferocious beasts were different from general wild and demonic beasts. They belonged to the ancient era. During ancient times, ferocious beasts were monsters that fought even gods. Some ferocious beasts had even managed to kill gods. Ferocious beasts were on the same level as angels and dragons, possessing the strength to challenge opponents of a higher tier. In the past, Shifeng had watched large guilds raid ferocious beasts, and he could describe those battles with a single word: intense. Once, an army of 10,000 elite players and several hundred first-rate and top-tier experts had attempted to raid a ferocious beast. The players had all been above level 100, whereas the ferocious beast had only been level 90. Some of those players had even been tier 3 classes. In the end, although the players defeated the ferocious beast, over 95% of the elites and half of the experts had died. There was a massive difference in strength between players at level 90 and players at level 100. It was like the difference between level 40 and level 50. Equipment's attributes would undergo a massive improvement at the level 100 threshold. Monsters received a similar boost. Yet even with such a huge difference, the players who faced off against the ferocious beast still suffered devastating losses. Although the 9-headed magic snake was only a great lord, unlike the level 90 ferocious beast that had been a level 90 grand lord, it was still a much higher level than Shifeng. At the very minimum, it would take a party of level 60 players to take down a level 55 great lord ranked ferocious beast. In Shifeng's opinion, if he wanted to kill this ferocious beast, he needed at least 500 level 60 and above tier 2 players. Moreover, they would need excellent equipment. Particularly, their weapons should be at least dark gold rank. Facing the 9-headed magic snake with any less would be suicide. Unlike other monsters, ferocious beasts did not just possess immense combat power. They also possessed the life force passed down from ancient times. In combat, ordinary monsters' battle recovery would only regenerate 1% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Ferocious beasts' battle recovery, on the other hand, regenerated 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. A ferocious beast's HP already ranked at the very top among monsters. They were practically bug-like existences. The 9-headed magic snake had 90 million HP. In battle, it could recover 2,700,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if Shifeng multiplied his damage output by 10, and the Great Lord stood motionless, he could not kill it. With such a powerful monster guarding the doors, it had been made clear that underestimating this quest's difficulty would be a mistake. Even an epic quest wasn't this absurdly difficult. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like I'm required to kill the 9-headed magic snake to pass through those doors. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief as he shifted his gaze towards a small circular indentation in the stone doors. The indentation was the perfect size for the elemental core. Weissman had said that the elemental core was both a map and a key. Since there was a keyhole in the stone doors, he just needed to insert the elemental core to open them. Moreover, with the 9-headed magic snake's massive body, it would not be able to cross the threshold. As long as Shifeng reached the other side of the doors, he should be safe from the ferocious beast. However, trying to open the doors under the snake's nose was not going to be easy. It seems like I'll have to sacrifice the purgatory demon. Shifeng noticed that the purgatory demon's time in this world was already nearing its end. Since it was going to disappear soon anyway, he might as well put it to good use. The purgatory demon had 13 million HP. Should buy him some time. Immediately, Shifeng used Phantom Kill and sent his doppelganger away. With this, should his life be in danger, he could escape. As the doppelganger distanced itself from Shifeng's group, the swordsman directed the purgatory demon to charge towards the 9-headed magic snake. Next to the 9-headed magic snake, which was over 30 meters tall, the purgatory demon looked like an insect. One bite from one of the Great Lord would be enough to devour several purgatory demons. When the purgatory demon was 30 yards away from the 9-headed magic snake, the latter yawned lazily as it whipped its tail forward. Suddenly, the hill-like snake tail appeared before the purgatory demon. Before Shifeng could react, the snake sent his purgatory demon hurtling into a nearby stone wall. When the purgatory demon slammed into the wall, a damage that the demon had never experienced before appeared above its head. -267,849. Shifeng's mouth twitched when he saw those numbers. This damage far surpassed his expectations. With a casual strike, the nine-headed magic snake dealt nearly -270,000 damage. Despite both creatures being tier 3, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Since I can't approach it, what about this? Shifeng did not dare direct the purgatory demon to approach the ferocious beast again. Instead, he used the tier 3 skill Garuda's Flames. Suddenly, a sea of fire rushed towards the nine-headed magic snake. This time the ferocious beast finally woke. Suddenly, one of its snake heads opened its mouth and inhaled. The beast sucked the flaming tide into its mouth, devouring the fire in the blink of an eye. Even Shifeng was stunned. This was his first battle against a ferocious beast. Although he had known that the purgatory demon was no match for the nine-headed magic snake, he had not expected the ferocious beast to fend off the purgatory demon's attack with little to no effort. The difference between them was absurd. After devouring the sea of fire, that snakehead turned to stare at the purgatory demon. In the next moment, it widened its mouth and spat out a more powerful version of Garuda's Flames. The flames were extremely fast, and it took everything Shifeng had just to get the purgatory demon to dodge those flames. As for the sturdy stone walls that bore the brunt of the molten attack, not only did the flames effortlessly tear through the walls, but the stone also melted into glowing lava. In an instant, over 50 meters of the stone wall disappeared. Is this the strength of the nine-headed magic snake? Shifeng was utterly baffled. At this point, he even began to doubt whether the nine-headed magic snake was just a great lord. Even several thousand tier 2 players would not be a match for the ferocious beast. Moreover, based on the magic snake's lazy attitude, it was obvious that the ferocious beast was simply toying with him. It had yet to utilize its true potential. Helpless, Shifeng could only use his final trump card. The purgatory demon's tier 3 taboo skill, Spatial Suppression. If he could not shift the nine-headed magic snake's attention towards the purgatory demon, he would not have a chance to open the stone doors. The power of a tier 3 taboo skill could rival even an ordinary tier 4 skill. As the nine-headed magic snake was both a great lord and a ferocious beast, its combat power should be equivalent to tier 4. In theory, a tier 3 taboo skill should deal damage to the nine-headed magic snake. Moreover, the damage should be relatively high. When the purgatory demon swung its war axe at the nine-headed magic snake, Shifeng silently prayed that the attack would wound the great lord. Even a small amount of damage would be fine. This time, the nine-headed magic snake finally raised all 9 of its heads, its eyes locked onto the purgatory demon's incoming war axe. Suddenly, a hint of gravity appeared in its amber eyes. Let this succeed. Shifeng tightened his grip around the elemental core, focused on the nine-headed magic snake's reaction. When spatial suppression activated, everything the space surrounding the nine-headed magic snake suddenly grew incomparably heavy. One could not move if they tried. Yet the nine-headed magic snake still moved. Although it was extremely slow, it was still capable of moving under the spatial suppression. However, as its tail moved very slowly, Shifeng could easily control the purgatory demon to avoid the attack. The demon's war axe then struck one of the fierce beast's heads. Boom! The nine-headed magic snake instantly lost that head as it fell to the ground, forming a massive crater. Meanwhile, the other 8 heads simultaneously screamed in pain as a massive amount of damage appeared above them. -605,791. Chapter 697, Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. After suddenly losing one of its heads, the magic snake's 8 remaining heads glared at the purgatory demon, rage filling their amber eyes. Less than a second later, however, the dismembered head grew back. All 9 of the Great Lord's heads then abruptly opened their mouths and spat out a gray beam. Despite receiving a tier 3 taboo skill, the nine-headed magic snake's combat power had not decreased in the slightest. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng hurriedly directed the purgatory demon to evade the beams and distance itself from the ferocious beast. Anything the snake's beams touched turned into gray stone. However, as the beast had fired 9 gray beams, due to Shifeng's lack of control over the purgatory demon, he accidentally allowed one of the beams to strike on the demon. Instantly, the purgatory demon lost over 500,000 HP. Moreover, it was also afflicted with the petrified state, stealing more than 200,000 HP every 2 seconds and 60% of its movement speed for 30 seconds. Isn't this petrification skill a little too strong? Shifeng used the aura of water's skill Life Bloom on the purgatory demon the moment he saw the debuff's description. While petrified, not only would the purgatory demon lose massive amounts of HP, but the 9-headed magic snake could also easily catch up to it due to the movement speed reduction. If that happened, the purgatory demon would be a goner in less than 30 seconds. With Life Bloom, however, the purgatory demon's HP recovered at an impressive rate. Life Bloom recovered 60% of its target's HP every second. With the purgatory demon's 13 million HP, even if the 9-headed magic snake were more powerful, it would not instantly kill the demon. Hence, for the next 40 seconds, the purgatory demon was nearly invulnerable. Immediately, Shifeng used the purgatory demon to lure the 9-headed magic snake away from the massive stone doors. Once the ferocious beast was 40 yards away, and Shifeng was sure that it focused on the purgatory demon fully, Shifeng activated Windwalk and dashed towards the stone doors. Time ticked by second after second. As Shifeng approached the massive stone doors, his heart rate rose rapidly. If the 9-headed magic snake discovered him now, he would die without a doubt. Even if he relied on the temporarily immortal purgatory demon, he could not stop the ferocious beast from grinding him to a pulp. By the time Shifeng arrived at the stone doors, over 6 seconds had passed. Meanwhile, the purgatory demon had lured the 9-headed magic snake 100 yards away from the stone doors and desperately tried to pin it down, earning as much time for Shifeng as possible. To the 9-headed magic snake, the purgatory demon was practically a toy. Again and again, the ferocious beast smashed the purgatory demon into the ground, damages in the hundreds of thousands appearing above the demon's head. The purgatory demon had no power to resist. Without wasting any time, Shifeng immediately inserted the elemental core into the small hole in the doors. Suddenly, the magic arrays on the elemental core and inside the circular hole shifted and aligned. They then released a faint golden light. The runes covering the pair of stone doors lit up, releasing a dazzling golden glow. A moment later, the chains around the stone doors began to shatter. Faster! Hurry up! Shifeng's anxiety mounted as he watched the chains break, one after another. There were over 20 chains around the doors, yet each one took a full second to break. It would take more than 20 seconds for the stone doors to open. As the chains shattered, the initially weak divine might grew stronger. This is bad. Shifeng frowned as he turned to the 9-headed magic snake, which currently toyed with the purgatory demon. With the divine might growing stronger, even he could sense it clearly now, not to mention the ferocious beast that had guarded the doors all this time. Sure enough, the 9-headed magic snake sensed the increasing divine might, and it could not help but turn to look at the stone doors. Suddenly, it whipped its tail and sent the purgatory demon flying before turning and slithered towards Shifeng. Meanwhile, 10 chains remained on the doors. With the 9-headed magic snake's speed, it did not need that much time to reach him. With no other choice, Shifeng directed the cursed demon to use the Tier 3 skill Spiritual Blade to attack the ferocious beast. Spiritual Blade was not just a magical attack skill, it was also capable of forcing its target into a confused state for 15 seconds. The skill could earn him enough time for the doors to open. This time, due to the stone doors being unlocked, the 9-headed magic snake did not bother blocking the spiritual blade. Immediately, the ferocious beast received over -300,000 damage, releasing a pained cry as its massive body slid to a halt. Its eyes glazed over slightly. Good. Shifeng unconsciously sighed with relief. Although the 9-headed magic snake possessed relatively high magic resistance, in the end, it was still only a great lord. A Tier 3 skill should still be effective against it. As the chains continued to shatter, The ferocious beast's glazed eyes gradually regained clarity. By the time the last 3 chains remained, the 9-headed magic snake woke from its stupor. It then released an earth-shaking roar, its cold, amber eyes suddenly turning blood red. Widening its mouths, it fired multiple gray beams once more. The 9-headed magic snake had spat a total of 9 gray beams. Each one was more than enough to kill Shifeng instantly. Moreover, the 9 beams sealed off any path of retreat. Shifeng had nowhere to go. Immediately, Shifeng activated his replace skill. In the next moment, Shifeng's doppelganger lost all of its HP as it transformed into a gray statue. Following which, the doppelganger shattered, becoming dust that scattered in the wind. Could not resist the beams in the slightest. Seeing Shifeng vanish completely, the 9-headed magic snake shifted its attention towards the cursed demon. Shifeng immediately directed the cursed demon to escape. To the 9-headed magic snake, however, the cursed demon was simply too slow. After the demon had taken a few steps, the ferocious beast caught up to it. With a whip of its tail, the 9-headed magic snake sent the cursed demon into a stone wall, destroying over 400,000 HP instantly. In less than 3 seconds, the cursed demon lost over 2 million HP. This is my chance. Shifeng realized that all of the chains had finally broken. He activated space movement and arrived before the doors once more. Stretching out his hand, he twisted the elemental core. As the elemental core produced a click sound, the massive stone doors gradually opened. Turning to take a look, the 9-headed magic snake froze. It had never imagined that Shifeng would appear again. Thinking that its previous skill had been too weak, all 9 of the Great Lord's heads stretched open their jaws once more. This time, however, the heads did not spit gray beams. Suddenly, a massive 3-fold magic array appeared above the stone doors. The sky suddenly darkened as black winds moaned. The massive magic array covered a radius of 300 yards, and even the distant purgatory demon and curse demon were within the ferocious beast's attack range. Shifeng's excited expression dropped. Shifeng had seen this spell before. The Tier 3 curse, Dark Gale. The curse was a super large-scale destruction spell that lasted 10 full seconds. At this moment, Shifeng had no defense against this spell. The 7 Luminaries ring was still on cooldown, so he could not switch to the Aura of Earth or the Aura of Illusion. As for Defensive Blade, the skill's block counts were not enough to block the Dark Gale completely. As the Black Gale tore at him, Shifeng said his prayers as he activated Defensive Blade. The wind devoured all life it touched. In the blink of an eye, the Defensive Blade's 9 block counts had been exhausted. Dark Gale had caused 9 instances of damage in just 1 second. Even with his Tier 1 Defensive Blade, Shifeng would not last 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the Purgatory Demon and Curse Demon each lost nearly 500,000 HP every second. The 9-headed magic snake's damage was terrifying. What a pity! As the black wind surrounded him, Shifeng felt somewhat disappointed. He was a thread away from opening and entering the stone doors. He had never imagined that the 9-headed magic snake would be so vicious to use a Tier 3 curse. Moreover, it was a super large-scale destruction spell. The ferocious beast gave him no chance. As the black wind swept in for a second attack, suddenly the 3-fold magic array in the sky began to disappear. The dark gale also dissipated into nothingness. Before Shifeng could figure out what was happening, the 9-headed magic snake cried painfully as its body rapidly turned into stone. It then shattered into dust and rubble. 3 shimmering items fell on top of the pile of rubble. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached Shifeng's ears. This is Chapter 698, Strengthening Device. By now, Shifeng was quite familiar with the 9-headed magic snake's strength. To current players, it was practically invincible. It didn't matter how many players came here to raid it. Meanwhile, in Shifeng's mind, he had never actually thought of killing the 9-headed magic beast. Since the beginning, he had only thought of luring it away from the stone doors. He had never expected the Great Lord to die. For a time Shifeng was speechless. However, when he heard the sound of the system notification he more or less understood what had happened. System. Blood refining passage has been opened. Do you wish to enter? Time remaining, 1 hour 59 minutes. So it turns out that as this place's guardian beast, if the stone doors open the guardian dies. It's no wonder why the 9-headed magic snake was so desperate. Shifeng inwardly celebrated as he stared at the rubble that used to be the 9-headed magic snake. Unfortunately he had not killed the snake. Otherwise, with the EXP from the ferocious beast he might have risen several levels. With the stone doors open and quite some time before they closed again, Shifeng did not hurry into the blood-refining passage. Instead he approached the 9-headed magic snake's remains, hoping to take a closer look at what items the ferocious beast had dropped. Although he was not responsible for the 9-headed magic snake's death as a monster, it would still drop some items after dying. Only it would drop significantly fewer items. The 9-headed magic snake had been a great lord-ranked ferocious beast. Even the most inferior item it would drop was not something one would find from an ordinary great lord. Among the 3 items, one was a magical pure black cube covered with blood-red runes. The item was called Blood Refining Stone and it could be used inside the blood refining world. As for the other 2 items, one was a silver fang-like dagger while the other was a drawing. Sure enough, a ferocious beast's loot is amazing. Even dropped an epic dagger. Shifeng was momentarily stunned. Petrified Thorn, Dagger Epic Rank. Level 40, Level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 550, Agility 400. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 1165, currently level 40. Strength plus 92, Agility plus 101, Endurance plus 60. Strength increased by 10%. Agility increased by 10%. Attack speed plus 12. Evasion plus 20. All skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 20. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Damage from sneak attacks increased by 20%. Level requirement to equip all items decreased by 5 levels. Durability 300/300. Attacks have 30% chance to inflict petrified effect, reducing target's weapon damage by 10% each second and movement speed by 60% for 6 seconds. 30% chance to trigger fatal blow effect, increasing damage by 220%. Additional skill 1 dash. Devour magic. Absorbs magic damage equal to 300% of user's maximum HP for 15 seconds. Damage absorbed can be converted into a single attack, dealing twice the amount of damage absorbed to an area of 5 by 50 yards in front of user. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Petrification domain. Enemies within 50 yards receive 500% weapon damage and have their movement speed reduced by 50% for 10 seconds. Increases the user's agility, strength and movement speed with each target hit. Agility and strength can increase to a maximum of 30%. While movement speed can increase to a maximum of 100% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Fire Dance really lucked out this time. She'll be able to equip this once she reaches level 40. Only the dagger's strength requirement is somewhat high. I'll have to figure out a way to increase her strength. Shifeng happily stored away the petrified thorn. Although the true fire blades Fire Dance wielded were top-tier dark gold weapons, they were on a completely different level compared to the petrified thorn. At the end of the day, even the most powerful dark gold weapon was only a mortal's weapon. An epic weapon, on the other hand, was a true extraordinary weapon. The petrified thorn's attack power was especially frightening. The dagger's 1165 attack power was even higher than a level 40 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon. Not to mention there were the strength and agility increases the dagger provided. If Fire Dance equipped this dagger, she could slice through players as if she were dicing vegetables. Following which, Shifeng's gaze shifted towards the tattered drawing. Strengthening device forging design. Can strengthen player equipment, significantly reducing the consumption of durability. Required materials. 1 magic crystal, 10 mithril or 2 intermediate mana recovery potions, and 1 basic alchemy array. Is this real? Even something like this dropped? Shifeng muttered in surprise. In God's domain, monsters would grow more powerful as they reached higher levels. Take the monsters players currently faced for example. Not only did they possess very high attack power, but they could also significantly reduce equipment durability. It was why the various guilds were forced to repair their equipment in Stone Forest Town. Players could repair weapons with whetstones and advanced whetstones. However, there were no such recovery items for equipment. However, there were items that could reinforce equipment. The strengthening device was one such item. Only its forging design was extremely hard to obtain. It only dropped from level 50 and above Great Lord ranked field bosses. Dungeons would not drop the design. Moreover, the strengthening device was a consumable item. It could not be permanently equipped. Fortunately, the forging process was very simple, and the item also had relatively high durability. Players could put it to good use for a relatively long period. If they dodged attacks properly, they could extend the strengthening device's lifespan even further. However, one of the raw materials required was not that easy to obtain. While mithril or intermediate mana recovery potions and basic alchemy arrays were both cheap and easily available, it was a different story for magic crystals. Magic crystals were always rare and valuable. Hence, crafting strengthening devices was expensive. Each one would cost roughly 30 silver to produce. Even so, there were still a large number of players willing to purchase it. While ordinary players were willing to waste some time traveling back to towns and cities to repair their equipment, large guilds were not as willing. To them, time was money. In the past, a strengthening device's standard price was 2 gold. During its peak, however, the price soared to 4 gold due to high demand and low supply. Currently, the various large guilds of Starmoon Kingdom and several neighboring kingdoms had sent many of their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Obviously, the strengthening devices could offer some convenience. Just the amount of time and repair fees the strengthening devices could save them were worth more than 4 gold. It seems I'll have to find some opportunity to grind level 50 field Great Lords. With one strengthening device forging design, I won't even be able to produce enough for the guild members. Shifeng suddenly thought of a profitable business idea. If he waited too long, the strengthening devices would not be as profitable. Just as Shifeng finished organizing his items and was about to enter the blood refining passage, he suddenly discovered over 100 unread messages in his inbox. Among them, over 90% were from Aqua Rose. There were also messages from Gentle Snow and Fire Dance. They had all sent these messages around the same time. After he had reached Mount Sogar's core, he had worried that he would get himself killed while receiving a message. Hence, he had blocked all calls and messages for the time being. What happened? Why are they so anxious? Shifeng wondered as he opened the messages. Chapter 699, Banished. The Flower of 7 Sins. A serious expression overcame Shifeng when he saw this name. He had not expected that exemplary Willow to be so vicious. It would have been fine had she just hired a bunch of red names and small workshops to harass Zero Wing. At most, it would make things a little difficult for the guild. However, it was a completely different story if she hired the Flower of 7 Sins. As a mysterious assassin organization of the virtual gaming world, nearly every virtual reality game contained traces of the Flower of 7 Sins. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had even developed itself into one of God's domain's peak powers. No guild could afford to offend the Flower of 7 Sins. As long as one could afford the organization's price, these assassins could even take out a super guild's guild leader. Everyone was afraid of them. In the past, 5 super guilds had banded together to suppress the Flower of 7 Sins, threatening to retaliate if the organization accepted any assassination requests on their respective guilds' upper echelons. Unfortunately, those super guilds' efforts had been futile. In less than 10 days, all 5 super guilds gave up on suppressing the assassin organization. The Flower of 7 Sins had made a statement by killing their upper echelons once. There were even god-ranked experts among those who had died. From then on, the various super guilds in God's domain no longer bothered with the Flower of 7 Sins. back then the incident had shaken God's domain. The Flower of Seven Sins had become a power that no one would dare provoke. However, the organization's asking price was also extraordinarily high. Even open-source corporations should feel a sting from the cost of hiring the organization. Exemplary Willow must have hired the Flower of Seven Sins to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons. Even OSC can't afford to target the entire guild. Shifeng gave the situation some thought. The best method to deal with Zero Wing was to kill the guild's upper echelons to level 0. This would certainly collapse both Zero Wing's strength and reputation. As for the possibility of the Flower of Seven Sins failing to carry out their contract. Since its creation, the Flower of Seven Sins had never once failed a job. Their strength was practically endless. Even Shifeng was not confident of surviving an assassination attempt from the Flower of Seven Sins right now, not to mention the guild's other members. If I remember correctly, before the Flower of Seven Sins takes action, the organization usually invests some time to investigate their target, before taking action. In the past, the Flower of Seven Sins would take anywhere from 5 to 10 days to collect information. If Exemplary Willow went directly to them and hired the organization after she returned from our meeting, I should still have roughly 4 days before the organization takes action. If their target is much stronger than their initial estimations, the Flower of Seven Sins will adjust their quote to their employer and will only take action after their employer agrees to the new price. Right now, the best way to avoid this mess is to increase the strength of the guild's upper echelons significantly within 4 days, forcing the Flower of Seven Sins to renew their price. If that happened, Exemplary Willow might not consider the price worth it and give up on the organization altogether. Shifeng had some understanding of the Flower of Seven Sins rules and pricing. Killing a system-recognized, third-rate expert cost 500,000 credits. The price increased depending on the expert's strength. Moreover, this was only the price for one death. As for system-recognized second-rate experts, the minimum asking price was 3 million credits. The minimum price for first-rate experts was 10 million credits. Top-tier experts cost 100 million credits at the very minimum. Above them would be apex experts, and the organization charged upwards of 500 million credits for each kill. Ordinary people could never afford the Flower of Seven Sins. Only those large guilds and corporations with significant financial strength could do so. However, rather than spend so much money to kill an opponent, it was more cost-effective to send their own men to get the job done. Hence, only when one had no other options would they employ the Flower of Seven Sins. This was precisely the case for Exemplary Willow right now. At this point, even the Star Alliance was helpless against Zero Wing in the Starmoon Kingdom, not to mention Twilight Echo, which did not have the home ground advantage. The cost of killing Zero Wing's upper echelons to level 0 was astronomical. Only a massive existence like the open-source corporation could afford such a price. Currently, the Flower of Seven Sins had yet to determine the strength of Zero Wing's upper echelons. Based on Shifeng's estimates, killing a 5th-floor expert of the trial tower should cost at least 500,000 credits. A 6th-floor expert would cost at least 3 million credits. A 7th-floor expert would cost around 10 million credits. And an 8th-floor expert should cost at least 100 million credits. Currently, Zero Wing upper management consisted of more than 20 players, and the majority were 6th-floor experts. Only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had reached the 7th floor. If everyone could improve their strength, the cost of killing them would increase exponentially. At that time, even OSC would have to reconsider. Following which, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her to turn the guild's upper echelons' focus on improving their strength and progressing through the trial tower as much as possible. Shifeng would also go all out to supply everyone with the 100-berry wine. Although Aqua Rose did not understand Shifeng's intentions, since he had given the order, she had no choice but to do as he wished. For a time, Zero Wing's upper echelons ceased grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Instead, they focused on their progression in the trial tower. As for Gentle Snow's message, she wanted to inform Shifeng of OSC's investment into the Star Alliance, becoming one of the guild's major shareholders. She also stated that OSC intended to deal with Zero Wing, so he should be wary of the Star Alliance. Naturally, Shifeng had already taken appropriate measures to protect Zero Wing. Hence, not long after Shifeng read Gentle Snow's message, shocking news spread throughout Star Moon City. Stone Forest Town was no longer open to the Star Alliance. Any guild that was affiliated with the Star Alliance was also barred from Stone Forest Town. This incident instantly attracted the attention of every player in the capital city. Everyone was confused as to why Zero Wing would suddenly declare war against the Star Alliance. The Stoneclaw Mountains had long since become an iconic symbol of Star Moon City. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was an indispensable resting place for players grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Without this resting place, the Star Alliance would fall far behind the other guilds. Of course, the Star Alliance could seek the aid of others to help them repair their equipment in Stone Forest Town. However, Shifeng had prepared for that as well. Shifeng had limited the amount of equipment players could repair. In other words, in addition to one's own equipment, players visiting Stone Forest Town could only help one other player repair a set of equipment once. Moreover, he also placed a limit on the players' levels. Only players who were level 30 or above were allowed to repair their equipment in the town. With this, he restricted the Star Alliance's options of repairing equipment in Stone Forest Town. Can someone tell me what is going on here? When Galaxy Past received this information, he nearly jumped out of his seat from anger. The situation had changed so suddenly that even Galaxy Past did not understand what had happened. Why had Zero Wing turned against them? The Star Alliance had only considered striking out against Zero Wing. The guild had yet to take such considerations seriously. Yet Zero Wing chose to humiliate the Star Alliance publicly. The Star Alliance had already mobilized the majority of its combat power to the Stoneclaw Mountains. If the Star Alliance's members could not rest in Stone Forest Town, how was the guild supposed to compete with the other guilds? Silence filled conference hall. This was the first time anyone had seen Galaxy Past so furious. Guild leader, maybe Zero Wing made this move because they think that we are becoming too big of a threat? Purple Eye was also confused by Zero Wing's drastic actions. They had clearly minded their own business until just recently. Zero Wing must have found out about OSC's investment into the Star Alliance, Red Feather reasoned. Even if we have OSC's support, there is no reason for this. Zero Wing has clearly made us out to be their greatest enemy, Purple Eye said as she shook her head. Go. Contact Black Flame immediately. Galaxy Past agreed with Purple Eye's opinion. He needed to sort out this matter with Black Flame properly. Chapter 700, Improving Swordsmanship. After Shifeng finished dealing with Zero Wing, he entered the blood refining passage. Regarding the Flower of Seven Sins, he could only focus on growing stronger. He had already obtained an epic weapon, and he was nowhere near completing the Solomon's Treasure quest. If he completed the quest, he might be able to upgrade his equipment. If he could obtain an epic weapon for himself, his combat power would rise significantly. Is this the blood refining passage? Shifeng found his surroundings somewhat stifling. The blood refining passage was a long and narrow passageway. Shifeng could not even see the passage's end. Numerous blood-red runes had been carved into the walls on either side, radiating a faint divine might that made him very uncomfortable. It felt as if he were submerged in water. Even walking down the passageway was difficult. If he had to fight in such an environment, he wouldn't be able to exert even half of his normal strength. The moment Shifeng entered the passageway, the large stone doors had closed, preventing any retreat. Right now, his only option to escape was to give up on the quest and use a return scroll. Since his path of retreat had been closed off, Shifeng could only advance down the walkway. However, before Shifeng had covered a distance of 100 yards, two monsters suddenly emerged from the walls on either side of the passage. These two monsters wore blood-red armor and wielded silvery white bone spears. Blood Fighter, Undead Elite Rank. Level 50. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Undead. Shifeng unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the two 3-meter-tall blood warriors. Luckily, they're just level 50 elites. With the divine might suppression, the strength he could exert was limited. If a chieftain had appeared, he would have had no choice but to summon a tier 3 demon. However, the magic amplification scroll had limited uses. Shifeng did not want to waste them. After the two blood fighters appeared, they immediately charged at Shifeng while thrusting their spears, each spear splitting into 3. They fought like experts who had known the same weapon for many years. All 6 spears aimed for Shifeng's vital points. With the two blood fighters working together, even Shifeng could not avoid all of their attacks. Such skill. Shifeng was slightly surprised. The blood fighter's spearmanship was on par with experts who specialized with the spear. In a fight without skills, even elite players would stand no chance against these blood fighters. Shifeng retreated, dodging the oncoming attacks as much as possible. From time to time he used his swords to block an attack. The passage was somewhat narrow and the two blood fighters took up the entire path. He had no room to circle to their sides, he could only face them head-on. Die. After Shifeng tested blood fighter's skills, he took half a step back and raised the Abyssal blade, intending to use Thundering Flash to end this battle quickly. In the next moment, the Abyssal blade transformed into a streak of black light as it descended. However, the usual blue electric arcs did not appear. The two blood fighters did not receive any damage whatsoever. On the contrary, one of them thrust its spear at Shifeng's head fiercely. Hurriedly, Shifeng repelled the oncoming spear with Purgatory's shadow in his other hand, deftly evading the silver spear. I can't use skills? Shifeng felt his head begin to ache. Skills were a player's advantage against monsters. If a player could not use any of their skills, then more than half of their advantage over monsters would be gone. However, Shifeng was not a greenhorn. During God's Domain's initial stages, players normally relied on skills in a battle. However, battles between experts were usually fought without any skills. Instead, they relied on their techniques against each other. The two blood fighters were indeed powerful. However, their attack patterns were overly monotonous and lacked flexibility. To a sword expert like Shifeng, a few exchanges were all he needed to find a gap to damage the two elites. When the Abyssal blade slashed at a gap in one of the blood fighter's crimson armor, that blood fighter immediately retreated by a step, a crack appearing on the white bone beneath the armor. A damage of -1056 points then appeared above the blood fighter's head. Such a powerful defense and mana body. Shifeng had a very clear understanding of how high his attack power was. Not to mention, the Abyssal blade even bore a magic device that increased its destructive power drastically. Against a level 50 elite monster, he should be able to deal at least -1500 damage. His strike should also affect his target's combat power to some extent, not to mention an attack that had struck a vital point. Yet he had only dealt slightly over -1000 damage after striking the blood fighter's bone. Moreover, only a small crack had appeared on said bone. The blood fighter's defense could already rival that of a chieftain-ranked monster. However, after repelling one blood fighter, the space available to him increased significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng quickly dashed to the other blood fighter's side, stabbing Purgatory's shadow into the blood fighter's arm joint and forcing the elite's attack to a stop. Immediately after, the Abyssal blade struck one of the blood fighter's vital points. One hit at the joints and one hit at a vital point. Shifeng repeated this combination attack, preventing the blood fighter from retaliating as its HP rapidly decreased. Even though the blood fighter had 100,000 HP, the damage would slowly accumulate if Shifeng continued dealing -1000 or so damage with his attacks. In less than 5 minutes, both blood fighters fell to the ground, becoming no more than a pile of bones and armor while dropping a piece of level 50 common equipment and a few dozen copper coins. They had also provided Shifeng with an ample amount of EXP. In the next moment, the red mist that the blood fighters released upon death suddenly flowed into Shifeng's body. System: Blood Refining Stone has obtained 1 point of blood energy. System: Blood Refining Stone has obtained 1 point of blood energy. This is. Shi Feng took out the blood-refining stone which he had obtained from the nine-headed magic snake. The pitch-black stone gave off a faint red glow. Its information had also changed. Blood-refining stone. Can evolve into a blood-refining crystal after absorbing 1,000 points of blood energy. 2/1000. Although Shi Feng did not know what use there was to upgrading the blood-refining stone into a blood-refining crystal, after giving it some thought, he realized that it might be a crucial key to completing his quest. Moreover, the blood fighters had provided an ample amount of EXP. It was roughly 3 times that of an ordinary level 50 elite. Hence, this wasn't a bad place to level up. Following which, Shi Feng continued along the passageway. He would encounter blood fighters every so often. However, as he progressed down the passage, more blood fighters appeared with each ambush. From the initial 2, the number gradually increased to 3, then 4. However, this was still not the greatest change. As the number of blood fighters increased, their attacks became more accurate. By the time Shi Feng faced 4 blood fighters at the same time, their spearmanship had also become far more flexible. Their attack patterns began to vary as well. Killing the blood fighters became more of a challenge, and the time it took for him to end each battle increased significantly. After 3 to 4 hours of intense non-stop combat, even an elite player would feel mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since adapted to God's domain's battles. Rather than feeling tired, he felt elated when fighting these blood fighters. It was not very often that he could fight in a life-or-death battle purely involving techniques. Without being able to use his skills, Shi Feng gradually noticed the deficiencies in his own swordsmanship. While he possessed plenty of attack methods, he lacked methods to defend himself with his swords, and he would often make up for this gap by relying on movement. Hence, Shi Feng began to use his swordsmanship for both attacking and defending, no longer relying on his agility to evade oncoming attacks. As Shi Feng engaged in more battles, his defensive swordsmanship improved. Initially, he still had to evade attacks every so often against 2 blood fighters simultaneously. After a few hours, however, Shi Feng no longer needed to evade the attacks. He could fend off all of the attacks with his 2 swords. Another change has occurred. Just as Shi Feng prepared to deal with the next batch of blood fighters, the elites stopped appearing. Instead, a skeleton wielding a 2-handed saber and wearing exquisite armor pulled away from one of the walls. Life filled the skeleton's flashing red eyes. It was completely different from the robotic blood fighters. Chapter 701, Blood Warrior. Hua. The skeleton in black-spiked armor suddenly brandished its 2-handed saber, creating a powerful gale that engulfed Shi Feng. Its blade work is so fast. I didn't see the weapon move at all. Shi Feng unconsciously tightened his grip on the abyssal blade. He felt an immense pressure as he stared at the flashing red flames in the skeleton's eye sockets. Blood Warrior, Undead Special Elite. Level 50. HP 240, 000/240, 000. Although the Blood Warrior's HP was not high, its attack speed and strength were on a whole different level compared to the Blood Fighters. Suddenly, the Blood Warrior stomped its foot. Shi Feng only heard the sound of a sonic boom before the Blood Warrior appeared right in front of him, its massive saber transforming into a streak of silver light as it descended towards his head. In terms of strength and speed, the Blood Warrior was simply overwhelming. Although Shi Feng had stretched his perception to its very limit, the Blood Warrior's explosive power still caught him unprepared. Boom! When the Blood Warrior swung its saber, the saber light extended over 10 yards. If the walkway had not been indestructible, the undead's attack would have gouged the ground. Meanwhile, the attack had sent Shi Feng flying over 20 yards, a damage of more than -1,000 points appearing above his head. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng lost 1/10 of his HP. So powerful. Shi Feng gaped at the Blood Warrior with a face. His entire arm was numb. It was not surprising that the special elite was stronger and faster than he was. What was surprising was the fact that the Blood Warrior had an expert's techniques as well. Neither its movement nor attacks contained any excess movement whatsoever. This allowed the undead to exert astonishing speed and destructive power. Even Shifeng had only barely blocked the attack with his sword. Suddenly, Shifeng was no longer as complacent as he had been against the blood fighters. Players had two main advantages against monsters. The first was their skills, while the second was combat techniques. However, inside the blood refining passage, players could not use any of their skills and could only rely on their combat techniques in a fight. As for the Blood Warrior before Shifeng, not only did it possess superior attributes, but its techniques surpassed even ordinary expert players. If an ordinary expert stood in Shifeng's place right now, they would have no strength to resist the Blood Warrior. Just as Shifeng pondered ways to deal with the Blood Warrior, the latter charged for Shifeng once more, giving him no time to catch his breath. The Blood Warrior slashed its two-handed saber at Shifeng in quick succession, every one of its attacks faster than Shifeng's visual perception. Shifeng could only rely on his intuition to block or dodge the attacks. He did not even have time to breathe. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Countless saber lights intertwined, generating dazzling sparks as they collided with Shifeng's swords. Each time Shifeng blocked the Blood Warrior's saber, he was sent flying. Even while Shifeng soared through the air, the Blood Warrior showed no signs of stopping its assault. As long as Shifeng erred in his judgment, he would be executed on the spot. Shifeng was thrown over 100 yards in quick succession, his body slamming into the ground. The difference between their strengths was obvious at first glance. Is this really a level 50 special elite? Shifeng looked at his own HP. He had less than 3,000 HP remaining. At most he could receive 3 more hits before his life ended. Before Shifeng could even consider his options, the Blood Warrior appeared before him. Attacking with its saber, it sent Shifeng flying once more. Since Shifeng had rejoined God's domain, he had suppressed his opponents with his strength. This was the first time an opponent had beaten him so badly regarding strength and speed. In the face of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. At this moment, Shifeng was reminded of the fact that attributes were the basics of combat in God's domain. Even if Shifeng could perceive the Blood Warrior's attack trajectories, he simply could not keep up with the special elite's speed. If he could not even dodge the Blood Warrior's attacks, there was no point in considering a counterattack. If Shifeng received the Blood Warrior's saber a few more times, Shifeng's HP would be no more. Shifeng suddenly realized that the Blood Warrior had stopped attacking him. Instead, it turned around and walked back to where it came from, no longer interested in Shifeng. What's going on here? Despite needing only 2 more hits to end the battle, the Blood Warrior had stopped attacking him. Did I move out of its field of activity? Shifeng accepted this conclusion after giving it some thought. Otherwise, the Blood Warrior had no reason to spare him. It seems that I need to defeat the Blood Warrior if I wish to continue forward. However, with his current strength, it was utterly impossible to defeat the Blood Warrior. It would be easier without the Divine Might's suppression. Shifeng thought as he glared at the passage walls. The Divine Might radiating from the walls had limited his strength significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been so helpless against the Blood Warrior's attacks. If I wish to pass the Blood Warrior, I only have 3 options. I can reduce the Divine Might suppression, improve my combat techniques, or improve my attributes. Without any of my skills, weakening the Divine Might will be impossible. As for techniques, that is not something I can improve significantly in a short time. It seems that my only choice is to raise my attributes. Shifeng then looked at his current level. At this point he was at 61% of level 34. He was very close to reaching level 35. He currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. As his level increased, the set's attributes would improve as well. Level 35 was considered a small milestone for equipment. Moreover, he also possessed epic and fragmented legendary ranked items. Once he reached level 35, those attributes would also increase. Let's level up then. Shifeng halted his advance. Instead he retraced his steps. Shifeng had mostly grasped the blood-refining passage's rules. He would encounter different monsters depending on where he was. Since he had entered the field belonging to the Blood Warrior, if he retreated to the previous field, his would return to the 4 Blood Fighters. Fortunately, the Blood Fighters provided a lot of EXP, so Shifeng did not level slowly. Moreover, he could also improve his techniques by facing the elite monsters. In such a way, Shifeng began an endless journey of grinding, his level rising little by little. Star Moon City. Inside a VIP room of one of Star Moon's high-class restaurants. Currently, 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, occupied the luxurious and spacious room. All 3 were at least level 32. 1 woman had already reached level 33. This woman was none other than Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. Sitting across from Aqua Rose were the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past, and the Star Alliance's #1 elementalist expert, Purple Eye. Vice Leader Aqua, let's be frank. Why did Zero Wing suddenly decide to banish the Star Alliance from Stone Forest Town? I don't recall our guild provoking your guild in any way, Galaxy Past asked quietly, trying his best to suppress the raging fire within him. The Star Alliance's progression into the Stoneclaw Mountains had slowed significantly. If this situation persisted, their previous advantages would vanish and other guilds would overtake them. Had it not tasted the fruit known as Stone Forest Town, it would have been fine. However, after experiencing the benefits that Stone Forest Town offered, it was impossible for the Star Alliance to endure losing access to the town. Guild Leader Galaxy, don't tell me that you've agreed to Open Source Corporation's investment without knowing what was happening? Aqua Rose countered calmly. Or does Guild Leader Galaxy not know what kind of people have been harassing Zero Wing recently? After Aqua Rose's reminder, Galaxy Past quickly came to a realization. He had received some information mentioning a small conflict between Zero Wing and Open Source Corporation. However, he had never imagined that this enmity was so severe. Guild Leader Galaxy, I believe that you should have a general understanding of the situation. Today, I've come here to pass on a message from our guild leader. Narrowing her eyes, Aqua Rose coldly declared, if the Star Alliance doesn't enter an alliance with Zero Wing now, then it will be our enemy. What is your decision? Chapter 702 Swift and Ruthless. Become your enemy? Galaxy Past let out a laugh as he raised an eyebrow, a flame of anger igniting in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed the emotion. Chuckling softly, he said, Guild Leader Black Flame really hasn't changed. Although he had known about Black Flame's arrogance, he could not help his anger when it turned on him. However, he had to admit that, up until this point, not one guild had managed to do anything to Zero Wing. Aqua, you're saying that Zero Wing intends to go to war if the Star Alliance refuses to become its ally? Purple Eye asked, a hint of cold surfacing on her white, delicate cheeks. The killing intent she radiated even dropped the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Its survival until now spoke volumes to its strength. Why would it possibly cower due to an upstart guild? Besides, the Star Alliance currently had OSC's support. Star Moon City was the Star Alliance's home ground. If an all-out war broke out between their 2 guilds, Zero Wing would suffer tremendous losses. If not for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance would have lashed out against Zero Wing in the Stoneclaw Mountains long ago. You can interpret it as such, Aqua Rose nodded in acknowledgement. Shifeng's method was indeed crazy. Dealing with Open Source Corporation was already a huge headache. Now he planned to tear away all pretenses with the Star Alliance. This decision would only place Zero Wing in even greater danger. Currently, Zero Wing was not in particularly advantageous position. Aside from overwhelming Smile Heaven's Burial, and the other White River City guilds eyeing Zero Wing covetously, now they needed to deal with Open Source Corporation and the Star Alliance. If Zero Wing declared war on the Star Alliance, it went without saying that overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial would also take action. At that time, Zero Wing would be exposed to attacks from the front and the rear. However, when dealing with a problem, one must be both swift and ruthless. Since they already knew that the Star Alliance had fallen under OSC's control, there was no doubt that the first-rate guild would become Zero Wing's enemy in the future. If they maintained the current peace, they would only prolong the inevitable. Zero Wing would eventually be at risk. Moreover, by declaring war on the Star Alliance, it would deter the other guilds. They would have to think twice before plotting against Zero Wing. Currently, as the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, even without Stone Forest Town, the guild could continue their development in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the other guilds did not have that advantage. So what if we don't become allies? Galaxy Past sneered. In a low growl, he asked, "Do you think the Star Alliance needs a rest stop like Stone Forest Town? Once the 15-day protection period is over and Zero Wing loses their NPC guards, the Star Alliance will be able to occupy the town at any given moment. Moreover, I believe that the other large guilds will also be very interested in the town." Guild Leader Galaxy is correct. However, might I remind you that Zero Wing has not yet started a war with the Star Alliance. Our guilds have not had any conflicts with each other in the Stoneclaw Mountains. If we go to war, however, Zero Wing cannot guarantee the safety of the Star Alliance members in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Guild Leader Galaxy, you know that Star Moon City doesn't have only one first-rate guild. Aqua Rose paid no attention whatsoever to Galaxy Past's threat. Zero Wing had the support of Stone Forest Town. Even if its members died, they could simply revive in the town. Ouroboros's members, Zero Wing's allies, could also revive in Stone Forest Town. Hence, Ouroboros could quickly send reinforcements into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Aside from Stone Forest Town, the nearest town players could revive and was over 10 hours away. If a fight broke out in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Star Alliance's members would have to waste a lot of time to return. Aqua Rose refused to think about the resources and manpower that would go to waste. If the war persisted, it would definitely wear down the Star Alliance. Galaxy Past and Purple Eye's expressions grew serious upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. Yet if they allied with Zero Wing, Open Source Corporation would not be pleased. How could the guild elders ever agree to an alliance that would anger a god of fortune like Open Source Corporation? Even his position as the Star Alliance's guild leader would be at risk. However, Galaxy Past did not wish to start a full-blown war with Zero Wing right now. Seeing Galaxy Past's troubled expression, Aqua Rose stifled a sigh heavy with emotion. Zero Wing had only recently established, yet with no backing whatsoever, it had become an existence that could even trouble the guild leader of a first-rate guild. Nothing like this had ever occurred during the virtual gaming world's long history. If the Star Alliance allies Zero Wing, our guild leader has promised to let the Star Alliance repair its equipment in Stone Forest Town at market price. Its members will also be able to revive in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the Star Alliance will be allowed to construct a guild residence in Stone Forest Town, allowing its guild members to transfer to the town swiftly and save on travel time, Aqua Rose said, her bright, charming lips curling into an alluring smile. What did you say? Galaxy Past's composure shattered. For a moment he wondered if he had heard wrong. If Aqua Rose's words were true, then the Star Alliance's development speed in the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise by multiple times. Purple Eye was similarly shocked. She had never imagined that Zero Wing would be so generous. I've said all that needed to be said. I look forward to Guild Leader Galaxy's decision. We will only wait one day. After saying so, Aqua Rose turned and left the VIP room. Zero Wing's biggest problem right now was not the Star Alliance, but the Flower of Seven Sins. Hence, the guild's upper echelons needed to improve their strength quickly and prepare. Aqua Rose would not waste her time with the Star Alliance. Right now, she needed to challenge the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. Surefong was going all out to provide the upper echelons with the 100-berry wine. They would be fools not to use it. Hence, both Fire Dance and Aqua Rose fully immersed themselves in the trial tower. As for the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could leave that to the guild's core members. After Aqua Rose left, Galaxy Past and Purple Eye remained within the luxurious room. Guild leader, what should we do? Purple Eye asked, a hesitant expression on her face. Both the OSC's funding and Stone Forest Town's resources were sorely tempting. However, both organizations were just as threatening. No matter which side they chose, the consequences would not be light. If it were up to me, I would agree to Zero Wing's offer. However, the guild's main purpose when it established was to earn money for the company. The investment of a god of fortune like OSC is something all guilds strive for. Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. However, now that I think about it, this was all due to Zero Wing. OSC only chose to invest in the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing. Purple, gather the guild elders for a meeting immediately. They must all be present. I don't care if they're busy. I'll contact them right away. Suddenly, the Star Alliance's elders received a message. All of the elders, regardless of where they were required to attend the meeting in Star Moon Kingdom. This situation shocked the Star Alliance's members. As a first-rate guild, their development was widespread. The Star Alliance had created branches in several other kingdoms, each one managing themselves on their own. This was the first meeting since they had joined God's domain that required the presence of every elder. Time flowed quickly. Before he knew it, a day had passed in God's domain. Inside the blood-refining passage, Shifeng had killed blood fighters almost without rest. He only took small breaks to recover his exhausted stamina, before returning to grinding blood fighters. After Shifeng killed another blood fighter, the sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System. The blood-refining stone has collected 1,000 points of blood energy. Do you wish to evolve it into a blood-refining crystal? There was no guarantee that each blood fighter killed would generate blood energy. The more blood energy Shifeng accumulated, the less he could collect from the slain blood fighters. Who knew how many blood fighters he had slaughtered throughout the day to collect the 1,000 points of blood energy? Chapter 703, Improved Attributes. Evolve. Shifeng clicked confirm. Although he did not know what changes would occur after upgrading the blood-refining stone to a blood-refining crystal, seeing as he had spent so much time to collect the required blood energy, the crystal should not be an ordinary item. Otherwise, it would not have dropped from the nine-headed magic snake. Suddenly, the magical black cube in Shifeng's hands crumbled, transforming into a half-transparent, blood-red crystal ball. There were even droplets of dark red liquid flowing within the crystal ball, each containing powerful life force. Why is there so much life force? Shifeng could clearly feel the life inside those droplets of blood. It was only slightly weaker than the water of life. But what kind of treasure was the water of life? Just one drop was enough to cure a crippled NPC. After accumulating a certain amount of the treasured water, one could even use it to revive a dead NPC. Meanwhile, the blood-red crystal in his hands contained over 10 droplets of blood that could rival the water of life. Just what kind of item is this? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Shifeng clicked to check the blood-refining crystal's statistics. Blood-refining crystal, dark gold rank item. Can absorb the life force of powerful monsters the wielder kills. After accumulating 100 points of blood energy, player can produce a drop of life essence. Can accumulate a maximum of 1,000 drops of life essence. Each drop can increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed for 2 hours. Current drops of life essences, 12/1000. Is this the true power of the blood-refining crystal? Shifeng was shocked when he read the statistics. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that players required rest to recover their stamina and concentration. Hence, players could not grind for long periods. They had to take breaks. Although there were some tools that sped recovery such as food and field tents, those items could only be used outside of combat. Shifeng also knew of a few items that could recover stamina and concentration during combat. However, these items were extraordinarily difficult to obtain. The Water of Life was one such item. However, using the Water of Life to grind for longer periods was no less than extravagant. Not a single guild in God's domain could afford such a waste. The other tools were similar to the Water of Life, in which they were extraordinarily valuable and exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even if a large guild mobilized its forces, it would barely obtain enough items to supply for a handful of experts. Shi Feng had never expected the nine-headed magic snake to drop such a valuable item. With the blood refining crystal, he could recover stamina and concentration without having to stop his slaughter. With this, he could grind far longer than other players. Unfortunately, accumulating life essence was a slow process. At most, 2 or 3 players could use the crystal continuously. With the blood refining crystal, I can save plenty of time. Due to Shi Feng's reliance on techniques to kill the blood fighters, he consumed far more stamina and concentration than usual. Moreover, the blood fighters in the blood refining passage were not easy opponents. In an intense battle, a player's stamina and concentration consumption rate increased by several folds. Hence, the blood refining crystal was a convenient item for Shi Feng right now. Following which, Shi Feng poured a drop of life essence into his hand and drank it. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt his body relax, the fatigue he had accumulated from constant battle vanishing instantly. His mind also cleared. This really is a great item. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to take a break after fighting for a little while longer. Now it seemed that he no longer needed rest. After fighting the blood fighters for over a day, Shi Feng was very familiar with their attack patterns. His swordsmanship had also become far more precise. During battle, Shi Feng would try to discard extra attacks, pursuing efficiency. As a result, his swordplay became much faster and he could now defeat the blood fighters with minimal effort. Shi Feng had never considered these techniques before. He had only focused on ending the monsters he fought regardless of how much power he had to expend. After reaching the blood refining passage, however, he had to improve his attack efficiency if he wanted to kill his opponents quickly due to his inability to use skills. It was as if a new world had opened up to Shi Feng. Initially, when facing 4 blood fighters simultaneously, Shi Feng had needed over 150 moves to finish off just one of the undead. Among these 150 moves, more than 50 were used to defend himself against incoming attacks. He had to defend himself because he was unfamiliar with his surrounding, and as a result this allowed the blood fighters to launch counterattacks. However, as the number of fights against the elites increased, he began to require fewer movements to defend himself. Now he could defeat a blood fighter with roughly 130 attacks. For a time, Shi Feng's leveling efficiency increased significantly. As time passed, Shi Feng had become completely immersed in his swordsmanship. He no longer needed to think about how to streamline his attacks. Once he ran out of stamina, he just needed to drink a drop of life essence before returning to battle. Only after Shi Feng reached level 35, and a golden glow illuminated his body, did he finally regain his senses. After training for so long, I should be at my limit. It's time to challenge the Blood Warrior again. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he looked at his newly improved attributes. When he reached level 35, the golden stigmata increased all of his basic attributes by 5 points and provided 10 free attribute points. Meanwhile, as a tier 1 player, he received 8 free attribute points every time he leveled. The Abyssal Blade also provided a bonus of 2 free attribute points. After reaching level 35, Shi Feng received 20 free attribute points in total and 5 points into all of his basic attributes. Furthermore, his Tier 1 set equipment, the 7 Luminaries Ring, and the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had also received a significant boost to their attributes. During Shi Feng's previous fight with the Blood Warrior, it was obvious that he lacked sufficient speed. Hence, he placed all 20 free attribute points into agility. Despite rising by only 1 level, Shi Feng had improved his attributes almost as much as if he had equipped an additional piece of level 35 dark gold equipment. His strength had also improved. Blood Refining Passage, Blood Warrior's Combat Area. The Blood Warrior wielding a silver 2-handed saber appeared once more. Since Shi Feng had already experienced the special elite, he would not allow the Blood Warrior to take the initiative to attack. Taking a step forward, he dashed towards the Blood Warrior. Previously, such an action would have been suicidal. With the Blood Warrior's attack speed, Shifeng had not been able to defend against its attack. It would have been utterly impossible to dodge the Special Elite's fearsome saber. In the next moment, the Blood Warrior tightened its grip on its saber. It then slashed forward, sending a streak of silver light plunging towards Shifeng. Boom! The silver two-handed saber missed Shifeng. Shifeng had long since predicted the trajectory of the Blood Warrior's swing. Even before the Blood Warrior prepared to strike, Shifeng had prepared to dodge. If he had only begun dodging after the Blood Warrior launched its attack with his current attributes, he would never have evaded it. Even blocking it would have been a challenge. Shifeng did not immediately launch a counterattack after evading the first slash. Instead, he abruptly fell backward. Hua! Another streak of silver light cut across the crown of Shifeng's head. Only after Shifeng evaded 5 strikes did he send a slash of his own at the Blood Warrior's side, causing a critical damage of -2,174. Although the strike had forced the Special Elite to retreat by half a step, it had not affected its combat power in the slightest. Even so, this result excited Shifeng. In his previous battle against the Blood Warrior, he had not been able to resist the undead in the least. Now, however, he managed to damage to the Special Elite. At this point, grinding away the Blood Warrior's 240,000 HP was only a matter of time. Chapter 704, Final Trump Card. The Blood Warrior launched one violent attack after the other, whereas Shifeng desperately dodged and blocked the Special Elite's attacks. As they exchanged more attacks, Shifeng refined his own actions, thinking of ways to deal faster damage. -1,042. -2,108. -1,071. One damage after another appeared above the Blood Warrior's head, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Initially, Shifeng had to dodge 5 attacks before finding the opportunity to strike. However, as he refined his movements and gained a firmer grasp on his situation, he was soon able to attack after dodging every 4 attacks. In less than 5 minutes, the Blood Warrior's HP fell to 30%. In contrast, Shifeng had yet to receive any damage. Just as the Blood Warrior's HP fell below the 30% threshold, the crimson flames burning inside the skeleton's eye sockets turned dark green. The two-handed saber in its hands disappeared, and in its place, 2 long swords appeared in each hand. Damn it! Shifeng scowled at the change. There was a qualitative difference between avoiding a 2-handed weapon and 2 one-handed weapons. While the Blood Warrior had used a 2-handed weapon, it signified that its attacks carried absolute power. A single strike was capable of sending him flying. However, as long as he managed to evade its attacks, victory would be within his grasp. Now that the Blood Warrior used 2 one-handed weapons, however, the situation had changed. Although the power of attacks would lessen, it could double the number of attacks it dished out. To Shifeng, who had relied on evasion to survive until now, this was an extremely disadvantageous situation. The Blood Warrior's sudden transformation had caught Shifeng off guard. When the Blood Warrior launched its first attack, its blade moved as fast as the 2-handed sword had, as fast as lightning. If he had not predicted the attack by the movements of the Blood Warrior's joints, it would have struck him. Against this first strike, Shifeng abruptly turned sideways, allowing the silver longsword to brush past his chest. Just as Shifeng thought of taking a step backward, the Blood Warrior's other sword arrived before him. Dang! Sparks scattered. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand barely blocked the Blood Warrior's fatal strike in time. As a result, however, Shifeng was forced to retreat by 4 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, a damage of over -400 points appeared above his head. The Blood Warrior's destructive power with a one-handed sword was much weaker than with a 2-handed saber. If Shifeng had a choice, however, he would very much prefer the saber-wielding Blood Warrior. I can only try my best. Shifeng quickly adjusted his footwork, using void steps as he saw the Blood Warrior coming in for a second wave of attacks. Suddenly, Shifeng vanished from the Blood Warrior's sight. Feng had no intentions of giving up this fight. Currently, the Blood Warrior had less than 70,000 HP remaining. If he strived for a little longer, he could defeat the special elite. Whether it was against players, monsters, or NPCs, Void Steps was a very effective technique. Only Void Steps was not suitable against high-tiered monsters and NPCs, as these individuals possessed domains. The owner of a domain could grasp every movement within their domain. They had greater perception than what their vision provided, rendering Void Steps useless. However, the Blood Warrior was merely a special elite. Moreover, it was neither a high-intellect NPC nor a high-tiered monster. It could not cope with Feng's Void Steps at all. After Feng used Void Steps, he frequently disappeared and reappeared. Each time he appeared, he would inflict a significant amount of damage to the Blood Warrior. And every time the Blood Warrior tried to retaliate, Feng would vanish, preventing the Blood Warrior from locking onto its target. Although this move seemed like a bug, this was Feng's final trump card, which he normally avoided using. Void Steps combined of both footwork and breathing techniques. The burden on its user's stamina was only secondary. Its main downfall was the massive stress it placed on its user's concentration. Even though Feng's brain activity had improved significantly, utilizing Void Steps frequently was a double-edged sword. He did not know when the technique would backfire and hurt him. Feng used Void Steps more than 40 times in a row, breaking his previous record. Meanwhile, the Blood Warrior's HP fell rapidly. Now it had less than 40,000 HP remaining. Feng was also dizzy after using the advanced footwork so many times. He felt indescribable fatigue. However, if that were all, he could force himself through it. Fortunately, before the battle began, Feng had drunk a drop of life essence. Hence, both his stamina and concentration recovered rapidly right now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stay conscious. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The Blood Warrior could not resist in the least. It could only endure Feng's assault silently, its HP decreasing by the thousands. Very quickly, the special elite's remaining HP plunged from 40,000 to 30,000. From 30,000 to 20,000, and then finally falling to a critical state. In the end, Feng suddenly appeared behind the Blood Warrior and thrust his sword through its back, destroying its final strand of HP. I've really pushed myself to the limit this time. When Feng saw the Blood Warrior fall, he breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the ground. If the battle had gone on any longer, Feng would have exhausted himself, losing his ability to use Void Steps and his control over his body. He would become sheep at the slaughter. Fortunately, he had succeeded. After the Blood Warrior died, Feng's experience bar increased by a sizable chunk. The EXP he obtained from the special elite was more than even a level 50 lord offered. Immediately, he reached 9% of level 35. Aside from providing Feng with a large sum of EXP, the Blood Warrior also dropped a level 50 fine gold cape. Blood Refining Cape, fine gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement: Strength 400, Agility 800. Defense plus 571. Strength plus 68, Agility plus 54, Endurance plus 56. Movement speed plus 4. Evasion plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Conceal. Increases the difficulty to perceive the wearer. Additional active skill dash. Lightning Flash. Appear behind a maximum of 4 targets. Damage increased by 20%. Duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. What a good item. Feng's eyes shone as he examined the Blood Refining Cloak. Capes were extremely rare in God's domain. They were even rarer than rings and ornaments. Even now, the only other cape Feng had found since joining God's domain in this life, and still used, was the Dark Pursuer's Cape. Although the Dark Pursuer's Cape provided very minor buffs to his attributes, the skill Silent Steps that the cape offered was very powerful. It could even rival an assassin's Shadow Steps. Only the skill's cooldown was somewhat long. However, if used appropriately, it could set one up for an instant kill. In combat, such a skill was far more valuable than attributes. However, now that he had the Blood Refining Cape, as soon as he fulfilled the equipment requirements, he would immediately replace the Dark Pursuer's cape. The requirement of level 50 was not a problem to Shi Feng as he had the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which reduced items' level requirements by 10 levels. In other words, he could equip the Blood Refining Cape once he reached level 40. Although the 7 Luminaries ring also decreased the level requirement of all items by 5 levels, in God's domain, this effect was not stackable. The highest effect would apply. Aside from dropping the Blood Refining Cape, the Blood Warrior also dropped an ancient gold-rimmed book. The pressure this ancient book radiated even caused Shi Feng to shudder with fear. 2 large words graced the book's cover. Solomon's Treasure. Chapter 705. Whereabouts of a legendary item. This is Solomon's Treasure? Shi Feng could not help his surprise. Originally, he had thought Solomon's treasure would be a mountain of gold or an ocean of silver. It should at least be a high-ranking treasure chest. However, he had never expected Solomon's treasure to be a book. Could it be an epic item? Thinking so, Shi Feng picked up the ancient book. The pressure the book radiated instilled fear into anyone who neared it. This was a power that only an epic ranked or above item possessed. In God's domain, although epic weapons and equipment were precious, epic tools were far more rare. Take the Bible of Darkness for example. Even without occupying an equipment slot, it increased a player's strength significantly. This was a benefit that no weapon or piece of equipment could provide. After Shi Feng picked up the book, he was suddenly alerted of a system notification. System. You have obtained the ancient document Solomon's Treasure. Do you wish to activate the ancient document? So, it's an ancient document. Excitement appeared on Shi Feng's face upon hearing that the book was actually an ancient document. No wonder it's called a treasure. There were many kinds of books in God's domain. Some were meant for reading, some could be used to learn skills, and some offered their own abilities. The Bible of Darkness belonged to the third category. In addition to these 3, there was another category that was extremely rare and special. The ancient document. Ancient documents held records of God's domain. However, players that obtained an ancient document had only one chance to activate it. Upon activation, players could obtain one of God's domain's secrets. Although this seemed trivial in the past, players in God's domain had gone crazy over a single ancient document. In the past, ancient documents sold in the Blackwing auction house at much higher prices than even fragmented legendary items. Why were they worth so much money? They were so valued because an ancient document could unlock the whereabouts of a legendary item, offering players a high chance of obtaining one for themselves. Of course, aside from legendary items, one could also learn the whereabouts of powerful super skills or tools. However, with the goal of growing stronger, a legendary item was undeniably the best choice. Legendary items in God's domain were extremely limited. One had to expend unimaginable effort to claim one. One needed luck and strength. Every legendary item was extremely difficult to obtain. Moreover, the game would never reveal a legendary item's exact location to players, only clues. Unfortunately, clues were never 100% accurate, and most of the clues relating to legendary items were likely traps. Even after a long search, one might find nothing but a dead end, realizing that all their effort had been for naught. In the past, to obtain a single legendary item, many large guilds had mobilized every available guild force, spending a large amount of time to gain some clue. With the many clues they obtained, they would search for the location of said legendary item. One could just imagine the manpower and resources that the search required. Hence, even after mobilizing an entire guild, the chances of successfully claiming a legendary item were quite low. However, one could locate a legendary item with an ancient document. There was no need to check every clue they had obtained. Hence, ancient documents were precious and valuable. It seems that my trip wasn't a waste. Shi Feng grinned as he looked down at the ancient document in his hands. Although he had quite a few clues regarding legendary items, he did not actually know how to obtain them, as no player would ever reveal such high-level secrets. In the past, those who had obtained legendary items kept a tight lid on any information. Feng had only found a few clues after his guild invested in quiet investigation. Although it is impossible to obtain a legendary item at my current level, knowing the precise whereabouts of one will allow me to prepare. Feng then clicked to activate Solomon's treasure. After Feng confirmed his decision, Solomon's treasure opened and released a blinding golden glow. In the next moment, a five-fold magic array appeared before Feng. Countless runes danced inside the magic array. Suddenly the space surrounding Feng froze. Feng's connection with the outside world severed completely. System: Ancient document Solomon's treasure activating. System: Beginning connection with the main god system. System: Verification completed. Ancient document confirmed as the 6th volume of Solomon's book. Allowing connection with God's domains database. System: Connection with God's domains database is successful. You have one chance to access God's domains database. Please enter desired inquiry. Luckily, I know the name of a legendary item. No one else would have any idea of what to search for. Feng's grin deepened. Immediately, he entered the words Solomon's sword. System: Searching for information on Solomon's sword. System: Search completed. Confirming data on Solomon's sword. System: Confirmation completed. Do you wish to accept the information? Feng then clicked to accept. Feng felt a plethora of information relating to Solomon's sword flow into his brain. The system displayed a total of 3,687 clues before him. Immediately, Feng felt a headache coming on. Verifying one clue was an extremely difficult task, not to mention 3,687. Even a large guild would go mad if it had to verify every one of these clues. At this point, Feng came to understand one thing. Those who had found legendary items were either players who had received the blessing of the main god system and possessed heaven-defying luck, or they were as frightening powerful as super guilds. Not only did super guilds have an abundance of members at their disposal, but they also possessed monster-like experts. Only with this kind of manpower could they search for a legendary item. It was practically impossible for a third-rate or second-rate guild. I didn't think that all of the clues I gained in the past were all fakes. Fortunately, I haven't attempted to verify those clues. Otherwise, I would have wasted a ton of time, Feng said, relieved. Among the 3,687 clues listed, the system only confirmed 5 as legitimate. In other words, only these 5 clues could lead him to Solomon's sword, one of the 10 great legendary weapons. If Feng had not obtained the ancient document, he would never find Solomon's sword. Of the 3,687 clues, every clue required a long time to verify. The easiest clue required one to spend 2 or 3 days' time, while the more difficult clues required up to half a month to verify. Moreover, due to level restrictions, Feng would not be able to visit many of these places yet. Even if he only needed to spend 1 day verifying each clue, it would still take 10 years to plow through them all. Without the ancient document, obtaining Solomon's sword was a dream. After receiving the information, Feng grew somewhat dizzy. Suddenly, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. Chapter 706, Disaster Treasure Chest. White River City, Divine Colosseum. Ever since they had discovered that the Flower of Seven Sins targeted Zero Wing, Aqua Rose and the guild's upper echelons had holed up inside the Divine Colosseum. They continuously expended magic crystals and 100-berry wine in the Trial Tower and Divine Battlefield to train as much as possible. As a result, Zero Wing's upper echelons broke their previous records in the Trial Tower again and again, shocking White River City's players. Awe towards Zero Wing swept through the city once again. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Colosseum, a bald man in gray leather armor stared at the trial list while sipping vodka. Suddenly, a thin, cloaked youth walked up and sat down beside this bald man. Accurate 9. What's the situation regarding Zero Wing's upper echelons? The thin youth sent a whisper to the bald man as he ordered an ice blue spirit. Their strength has been improving rapidly. Currently, 3 people have reached the 8th floor. 7 people have reached the 7th floor. My guess is that it won't be very long before the others reach the 7th floor as well. It would not be easy to kill all of them back to level 0, the bald man, Accurate 9, responded, laughing. However, the stronger they are, the better. This way we can charge more for the job. Nodding, the thin youth said, indeed. I just wonder whether or not Open Source Corporation will be willing to pay the price. I think they will, Accurate 9 said as he handed the NPC bartender another magic crystal, purchasing another bottle of vodka. Magic crystals are the lifeline of all of God's Domain's players. If OSC obtains the Stoneclaw Mountains, their future earnings will far surpass the cost of hiring us. Let's hope that OSC is willing to pay this price then. It's been a long time since I've accepted a major job. Zero Wing should prove to be quite the challenge. I can also use this chance to polish my skills a little bit, the youth said. Downing the ice blue spirit, he shifted his gaze to the 3 names listed on the trial list's 8th floor. Where's Black Flame's name? Black Flame has always been mysterious. Even now, I have yet to discover the exact extent of this person's strength. However, based on the information I've collected thus far, he should have progressed relatively far in the refinement realm. He might have even reached your standard, Accurate 9 said seriously as he sent a sideway glance at the thin youth beside him. My standard? The second stage of the refinement realm? That's interesting. I look forward to taking him on, the youth said, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes. He looked like a predator that had just caught the scent of new prey. Pleiades, don't even think about it. Silver has already reserved Black Flame. At most, you can pick your target from the trial tower's 8th floor, Accurate 9 said, smiling as he pointed to Violet Cloud's, Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's names. Silver? Why is he suddenly interested in this mission? The youth named Pleiades said, slightly surprised. Hasn't he always targeted those old monsters? How should I know what's going through his mind? Accurate 9 said, shrugging. However, OSC has lucked out this time. Normally, an expert of silver standards would not even consider this type of mission. Now it's just a matter of whether OSC will pay to hire silver. This fella named Black Flame really is unlucky. He has actually caught Silver's attention. Not even heaven can save him, Pleiades said sympathetically. The Flower of Seven Sins missions were divided into several levels. Experts within the organization were similarly ranked. An expert like himself only ranked at the intermediate level, whereas Silver was a peak expert in the Flower of Seven Sins. An expert like Silver dealing with Black Flame was simply a waste of time. As Pleiades and Accurate 9 occupied themselves with their conversation, one of Starmoon City's first-rate guilds, the Star Alliance, had officially declared war against Zero Wing, announcing their intentions to seize Stone Forest Town. This news spread quickly throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. A 500-man team ravaged a half-orc settlement. A settlement typically contained Lord-ranked half-orcs. A powerful settlement might even house 3 or 4 lords. 10 or more chieftain-ranked half-orcs usually patrolled the area as well. In this half-orc settlement, there were a total of 3 half-orc lords and 17 half-orc chieftains. However, against this team of 500 players, they could not offer any form of resistance. Currently, almost all of the settlement's half-orcs were already dead. Only one level 38 half-orc lord continued to resist desperately. In the end, however, a silver-armored female berserker still claimed its life. Snow, something has happened with the Star Alliance, Zhao Yueru, who wore a purple-red robe, suddenly reported. A moment ago, the Star Alliance declared war against Zero Wing and sent many of their elites to deal with Zero Wing's members. In the end, the Star Alliance's elders had been mesmerized by the money that OSC offered, Gentle Snow said, laughing lightly. Although I do not know what kind of hidden cards the Star Alliance possesses, this is a good opportunity for us. Contact our other members immediately. Tell them that Ouroboros is going to declare war against the Star Alliance as well. Shortly after, more shocking news spread throughout Starmoon City. The 2 first-rate guilds of Starmoon City were finally going to take action. This war would be unlike the previous small skirmishes. This time both guilds would face each other head-on. In the future, whenever the members of either guild encounter each other, only one would walk away. Despite a storm currently brewing in Starmoon City, Shi Feng was oblivious. System: Quest Solomon's Treasure completed. Quest rewards: 10 million EXP, 20 free mastery points and 1 completely random treasure chest. After the system notification faded, Shi Feng's experience bar increased by a small chunk. A wooden treasure chest emitting a purple glow appeared inside his bag. Completely random treasure chest. May contain a reward or a punishment. Disappears after 5 uses. Isn't this the disaster treasure chest? Shi Feng was suddenly speechless as he stared at the dazzling treasure chest inside his bag. Completely random treasure chest was the name the system gave. The players who were familiar with the treasure chest, however, had another name for it: the disaster treasure chest. 9 out of 10 times opening the completely random treasure chest resulted in a punishment. Moreover, the punishments were relatively severe. The punishments ranged from losing 1 or more levels to losing some attributes permanently. Some punishments even prevented players from gaining any EXP or reduced their attack power for many days. Hence, it gained the name Disaster Treasure Chest. Of course, if players obtained a reward, they deserved a celebration. In the past, many players had bragged on the forums about the rewards they had obtained. There were players who had actually gained an epic item from the random treasure chest, while some had obtained a complete dark gold set equipment. Others had been rewarded a top-tier mount. To put it simply, the rewards the treasure chest provided were extremely tempting. Reward and punishment: it was up to players to decide if the risk was worth it. To Shi Feng, however, the potential benefits were greater than the risks. A player's luck attribute greatly affected the outcome of their draws. Even if Shi Feng opened a punishment due to his luck attribute, it was possible that the punishment would be light. Currently, Zero Wing faced the threat of the Flower of Seven Sins. Hence, it was of utmost importance that he grow stronger. Naturally, Shi Feng would not let go of this perfect opportunity to improve his strength. Not to mention, his chances of obtaining a reward were much higher than others. Hopefully, I'll draw something good. Shi Feng then activated Divine Providence and stretched out his hand to open the disaster treasure chest. Chapter 707, Godsword. As Shi Feng gradually opened the treasure chest, a golden ray of light escaped from the wooden box. Hua! The golden light merged with Shi Feng's body. Shi Feng immediately felt a renewed and improved strength, his accumulated fatigue weakening significantly. System: Completely random treasure chest has been activated. Rewarding 10 points to hidden attribute, Fortitude. A hidden attribute as a reward. I've lucked out this time, Shi Feng muttered as he clenched his fists. He could feel his fatigue lessening. Fortitude was the most important attribute among the 4 great hidden attributes. Hidden attributes would not increase a player's damage. Similarly, it would not decrease the damage a player received. However, they were far more useful than basic attributes. Unfortunately, hidden attributes would not increase with a player's level. They would only increase through special means. Meanwhile, Fortitude was somewhat similar to a monster's mana body. First, it decreased the impact external injuries had on a player's combat power. The second effect was to decrease stamina and concentration consumption during battle, allowing players to fight for longer periods. Third, it reduced the impact stamina and concentration depletion had on a player's combat power. Due to these 3 major effects, players thirsted for the Fortitude attribute. It was especially true for experts. Expert players normally incorporated certain combat techniques during battle. These combat techniques placed a heavy burden on their stamina and concentration. Take Void Steps for example. Although the burden on Shi Feng's stamina was minimal, it was a massive burden on his concentration. Hence, Shi Feng had to limit how often he used the technique in his fights. If a player's fortitude was sufficiently high, they could use such combat techniques far more often. In turn, this would improve their chances of victory. In addition, against high-tiered monsters such as a Grand Lord or monsters that possessed special skills that could reduce a person's stamina and concentration, Fortitude was a severe advantage. In the past, there had been a Tier 5 player that had become famous due his monstrously high fortitude. Berserker Saint Broken Flow. Due to his extraordinarily high fortitude, he opted to fight battles of mutual destruction. With such tactics, Broken Flow had even defeated those whose strength and techniques were superior to his. As a result, Broken Flow had become one of the 12 sacred berserkers. As God's domain was still in its initial stages, it was extremely difficult to obtain the fortitude attribute with players' low levels. Even Shifeng did not know of any good methods to gain the hidden attribute at his level. Normally, players would only begin to encounter the hidden attribute after level 50. Moreover, of the methods and quests Shifeng knew, the majority only rewarded 1 or 2 points of fortitude. The fact that he had managed to obtain 10 points now had saved him plenty of time and effort. Hence, Shifeng was quite satisfied. With how he had profited from opening the disaster treasure chest for the first time, Shifeng quickly proceeded to open it a second time. The second time he opened the treasure chest, he obtained the Tier 3 magic scroll, Thunder's Wrath. It was a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell and covered an area of 100 yards. The third time Shifeng opened the treasure chest, a black beam struck him, and his agility attribute permanently decreased by 25 points. To ordinary players, a 25 agility point loss was massive. Even after obtaining their Tier 1 classes, they would have to level up 3 times to make up lost points. To Shifeng, however, the loss was acceptable. The Abyssal Blade already provided with an additional 2 free attribute points each time he leveled up. In addition to the Golden Stigmata, a loss of 25 agility would not affect him too badly. When players reached Tier 2, the amount of free attribute points they obtained with each level up increased to 20. At that time it would be easy to make up for this loss. There were also plenty of tools that could permanently increase a player's attributes. In fact, Shifeng knew of a few that were relatively easy to obtain. Moreover, he had already obtained 10 fortitude and a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. Those 2 were more than enough to make up for this meager setback. When Shifeng opened the completely random treasure chest for the 4th time, he was struck by a purple beam. System, you have been cursed. EXP gained from killing monsters decreased by 70% for 10 days. Fortunately, I still have plenty of options to level up. Shifeng frowned slightly as he saw his new punishment. Very quickly, however, he dispelled the disappointment from his mind as he muttered, "With 2 punishments in a row, let the last be a reward." Shifeng then opened the treasure chest for the final time. This time, a purple-red potion appeared inside the wooden box. Dragon Slayer Potion, consumable. Increases all attributes by 100% and all resistances by 100 points for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 hours. This potion is insane. Shifeng could not help his shock. In Shifeng's memories, the best potion he had ever seen only increased a player's main attribute by 100% and offered a small amount of magic resistance. The Dragon Slayer potion, however, actually increased all attributes by 100%. This was by far the most intense attribute increase Shifeng had ever seen a potion offer. Even the effects of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's activatable skill, Heavenly Dragon's Power, could not compare to this. If he drank this potion, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional legendary item. He could challenge opponents of a higher tier. Unfortunately, the treasure chest only rewarded 1 Dragon Slayer potion. If he could produce more, the Flower of 7 Sins would be no more than a flea to 0 wing. After using all 5 draws, the completely random treasure chest disappeared. Shifeng then stored the Dragon Slayer potion away and took out Solomon's treasure to begin sorting through the information he had gained regarding Solomon's sword. After using an ancient document, the information that flowed into the user's mind only offered a general summary, whereas the detailed information was recorded inside the ancient document. After Shifeng studied the information for several hours, he finally understood how he could obtain one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons, Solomon's sword. The complete Solomon's sword had long since disappeared. It had been shattered during the Great Destruction. Solomon's sword broke into 5 fragments and had been scattered throughout God's domain. Later, different people had found each of these fragments. These people had recast the shattered fragments to form new weapons. Each of these new weapons contained an immense power. However, due to the passage of time, the inhabitants of God's domain had forgotten about Solomon's sword. Instead, these 5 weapons had shaken God's domain with their might, their names passed down by the common populace. As the fragments of Solomon's sword had not been equal, the might of the new weapons differed from each other. Among the created weapons, the most famous was the 3rd-ranking sword on God's domain's famed swords list, Broken Steel. Broken Steel was leagues stronger than Shifeng's Abyssal blade. There is no need to think about Broken Steel right now. With my current strength and level, it is impossible to obtain. I can only approach it slowly. Shifeng was extremely familiar with Broken Steel. However, he could not go after it right now. In the past, among the 12 sacred swordsmen, the number 1 sword saint used none other than Broken Steel. Shifeng had also witnessed the sword's might personally. Although it was not a legendary weapon, its attributes and skills were not much weaker than a legendary weapon. If he could obtain Broken Steel in this life, his strength would soar to unspeakable heights. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.